Chapter 11-12. Sky Demon Palace. It was a land filled with demonic aura. Large amounts of dense demonic aura transformed into demonic spirits and demonic creatures. These demonic spirits and demonic creatures were extremely powerful. They constantly devoured each other, and after a long period of time, they evolved. This land filled with demonic aura spanned hundreds of millions of miles, becoming a true land of death. Those who were slightly weaker would definitely die if they barged in from the outside. Their flesh and blood would be devoured cleanly, and their true spirits would be left behind in this land. This place had an awe-inspiring name, Land of Demonic Creatures. In the Land of Demonic Creatures there were huge palaces erected. Large numbers of demonic creatures surrounded the palaces, and it was extremely cold. These palaces were inhabited by experts with great backgrounds. They were the vanguard generals of the Sky Demon Immortal Emperor. Each of them cultivated both immortal energy and physical body at the same time. They were extraordinarily powerful, and each of them was covered in blood. Tada, that guy has been out for so long. Don't tell me he went to harm mortals? A silver-armored demon god said while gulping down wine. In the myriad heavens, experts could be famous. Similarly, in every myriad heavens, there were many worlds with large numbers of mortals living in them. The number of mortals was extremely large. As the vanguard generals of the Sky Demon Palace, they loved to kill. As for mortals, that was their usual pastime. Isn't that obvious? He must have gone out to hunt mortals. The last time he went out to hunt a powerful enemy, Tada had swept through dozens of worlds. Finally, he lured out a powerful immortal emperor and had no choice but to leave. Another black-armored demon god said, "The Sky Demon Emperor has been in seclusion recently. He hasn't gone out on a mission in a long time. He drinks every day and is bored. Why don't we all go out and have some fun?" These demon gods were usually in charge of a region. This time, the Sky Demon Ancestor's seclusion was said to be to refine a powerful immortal artifact. That was why they could sit together and drink without worrying about the Sky Demon Ancestor's punishment. If I had known, I would have gone after that kid Lin Fei. The silver-armored demon god said unhappily. At least he can be carefree outside. He can even go to the sect to capture some geniuses. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Lewd laughter could be heard coming from the palace. Hua! A black flame suddenly appeared in the palace. It burned slowly and was extremely vigorous. Huh! Isn't this communication glyph from Tada? Could it be that something happened? Impossible, demon god Tada is not weak. Not to mention we have the god's devil ancestor standing behind us. Who would dare to make a move? Quick, open it. The demon gods present had a good relationship with each other. Demon god Tada was one of them. A force landed on the black fire. Demon god Tada stood on the black fire and shrunk countless times. I'm Tada. I'm at a place right now and I've found something good. Don't tell anyone and come here quickly. I guarantee that you won't come in vain. You might even become a demon emperor in the future. Demon god Tada was standing in a small world. Behind him, there was a resplendent light that was eye-catching and eye-catching. This is the god fiend, who did not think much of it at first, now looked at the resplendent light. Could this be the legendary divinity? They all knew that in order to become a god, one had to possess divinity. But divinity wasn't something they could pry into. Just now they saw divinity. It must be divinity. That guy Tada, how could he find divinity? Impossible. The group of demon gods was shocked, but at the same time they were extremely suspicious. After guessing for a long time, they all had the idea to go there no matter what. They could not miss this opportunity. Just as they had said, perhaps they could become a demon emperor in the future. For example, a Sky Demon Emperor. These demon gods had always been arrogant and domineering. When they went out together, no one dared to say anything. After all, they were the vanguard of the vanguard. It was normal for them to kill at the slightest disagreement. The demon gods left quickly. According to demon god Tada, they found a small world, and it was a world that was on the verge of collapse. This kind of world could be found everywhere in the universe, and they were innumerable. Most of them were destroyed by force, and once a powerful force was involved, the small world would be on the verge of collapse. Tada, there you are. Once they entered the small world, they scanned it with their divine senses and found Tada's location. The group flew over. These demon gods retracted their true bodies. With their true body's height, their tyrannical strength could directly destroy the small world. They were very careful along the way. At the end of the small world, they saw demon god Tata. She was standing on a mountain range. Multicolored light dyed the small world red. They were envious. The multicolored light was very gentle. Bathing in it, they felt like they had returned to their mother's embrace. They closed their eyes in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, I finally saw the legendary divinity. So this is what divinity looks like. At this time they began to envy demon god Tata. They were not too far away, but they did not know that they had almost missed out on such a great benefit. As long as they bathed in divinity, they would reap great rewards after a long time. Suddenly something happened. The resplendent light disappeared. The group of demon gods immediately felt uncomfortable. Fate cage. Fate divine light slash. The unique power of fate swept over like an untouchable river. The demon gods could not use their power, and could only use their physical strength to block it. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power crushed over them, and their bodies were cut into two. We were tricked, it's a trap. After receiving this attack, they were heavily injured, and their combat strength fell. Attack. Large amounts of flames rose in the air. The heaven and earth furnace flew out and they happened to be in it. The powerful divine fire sealed the void, turning it into a forbidden land. Lin Fei charged out, and his 6 arms turned into flowing light, smashing towards the nearest demon god. The violent power crushed down, causing the demon god to vomit blood. At this time they realized that they had been betrayed by demon god Tata. Demon god Tata also attacked, waving a set of mid-grade immortal artifacts. Saber light swept over like a millstone. The physical bodies that they were so proud of could not block this saber light attack. This set of immortal artifacts came from Lin Fei's Blood Shadow Tyrant Saber. Lin Fei had been lying in ambush nearby and had caught them off guard. He had used 2 great Emperor-level mystical abilities at the same time. One was a sealing power, while the other was an attack aimed at their physical bodies, severely injuring them. The ferocious fighting style stunned the Fiend Celestial. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. These powerful demon gods were examples of this. The first demon god was quickly suppressed by Lin Fei, and he successfully subdued it into a universe restriction. When attacking, demon god Tata revealed all the moves and divine abilities of these demon gods. Lin Fei suppressed them with one move. Moreover, they were injured and their combat strength was reduced. They were not his match at all. Demon god Tuli. The demon gods were shocked. In the blink of an eye, they had lost a demon god. They could not imagine that someone as powerful as them would take care of them. Lin Fei. He is Lin Fei. How is this possible? Only when that figure appeared again did they see clearly that this person was Lin Fei, who caused a stir in the great metropolis world. That little fellow in their eyes was like an ant. But now, the little fellow in their eyes heavily injured them with one move. Especially after using the arch-divine abilities, their injuries could not be healed in a short time. You have a good memory. I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei's 6 arms spread out, and he punched them viciously. The shock caused their blood and qi to churn, and cracks appeared on their bodies. This was something they had never experienced before. One day, their bodies would not be able to withstand Lin Fei's attacks. Their attacks landed on Lin Fei, but they were all disintegrated. They could not hurt him at all. It was simply too unbelievable. Lin Fei subdued one demon god, which meant that he had one less opponent. In addition, the demon gods that he had subdued came to help. After the shock, the demon gods attacked with all their might. Their immortal powers intersected, but they were at a disadvantage until they were subdued one by one. After subduing all of them, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. It was easy for Lin Fei to kill them, but it was not so easy to subdue them. Took a lot of time. 8 demon gods. Almost all of them have the strength of an immortal emperor. I have another expert by my side. This feels great. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. This was just the beginning. After resting for a few days, he left a complete tribute in their sea of consciousness. Then he started for the second time. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The first time he subdued 8 demon gods, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. The second time was the same as before. While they were relaxed, he killed them with an emperor-grade mystic art. Including demon god Tada, 9 demon gods attacked together. A few of them attacked one, but Lin Fei easily subdued them. At the start, he rested for 3 days before attacking them once. As the number of demon gods increased, he started to attack every day. Sometimes he would attract 1 or 2 demon gods, and sometimes there would be 3 or 4. Subduing these demon gods was as easy as blowing off dust. Half a month later, there were 61 demon gods by Lin Fei's side. This was a strong force that could sweep through many sects in the great metropolis world. It should be about time. Lin Fei looked at the demon gods behind him. This was his harvest in half a month. As the number of demon gods decreased, it became more difficult to tempt them. With 61 demon gods in hand, Lin Fei was satisfied. As for the rest, he would keep them for now. When the time was right, he would take them all. Lin Fei believed that after subduing 61 demon gods, that old thing heavenly demon would definitely look good. In half a month, these demon gods had recovered from their injuries and recovered their combat strength. This was equivalent to having a strong force. Even if the people of the Netherworld Palace saw them, they would have to consider if they dared to attack. This was a serious problem. Chapter 11-13. Nether Palace. One of the top 10 factions in the great metropolis world. Even though it wasn't very famous in the myriad worlds, it was one of the few big factions in the great metropolis world. Nether Palace had always been overbearing. Plus, they were a powerful sect. No one dared to offend this ancient existence. After all, they had an unimaginable foundation. But recently, the Nether Palace's reputation had been tarnished. The reason was simple. It was because of one person. This person was called Lin Fei. His name was very ordinary. For some reason, the news of Nether Palace hunting down Lin Fei, a junior, was spread. Soon, everyone in the great metropolis world knew about it. Everyone in the Nether Palace was furious, but they couldn't find the person who spread the news. The great metropolis heaven was too big. If they waited for the news to spread, everyone would be suspicious. The Nether Palace couldn't just kill them all. Things got more and more intense. At first, everyone was suspicious. But later on, many people went to investigate and found some clues. Especially the matter of Purgatory sect. It couldn't be more obvious. Even though Nether Palace was a big sect, many people still looked down on them. After all, a big sect going against a junior was really damaging to their image. Especially if they couldn't kill the opponent, they would become a joke. Back then, it was fine if they killed him. After all, such things happened often. But now the situation was different. Not only did the person who hunted them not die, but he became a genius. Nether Palace wasn't without enemies. Plus, because of their propaganda, Nether Palace didn't look good. They hated Lin Fei to the core. People from the Divine Dragon world, why are they here? The upper echelons of Nether Palace were gathered together. Many powerful elders lived in seclusion. There were even rumors in the outside world that they had died. Who would have thought that these ancient existences were still alive and well? Every one of them had strong blood energy. They weren't affected. Today they heard a shocking news. People from the Divine Dragon world had come. The upper echelons of Nether Palace were shocked. They didn't know what people from the Divine Dragon world did. Did Nether Palace offend people from the Divine Dragon world? Nether Palace was one of the top 10 factions in the great metropolis world. Adding on the time of its inheritance, no one in the nearby worlds dared to say anything. It had a certain amount of influence. The Divine Dragon world was different. The Nether Palace couldn't contend with any of the powerful existences there. The great metropolis celestial realm was just a world. It was insignificant among the many worlds. The Divine Dragon world was extremely powerful. It would be easy for them to destroy the great metropolis celestial realm. More importantly, the experts of the Divine Dragon world were all lunatics. They were not to be trifled with. Even though the Nether Palace was powerful, they were still wary of the people of the Divine Dragon world. We have to go and welcome them. Also, we have to seal the news completely. We can't let outsiders know. Among the higher-ups, a gray-robed person sitting at the head seat opened his eyes, filled with majesty. He was the first elder of the higher-ups, Yu Minghan. Once the great elder made a decision, there was almost no objection from the people below. Moreover, They could not afford to offend the people of the divine dragon world. Even the Nether Palace's patriarch had to be courteous to the people of the divine dragon world. The Nether Palace was well prepared. With all news locked down, outsiders would not know that the people of the divine dragon world had come. The square of the Nether Palace was completely sealed off. At the same time, a teleportation formation was set up. A group of higher-ups and elders came to welcome them personally. To them, if they could form a connection with the major factions of the divine dragon world, it would be a decisive factor in their right to speak in the great metropolis celestial realm. It would not be difficult for them to become the number one sect. It was also possible for them to unify the great metropolis celestial realm in the future. They're here. They're here. The teleportation formation shone brightly. A few figures came out of it. Roar, roar, roar. The first to come out was an old man. He looked old and clumsy. The dragon might behind him roared and shook the earth. The higher-ups and elders nearby paled instantly. They could not withstand the sound of the dragon might. Everyone in the Nether Palace changed their expressions. The old man's combat strength was overwhelming. Just the dragon might alone was enough to shock them. I am from the divine dragon world. I am Jiao Lai from the hidden dragon clan. The old man walked down with great strides. The hidden dragon clan? The great elder of the Nether Palace. Yu Minggan's face darkened again. This news was too shocking. Others might not know about the hidden dragon clan, but Yu Minghan was very clear about it. In the divine dragon world, the strongest faction was the divine dragon palace. No matter how strong they were, they could not truly unify the divine dragon world. There was another faction that was in a stalemate with them. This faction was called the Hidden Dragon Clan. The Hidden Dragon Clan was the earliest faction in the divine dragon world. They lived in seclusion, and no one dared to question their strength. Even the current divine dragon palace could not take down the Hidden Dragon Clan. It was a stalemate. Yu Minghan had heard about this at a gathering. Yu Minghan invited them to a quiet palace. He did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, he ordered that what happened today must not be leaked. The Nether Palace could not compare to a faction like the Hidden Dragon Clan. The Great Elder had to take this old man Jiao Lai seriously. Even though he was not as strong as him, the Hidden Dragon Clan was enough to make the Nether Palace lower their heads. After looking at the token and the aura left on it, Yu Minghan did not dare to have any doubts. He returned the token respectfully. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why would we go to the Nether Palace for a faction like the Hidden Dragon Clan? Nether Palace, haven't you always wanted to develop outside? As long as you accomplish this, with a word from the Hidden Dragon Clan, I guarantee that you will enjoy endless benefits. A young man in black behind Jiao Lai snorted. Many of the people present were the higher-ups and elders of the Nether Palace. How could the younger generation speak in such a situation? If it was any other time, they would have been furious and would not be able to stand here. But at this moment, even though they were unhappy, they did not dare to show it. If they had any ideas, the Nether Palace might face a calamity. They had to be on guard against such things. Jiao Lai did not stop them. He drank his tea leisurely. Then he said plainly, "We are here for a person. I believe you are familiar with him." Yu Minghan said, "I wonder who he is." Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei. The higher-ups and elders of the Nether Palace were restless. They did not know why they were looking for this person. Could it be their backer? Were they here to denounce them? They were not sure. Yu Minggan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though it was just one sentence, the pressure it brought was no less than an immortal emperor's attack. Lin Fei is from the Holy Heaven Academy. He is not in our Nether Palace. I'm afraid we can't help much? Yu Minghan carefully probed to find out the specific situation. Jiao Lai said plainly, "What we want you to do is very simple. As long as you kill Lin Fei, we can support your Nether Palace and make it the #1 sect in the Great Metropolis world." Great Metropolis world #1 sect? Everyone was moved by this huge temptation. Great Metropolis world. Even though it was only a small world, they could not resist the temptation of being the #1 sect. Once they become the #1 sect, the Great Metropolis world would be under their control. At that time, the Nether Palace could even build an imperial court and swallow some of the nearby worlds. Is this true? Yu Minghan, the great elder, was moved. His heart that had not moved for a long time was moved again. If they killed Lin Fei, the Nether Palace would be supported and even become the #1 sect in the great metropolis world. No one could resist this temptation. Even the Nether Palace's old ancestor would agree. One Lin Fei was really nothing. They had always been worried. Once they shed all pretenses, killing the insignificant Lin Fei was more than enough. Even if the Holy Heaven Academy was unhappy, as long as they could get support from the Hidden Dragon faction, they would destroy the Holy Heaven Academy in the future. That's all I have to say. Let's see what you do. Jiao Lai stood up. We will give you 1 month. As long as you kill Lin Fei, the Hidden Dragon faction will support your Nether Palace. As for what you choose, it's up to you. Yu Minghan hurriedly stood up. In reality, he really wanted to ask why. Could it be that Lin Fei had gotten into some big trouble in the Divine Dragon world? Thinking about it, this did not seem possible. What kind of place was the Divine Dragon world? Even if it was him, he would not be able to get into trouble. Don't worry. Within 1 month, the Nether Palace will definitely kill Lin Fei. Without hesitation, Yu Minghan made his choice. He had to agree to this. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. If they killed Lin Fei, they would be supported. Even if they had to kill the Dean of the Holy Heaven Academy, they would not even blink. The benefits and rewards were simply unimaginable. I will wait for your good news. Don't disappoint me. The old man's voice came from afar. He had already disappeared. The Divine Dragon world's mystique is indeed mysterious. I can't feel how he left. Yu Minghan's expression changed again. With his strength, he could not see through the other party's movement technique. Great Elder, are we really going to kill Lin Fei? Will this be a joke? Among the upper echelon elders, some agreed to kill Lin Fei. Some remained neutral. There were suspicions in this matter. They had to carefully consider it to prevent any accidents from happening. There's no need to consider. Lin Fei has escaped from our hands many times. In the end, he helped that brat and made us a joke in the great metropolis world. This time we will eliminate Lin Fei. Yu Minghan made up his mind. He was going to kill Lin Fei and pull the Hidden Dragon faction together. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Once this opportunity was missed, no one knew when it would come again. Chapter 11:14. Master, why didn't I capture Lin Fei directly? Is it worth it to make a move on a small faction? Outside the great metropolis heaven, the young man in black said unhappily. This young man was the old man's disciple. They had come with him this time. If we capture him, we will be bullying the weak, the old man said indifferently. The old man said lightly, the great metropolis heaven, including all the worlds in the universe, can't be viewed with a normal eye. Why? Are there hidden masters in the great metropolis heaven? Even if there are, can they be compared to us, the Hidden Dragon sect? The Hidden Dragon sect was, in fact, a faction formed by the secluded factions. In the Divine Dragon world, Lin Fei had trampled on the secluded factions, swept away their young elites, and seized the benefits of the deity's lake. With the Dragon Emperor's warning, the secluded factions did not dare to make a move directly. They had to give him face. They did not make a move openly, but that was not necessarily the case in private. Lin Fei had learned an emperor-class mystique in such a short time. The secluded factions were very curious and wanted to capture him to study. They were young elites, and it would take a long time for them to reach great success in their emperor-class mystiques. Lin Fei used 2 emperor-class mystiques, both of which were great success. At the same time, they were the mystiques of the Fate Emperor. They were shockingly powerful, and the secluded factions were reluctant to give them up. They had left someone to guard them, but Lin Fei had escaped. The secluded factions personally arranged for people to come to the great metropolis heaven to make arrangements against Lin Fei. The secluded factions could easily find out about the great metropolis heaven. The Nether Palace was the most suitable person to make a move. There was a deep conflict between the secluded factions, and it would save them a lot of trouble if they made a move. Master, I don't think the Nether Palace will be able to capture Lin Fei. No one knows how much he has improved in the deity's lake. The young man in black said. That's why we need the Nether Palace to make a move and understand Lin Fei. We don't need to waste a single soldier. The old man smiled. In a place with rippling demonic energy, a large number of demonic creatures and demonic spirits swam up and down. Under the hostility, there was a murderous aura. Master, in front of us is the demonic land, Demon God Tata said carefully. A black-clothed man stood in the middle of the 10 demonic gods. He looked at the demonic creatures' land and saw a large number of demonic creatures and spirits wandering around aimlessly. As soon as Lin Fei looked over, the demonic spirits and demonic creatures seemed to sense something and followed his gaze. What sharp demonic creatures! They can sense me with just a casual glance. No one would have thought that Lin Fei would be able to reach the Sky Devil Great Emperor's lair with the help of demonic god Tata and the others. Apart from the demonic creatures, there were also spell formations set up in the land of demonic creatures. Immortal energy flowed through the spell formations, and terrifying power was hidden beneath them. With the power of the formation, he was able to suppress his opponent. Good place, really good place. If it was any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't have come back. It was simply too risky. After hearing that the Sky Devil Great Emperor was forging a powerful treasure, Lin Fei had an idea. According to what demonic god Tata said, the Sky Devil Great Emperor was forging a treasure and was at a crucial moment. No matter what happened, he wouldn't come out of seclusion. Lin Fei understood the strength of the Sky Devil Great Emperor's subordinates. Demonic god Tata also said, there are many experts imprisoned in the lair. Some of them aren't any weaker than them. Because of this sentence, Lin Fei hesitated for a long time. Finally, he decided to make a trip. Master, follow me. These demonic creatures and demonic spirits had a heavy murderous aura. When demonic god Tata and the others arrived, they automatically opened up a path and didn't dare to surround them. As they went deeper, there were white bones everywhere. It was said that they were left behind by some experts, and the one who killed them was the Sky Devil Great Emperor. After entering the land of demonic creatures, palaces came into view. Among the palaces, the most eye-catching one was built on white bones. That was the residence of the Sky Devil Great Emperor. At the same time, it was the place where he went into seclusion to forge treasures. What a powerful aura! Lin Fei looked over. Above the palace there was a strong wind blowing. That was just the aura of an immortal emperor. Lin Fei didn't doubt that anyone who barged into that region would be killed by the immortal emperor aura. The purpose of this trip was to cause chaos in the Sky Devil Great Emperor's lair. Then, he would take the opportunity to plunder all sorts of treasures. He would treat it as compensation for the mental damage. Lin Fei had already thought it through. He would definitely make the Sky Devil Great Emperor bankrupt. Even if he didn't go bankrupt, he would sweep everything clean and make the Sky Devil Great Emperor cry. Demonic god Tata, what are you doing here? Along the way, demonic god Tata arrived in front of a cold palace. The experts that were captured were all imprisoned here. The Sky Devil Great Emperor gave this place a name: 18 levels of purgatory. Anyone who was captured here could forget about coming out once they entered the 18 levels of purgatory. We are here to do something. Move aside. Demonic god Tata and the other demonic gods came up. The guards immediately let them in. At most, they were curious as to why so many demonic gods had come today. This was a rare sight. Although it was strange, they wouldn't suspect anything. Sky Devil, you old thing, let me out. Men, I'll tell you everything. After entering the first level of the 18 levels of purgatory, they were greeted with all sorts of resentment, angry roars and howls. Master, this is the first level. They are all ordinary people. As you go further, those are the true experts. Many of them were personally captured by the Sky Devil Great Emperor and suppressed in the 18 levels of purgatory. Demonic god Tata introduced as they walked. Clearly, he was very familiar with the situation here. The old thing personally captured them? Lin Fei's original intention was to subdue some experts. But after hearing this, he lost interest in the first few levels. Those at the back were the true experts, so he didn't want to waste time here. The first few levels were just like what was said, there weren't any powerful people. From the 8th level onwards there were fewer people imprisoned. Arrays were used to seal the place. From here onwards, the strength of these people had already reached the heaven rank. It was unknown how many people had been tortured to death in the 18 levels of purgatory, causing the air above the 18 levels to be filled with resentment. Those whose mental state wasn't strong enough would have their fleshly bodies occupied by this resentment, turning them into walking corpses. The 9th and 10th levels of purgatory, these 2 levels were filled with heaven-rank perfection stage immortal kings. Master, this person is called demonic god Black Mountain. Back then, he was one of the generals of another devil emperor. Later on, that devil emperor was killed, and he was captured by the Sky Devil Emperor. Lin Fei looked at the huge prison. There was a tall figure sitting there. Even after such a long time, the killing aura on his body couldn't be erased. This demonic god Black Mountain is stronger than demonic god Tada and the others. After taking a look, Lin Fei knew that this was a powerful general. Even the Sky Devil Emperor wanted to capture him, preparing to subdue him. Now it was time for him to benefit. Demonic god Tada and the others came in and chased the protectors of the various levels out. Demonic god Tada, why are you here? You want me to submit to the Sky Devil Emperor? That's impossible. Who does he think he is? Back then, he wasn't even Master's match. The demonic god Black Mountain revealed a ferocious gaze. He rushed over. Clattering sounds could be heard as chains appeared and trapped him in a position, preventing him from rushing over. Lin Fei walked over from behind. Demonic god Black Mountain, as long as you open your sea of consciousness and let me set up a restriction, I'll bring you out. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had to subdue this demonic god. You are a human brat. Under the ferocious gaze, the demonic god Black Mountain immediately saw through him. He laughed. Ha, you are just a human brat. This demonic god can poke you to death with a finger. Lin Fei shook his head. You can't. The demonic god Black Mountain was furious. Even though he had been imprisoned for so long, his temper was still fiery. He couldn't take any provocation, especially from a human brat. If you have the guts, come in. This demonic god wants you to die without a burial. The demonic god Black Mountain roared. If you can poke me to death with a finger, I'll ask them to let you out. If not, you can be my servant. Do you dare to give it a try? Lin Fei said calmly. If you want this demonic god to be your servant, it's better if you die here. The demonic god Black Mountain laughed sinisterly. Come in, come in. This demonic god can't wait to poke you to death and leave this damned place. Not long after, the demonic god Black Mountain lowered his sinister head. Demonic god Black Mountain greets Master. The demonic god Black Mountain was very strong, but compared to Lin Fei, he was far inferior. Even if he was at his peak, he would still be around the same level. Lin Fei had subdued the first demonic god. With the demonic god Black Mountain leading the way, Lin Fei subdued all the experts on the 10th level. It wasn't as casual as when he subdued the demonic god Black Mountain. He directly brought people in, released a bunch of demonic gods, suppressed them and subdued them. He didn't care if they agreed or not. He forcefully subdued them one by one. From the 11th level to the 12th level, the number of people in prison decreased, but Lin Fei didn't let them go. Just like that, he swept all the way to the 15th level. There's movement. When they entered the 15th level, they didn't see any protectors. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. One of the demonic gods saw a corpse not far away. It was the protector. His Yuan spirit was shattered and he was killed in one move. He didn't even have time to release the news. Master, it's best if we don't go in. Someone has barged in. Demonic god Tada had a solemn expression. Lin Fei also saw that the protector was killed in one move. It was obvious that someone had entered. However, the fierce existences on this level were very tempted and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Who are you? A cold voice came from the depths. Shortly after, a figure appeared. He was carrying a person and casually threw him to the ground. Master, be careful. On the ground is a strong existence that has been imprisoned for a long time. I didn't expect him to be killed by this person. Not far away, the person was wrapped in black cloth. Only his eyes could be seen. The other party was very surprised that someone would enter at this time. Moreover, there was a bunch of demonic gods beside him. No matter who you are, since you saw me, you can stay here. Chapter 11:15. P.S. Today's 5 chapters, 15,000 words. I haven't written like this in a long time. Is everyone satisfied? So strong, where did he come from? The other party's blood energy was so strong that he could send the demon god that Lin Fei had subdued flying. Lin Fei didn't fall. He knew that this guy had a strong background. He waved his right hand and a saber light slashed out. Thick ancient saber intent filled the sky. One had strong blood energy, the other had shocking god power. They clashed head-on. After the saber light attack couldn't do anything to the other party, Lin Fei used 3 heads and 6 arms to fight the other party personally. 6 arms came out, and the battle between the two didn't stop. Boom boom boom, the two of them fought back and forth, leaving the nearby fiend celestials dumbfounded. This was especially so for the demon gods that he had just subdued. This was the first time they knew that their master was so strong. If they fought head-on, they wouldn't be his match. It was a good choice to have such a master. With such strength at this age, his future would be limitless. They couldn't compare to their current master at all. The difference was just too great. The faith left behind by the restriction sped up and became compatible. Lin Fei probably didn't expect that the battle with the black-robed man would speed up the process of subduing the demon gods. This guy's usage of laws has reached a high level. His realm is higher than mine, so I can only use strength to suppress him. If I take out the divine palace throne, I should be able to injure him on the spot. Lin Fei was thinking about whether he should go all out. This person was very difficult to deal with. No wonder he could enter the 18 levels of purgatory and go all the way to the 15th without anyone noticing. If not for Lin Fei's sudden impulse, this scene wouldn't have happened. Young man, let's stop. The black-robed man punched out and flashed away. His gaze was uncertain. The battle between the two didn't last long, and they both held back. The battle wasn't earth-shattering, but it wasn't something normal people could deal with. At least Demon God Tada and the Black Mountain Demon God would definitely die if they fought against the black-robed man. Lin Fei relied on his strength to block the other party's attack. The other party stopped, and Lin Fei did not continue attacking. In reality, he was worried that the situation in the 18 Purgatory would be known by the Sky Devil Emperor. That would be very bad. Sir, what did you mean just now? Am I that easy to bully? Just because Lin Fei didn't make a move didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. The black-robed man's face darkened, and his eyes flickered. This brat's strength is so strong, to be able to fight evenly with me. If I go all out, I won't be afraid of alerting the Sky Devil Emperor, and I can seriously injure this brat. I have important matters to attend to, and can't be delayed by this. Wait until the important matters are completed, then I'll take care of this brat. Young man, it was just a misunderstanding. Here are 5 billion true spirits. Take it as my compensation. We will meet again someday. The black-robed man threw out a storage ring and disappeared into the depths. Lin Fei put away the storage ring, and sure enough, there were 5 billion true spirits inside. Master, there's definitely something strange about this fellow. He should be heading towards the depths of the purgatory. Actually, Lin Fei himself knew that the person was obviously holding back, and didn't dare to use his full strength just like him. What kind of existence was locked up in the 18 Purgatory for such a person to enter personally? Lin Fei retracted his thoughts. Come to my heaven and earth smelt. I intend to take a look personally. After knowing that the other party had some restrictions, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At most, he would alert the Sky Devil Emperor, and the unlucky one would be the other party. He would definitely have a chance to leave. Tada demonic god had received the faith power, and they didn't dare to say anything about Lin Fei's words. They kept them all. Lin Fei's speed was really fast. As he chased, he realized that many of the people locked up in the seals had died a long time ago, and all of them had turned into hundreds of millions of corpses. Their blood chi is gone? There wasn't a single drop of blood chi on the corpses. Someone had used something to take it away. Lin Fei chased once more. Purgatory levels 16, 17, 18. A path of corpses, including protectors, was filled with extraordinary speed. The 18th level of the purgatory was pitch black, and the silence was terrifying. 5 huge iron pillars stood tall in the 18th level of the purgatory. On the iron pillars there were existences that couldn't be seen as humanoid. That black-clothed man was also there. He was standing in front of one of the iron pillars, holding a treasure in his hand. Fresh blood flowed down and landed on the iron pillar. The withered corpse on the iron pillar was like a bottomless pit, continuously swallowing fresh blood. The treasure in the black-clothed man's hand was also bottomless, continuously releasing fresh blood. Could it be that the fresh blood in those corpses was taken away by this thing? As the fresh blood poured in, the withered corpse gave off a powerful beating sound. It was like a huge drum that was beating unceasingly. After the beating became stronger, the corpse started to grow flesh. The speed wasn't very fast, but the shape could be seen. The black-clothed man was so focused that he didn't seem to see Lin Fei behind him. He was always doing one thing. Pung pung pung. After the powerful beating sound, there was the sound of chains. A black-clothed man appeared on the huge iron pillar, and a murderous aura swept over. Ha ha ha, this emperor is alive again. The black-clothed man's hoarse voice reverberated in the sky of the 18th level of the purgatory. Damn! This 18th level of the purgatory is really imprisoning a powerful celestial emperor expert. Lin Fei was shocked. The other party's body started to emit an celestial emperor aura. Hua hua hua, the black-clothed man moved, and he moved the chains. There were hundreds of chains wrapped around his body. They were black and shiny, and there were traces of starlight, allowing the black-clothed man to escape. Starlight cold iron, damn it! The black-clothed man roared, causing the chains to clank. This is the starlight cold iron? Lin Fei's ears twitched. The other party's celestial emperor aura was spreading. As he had just recovered, the pressure wasn't big, so he heard it clearly. Lin Fei focused. The chains looked ordinary, but when the starlight flashed, he instantly understood what they were. The starlight cold iron, such a legendary item. Why would it appear here, and even be used to imprison an celestial emperor? The starlight cold iron was a special material in the starry sky. It was indestructible. Even if an celestial emperor was imprisoned, he wouldn't be able to escape. It was rumored that people used the starlight cold iron to forge immortal weapons that were indestructible. However, these only existed in the legends. But today Lin Fei saw the starlight cold iron, such a legendary item. My lord, I have disappointed you. The black-clothed man who fought with Lin Fei previously knelt on the ground. After the black-clothed man roared, he retracted his aura. I didn't think that the Sky Devil Emperor would have such a good item. It trapped this emperor. What a miscalculation. The black-clothed man was indeed an celestial emperor. He had just advanced and was plotted against by the Sky Devil Emperor. He was imprisoned in the 18th level of the purgatory, and his body was chained by the starlight cold iron. Suddenly a clanking sound entered his ears. Only then did the black-clothed man see that on a metal pillar not far away, there was someone looking at the starlight cold iron chain. The black-clothed man on the ground lowered his head and said, Master, I don't know where this brat came from, but his battle prowess isn't inferior to this subordinate. This subordinate was afraid that something bad would happen, so I gave up the battle and allowed this brat to catch up. Please punish me, master. Are these people all dead? Suddenly, a voice came from the silent 18th level of the purgatory. So it was Lin Fei who had spoken. So what if they're dead? So what if they're not dead? Could it be that you still want to take away the starlight cold iron? After the black-clothed man recovered, his words were filled with the might of an emperor. They're dead. Of course I'll take them away. Lin Fei didn't even turn his head. Do you want to keep them? After this black-clothed man was imprisoned, he used a secret technique to look like he was dead, but in reality he was faking his death. Hearing the words of a minor character, he couldn't help but sneer. You're quite daring to speak to this emperor like this. Lin Fei's gaze was still on the starlight cold iron. He was so focused that no one could imagine what could be so focused on. Stop scaring people. You're locked up by the starlight cold iron. With your strength you can't break it. You can only say such words to scare people. What's the point? These words angered the black-clothed man half to death. If someone dared to say such words during normal times, he would have killed that person long ago. Why would he wait until now? Even if he was at his peak, he probably wouldn't be able to break free from the chains made of the starlight cold iron. Moreover, his strength had dropped greatly, and his cultivation had also dropped. He was now at the half-step immortal emperor level. Brat, you dare to imitate my master. The black-clothed man on the ground stood up angrily and sent a palm down. Lin Fei dodged to the side, and his power landed on the starlight cold iron. Starlight filled the sky. The starry sky and the universe were all there. If you have the ability, try again. Do you believe that I won't kill you here? So what if you're an immortal emperor? You're locked up and you're alone. Lin Fei was bold and skilled. He really didn't need to worry about a trash immortal emperor. The black-clothed man was still a little fearful. The black-clothed immortal emperor's voice rang in his ears. Back down. But the black-clothed man was unwilling to give up. Young man, I didn't expect to see such an outstanding talent like you in the myriad worlds. You're from the divine dragon world, right? To be able to condense a throne of the celestial court at such a young age, impressive, truly impressive. The black-clothed immortal emperor's eyes were like torches. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. He had cultivated a throne of the celestial court. He didn't expect that the black-clothed immortal emperor could see through him with a glance. You flatter me. Lin Fei thought again. The black-clothed man was an immortal emperor, so it wasn't strange that he could see through him. He continued to study the starlight cold iron. This was what he valued most. A special material that even an immortal emperor couldn't destroy. If it was refined into a flying dagger, it should be very useful to plot against people. Lin Fei was a little excited just thinking about it. Using a flying dagger to plot against an expert was too satisfying. Who would care about a flying dagger? By the time they reacted, it would be too late. Even an immortal emperor can't break this starlight cold iron. I wonder if my divine fire can melt it? Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could break it, but he was confident in his divine fire. Whoosh, a ball of divine fire appeared on Lin Fei's palm, jumping up and down. This is Chapter 11:16. Once the flames appeared, divinity filled the air. The starlight cold iron chain was covered in divine flames. The starlight universe appeared and turned into a layer of light, trying to block the invasion of the divine flames. The divine flames swept over like ferocious beasts, tearing apart the defense of the starlight cold iron. Patter, the sturdy starlight cold iron chain broke. The black-robed celestial emperor was dumbstruck. If he hadn't read some books back then, he probably wouldn't have recognized the origin of this flame. Divine flames, there are divine flames in the lower domain. How can he have something as heaven-defying as divine flames? Didn't the rumors say that divine flames aren't something a mortal body can withstand? How can it appear on a celestial king? What they didn't know was that Lin Fei cultivated a technique that belonged to a true god. He didn't use his body to create fire. As expected, it works. Lin Fei ignored the black-robed celestial emperor's shock. Divine flames can melt the starlight cold iron chain. This is a good thing. The more the better. I can't waste it. The starlight cold iron chain was unbreakable. Celestial Emperor's great techniques couldn't break through its defense. Lin Fei was prepared to take all the starlight cold iron chain. He wouldn't leave it for others. The black-robed celestial emperor was shocked. After a long time, he sighed. The world changed so quickly, especially when he saw the other take down the starlight cold iron chain. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the black-robed celestial emperor wouldn't have believed that a celestial king could move the starlight cold iron chain. Master, do you want me to capture him and undo the chain? The black-robed servant asked. There's no need. You are no match for him with just this divine flame alone. He cultivates several emperor-grade arts in his body, some of which contain ancient auras. They must have been left behind by a great immortal emperor. The black-robed celestial emperor shook his head and thought, Celestial Devil Emperor, you probably didn't expect that the 18 levels of purgatory and the starlight cold iron that you spent so much effort to get would be broken by a young man. Lin Fei was focused. At the same time, he released the demon god to guard the black-robed servant. The starlight cold iron chain on the 5 giant iron pillars landed in his hands. The starlight cold chains were very heavy, almost as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Fortunately, Lin Fei was very strong. He collected all of them into the heaven and earth furnace and activated the divine flame to slowly refine them. Half a day later, the starlight cold iron chains on the 4 iron pillars were all taken away. If this news were to spread out, the entire universe would be shaken. Someone could take away the starlight cold iron chain. Young man, if you help me open the starlight frigid chains, this emperor will owe you a favor. The black-clad immortal emperor, who had been resting, opened his eyes. His strength had recovered significantly, and his words were filled with Emperor's might. Lin Fei blinked. An immortal Emperor's favor? He had to admit that this temptation was very powerful. An immortal Emperor sounded very impressive. In the myriad realms, immortal Emperors were the true peak characters. Lin Fei's combat prowess was still a long way from reaching the immortal Emperor level. A favor from an immortal Emperor was indeed worth it. I'm afraid that once you come out, you'll kill me. Lin Fei shook his head. It was better not to take such a risk. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, let alone an immortal emperor. Lin Fei didn't want to take the risk. It was very tempting to think about it, but who knew the result? How dare you? Who allowed you to speak to master like this? The black-clad servant shouted. The mountains and rivers trembled, and he looked like he was about to attack. Lin Fei was very lazy. He really wasn't worried about this black-clad servant. The black-clad immortal emperor glanced at him. The black-clad servant's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he retreated to the side. This emperor's words always carry enormous weight. I will never go back on what I said. Moreover, since you dared to come here, you must have a grudge against the Sky Demon Emperor. Although your strength is not bad, you don't even have a 10% chance of winning against the Sky Demon Emperor. As long as this emperor regains my freedom, the Sky Demon Emperor won't be able to do anything to me. Lin Fei thought. This black-clad immortal emperor really knows how to talk. I've stolen a group of demon gods from the Sky Demon Emperor's hands and barged into the 18 levels of purgatory. If I release the black-clad immortal emperor again, the Sky Demon Emperor will probably vomit blood in anger. It would be best if we can fight each other again. The black-clad immortal emperor had been trapped for too long. The existence of the starlight cold chains bound him, causing him to be unable to come out. His strength was restricted. Now that an opportunity had appeared, no one was willing to miss it. The black-clad immortal emperor knew that the pillars at the side had imprisoned the immortal emperors and demon emperors. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, they couldn't withstand the flow of time. If he missed this opportunity, the black-clad immortal emperor would never have a day of freedom again. He would probably really turn into dust. Just based on your words, I still feel that it's not very reliable. Lin Fei still shook his head. This matter is very difficult for me. What a greedy fellow. The black-clad immortal emperor's eyes were like torches. How could he not see through the other party's thoughts? It was rare to see someone daring to ask a great emperor for money. Young man, this emperor doesn't have any money. However, once this emperor regains my freedom, I will definitely find the Sky Demon Emperor to fight. This emperor doesn't want anything in the treasury. The black-clad immortal emperor said. He could even see this. Lin Fei indeed had this thought. It still won't do. The Sky Demon Emperor has many experts under him. Do you think I can stop him? Lin Fei wasn't that stupid. I don't want to die for nothing. Xianquang, he's my man. His strength is about to reach the half-step immortal emperor level. Other than the Sky Demon Emperor, no one can stop him. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei had already guessed that this black-clad servant was very strong. He was suppressing a portion of his strength. It seemed that his guess was correct. I'll reluctantly do it, Lin Fei said. The black-clad immortal emperor Xianquang snorted when he saw the other party's doubtful expression. If it wasn't for his master, he would definitely kill this brat. Now that his master was asking this brat for help, immortal Emperor Xianquang didn't dare to act recklessly. The matter of the Starlight Cold Iron still depended on this brat. Not long later, the Starlight Cold Iron chain broke. The black-clad immortal emperor who was imprisoned shook the remaining Starlight Cold Iron chain away. Sky Demon, you old thing, I'm out. Ha 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 ha. Rumbling sounds reverberated from the 18 levels of purgatory. Giant cracks spread across the 18 levels of purgatory, completely collapsing. The black-clad immortal emperor's blood energy recovered. He punched open the 18 purgatory. The entire 18 purgatory shook as he charged out. In the sky above the Sky Demon lair, the black-clad immortal emperor's aura spread. After breaking free from the restriction, his strength continued to rise. The first batch of subordinates of the Sky Demon Emperor rushed out of the palace. The black-clad immortal emperor pressed down with his palm. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They were all wiped out. Quick, run! This is a demon emperor. The top experts of the Sky Demon Lair paled when they saw this scene. A demon emperor wasn't someone they could stop. They could casually kill him. Knowing that the enemy was behind them, the Sky Demon Lair was in complete chaos. Hong hong hong! The black-clad immortal emperor rushed out. His emperor's aura swept the Sky Demon Lair. With a slap of his hand, many powerful existences exploded. Their blood energy flew to the black-clad immortal emperor, and his aura continued to rise. Everywhere he passed, no one could stop him. Monarch Breaker, you actually broke free from the starlight cold iron. A huge black hand flew out from a palace in front of him and slapped towards the black-clad immortal emperor. Then a cold voice with surprise and shock could be heard. Very surprised, isn't it? The black-clad immortal emperor also slapped his palm. Back then, you plotted against this emperor. Did you think that this day would come? As soon as the two palms met, a terrifying force swept out, and an unknown number of experts were strangled to death. Sky Demon, you don't dare to use your full strength? Oh right, this emperor knows that you are forging a powerful immortal artifact and don't dare to be distracted. The army breaker devil emperor strode over and attacked the palaces not far away. One by one the palaces were destroyed. Lin Fei, who came out of the 18 purgatory, gasped when he saw this scene. After being imprisoned for so long, his strength is still so strong. Lin Fei put himself in the army breaker devil emperor's shoes and thought that if he encountered such an attack, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. Immortal emperors were indeed not ordinary. You guys fight. I'll go take a stroll around the treasury first. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. He couldn't interfere in this matter. I'll have to trouble you to go to the treasury. With another expert by his side, Lin Fei naturally had to make use of him. It would be a pity if he wasted it. Humph! Don't worry, I will complete Master's words. With the demon god leading the way, things were much simpler. Immortal Emperor Xian Kuang was very strong. Few could stop him along the way. With the appearance of a demon emperor, the people below were scared out of their wits. Monarch Breaker, how dare you destroy this old man's treasure? Not far away, an angry voice soared into the sky, blasting a hole in the sky. A skinny middle-aged man with a cold and gloomy aura flew up from the ruins. He had all kinds of divine abilities in his hands. The sun and moon shone brightly, and the aura of the great Tao reverberated. Ha ha ha, so what if I destroy your treasure? Another battle erupted in the sky. He really destroyed the treasure. Lin Fei didn't dare to look and shrunk his neck. This time he really made the Sky Demon Emperor angry. He should make a trip to the treasury, collect the treasure, and then sneak away. Young man, you only have the time of an incense stick. Once the time is up, I'll leave. Demon Emperor Pajun's voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears after the door of the treasury was destroyed. The time of an incense stick? Almost. The treasury of the Sky Demon Emperor's nest was filled with treasures and all kinds of cultivation resources. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he took out the heaven and earth furnace and collected everything he wanted. As for what it was, he didn't have time to care. This kid is really ruthless. He's going to rob everything. Immortal Emperor Xian Kuang was at the door and saw everything clearly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people who dared to collect treasures in the nest of a demon emperor, but it was very rare for a celestial king to do it. Ordinary celestial kings couldn't move when they saw the emperor's aura, so how would they dare to plunder the demon emperor's treasury? Just based on this point, Immortal Emperor Xian Kuang knew that he couldn't compare to him. What a promising young man. The time of an incense stick wasn't long or short, but it was enough for Lin Fei. It's about time. Lin Fei came out again, and the aura of all kinds of divine abilities filled the sky, all of which were emperor-level divine abilities. They intertwined and didn't dissipate for a long time. The two demon emperors fought back and forth, and their traces couldn't be seen clearly. Sky Demon, your strength is only SOSO. Wait for my strength to recover, then we'll fight again. Chapter 11:17. After the battle, the Sky Devil Emperor's lair was no longer what it used to be. The aura of the Sky Devil Emperor's divine arts were everywhere. The divine arts left behind by the Sky Devil Emperor didn't dissipate for a long time. Anyone who went near them would be obliterated. The Sky Devil Emperor's lair was in ruins. The Sky Devil Emperor was restrained in the battle between the two. After being imprisoned for so long, the Sky Devil Emperor needed to vent his anger. The Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates were all heavily injured by the Sky Devil Emperor's attacks. The power of an enraged Sky Devil Emperor was unimaginable. After Devil Emperor Pajuan left, the Sky Devil Emperor was gloomy. He didn't have the time to activate the formation to keep the Sky Devil Emperor. How did Devil Emperor Pajuan come out? No one in the universe can break the starlight cold iron. The Sky Devil Emperor's expression was ugly. Back then, when he imprisoned this demon emperor, he actually wanted to obtain the other party's divine abilities and methods to increase his own strength. The Sky Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to the Sky Devil Emperor. He could only suppress the Sky Devil Emperor in the last level of purgatory, and use the starlight cold iron to restrain him. But who would have thought that the Sky Devil Emperor would come out one day? The Sky Devil Emperor really wanted to kill Devil Emperor Pajuan, but he could only heavily injure the Sky Devil Emperor. What a pity! If this Emperor's soul-extinguishing divine spear was completed, killing Pajuan would be as easy as flipping my palm. The Sky Devil Emperor thought. Now that the Sky Devil Emperor has escaped, he will definitely come for revenge in the future. Pajuan has many good friends behind him, and some of them are far stronger than me. For safety's sake, I need to find them. The Sky Devil Emperor was thinking far ahead. Since it had happened, he just had to deal with it. Pajuan had friends, so did he. Who was afraid of who? My soul-extinguishing divine spear failed at the crucial moment. At least it's a half-finished product and can still release some power. I'll just refine it after I gather the materials. The Sky Devil Emperor was in a bad mood. When he returned to his palace, he found that the soul-extinguishing divine spear was gone. His divine sense scanned the place and couldn't find the half-finished spear. Who took it? Boom, boom, boom. Another large area of the palace was crushed into pieces. The celestial demon emperor couldn't think of anyone who could steal his divine soul destroyer spear at such a critical juncture, and do it without making a sound. Ancestor, the treasury has been ransacked. The Sky Devil Monarch often searched for treasures outside, and there were many treasures and materials in the treasury. This news was like rubbing salt on the wound. Whoosh, the Sky Demon Emperor was in the treasury. The huge treasury was practically empty. It had been ransacked by the rats, but they couldn't find anything decent. Who did it? This emperor is going to skin him alive. Roars reverberated in the sky above Heavenly Demon's lair, lingering for a long time. This spear is so heavy, I almost couldn't carry it. Lin Fei carried the black spear and executed the emperor-level divine ability, so near yet worlds apart. He executed it several times in a row and only stopped when he felt that it was safe. Lin Fei had stolen the soul-extinguishing divine spear refined by the Sky Demon Emperor. When the two monarchs were fighting, Lin Fei plundered the treasury. He dared to sneak under the ruins of the palace and tore apart the restriction formation. Lin Fei didn't waste time and charged in. He saw a spear emitting imperial aura and carried it away, not caring if it was good or bad. Young man, you're quite bold. You even dared to take the soul-extinguishing divine spear refined by the Sky Demon Emperor. Devil Emperor Pajuan walked out of the void with a pale face. After a round of fighting, he was injured and retreated. The soul-extinguishing divine spear in Lin Fei's hand flew out and landed in Devil Emperor Pajuan's hand. Several seals landed on it, and the imperial aura returned to the soul-extinguishing divine spear. Devil Emperor Pajuan didn't know what to say. This young man dared to steal the treasure while they were fighting. No one in the 10,000 worlds would dare to do such a thing. It's a good item. It's faded with me. This can't be blamed on anyone. Don't tell me the great emperor has taken a fancy to it? Lin Fei blinked. He was really worried that Devil Emperor Pajuan would take a fancy to the spear. From the first glance, Lin Fei knew that this spear was extraordinary. It turned out that it was called the soul-extinguishing divine spear. Don't worry, this emperor has no interest in this thing. This emperor has helped you erase the traces left behind by the Sky Demon Emperor. You can use it without worry. The soul-extinguishing divine spear landed in Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei just remembered that he almost brought trouble to himself. This soul-extinguishing divine spear came from the hands of the Sky Demon Emperor. It must have left behind his divine sense. Many thanks, Lord Devil Emperor. Lin Fei said gratefully. He kept the soul-extinguishing divine spear. I wonder what level this soul-extinguishing divine spear has reached. You are quite smart. This soul-extinguishing divine spear should be an emperor's divine weapon. A divine weapon that can only be used by immortal emperors. Now this soul-extinguishing divine spear is just a half-finished product, and it should be a high-grade immortal weapon, containing a portion of emperor's might. With your strength you won't be able to use it more than once. Demon Emperor Pajun naturally knew what this guy was thinking. High-grade immortal weapon? That's not bad. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity. However, he knew that immortal emperors could use emperor's divine weapons instead of immortal weapons. Your appetite is really big. You're still not satisfied? You're just an immortal king. A high-grade immortal weapon is enough to turn the tables at a crucial moment. Devil Emperor Pajun shook his head. The Sky Demon Emperor has suffered a great loss this time. Many people will suffer because of this. You should leave as soon as possible. This emperor is leaving too. Lin Fei was satisfied. A high-grade immortal weapon was another trump card. This trump card couldn't be used carelessly. If the Sky Demon Emperor heard about it, he would be hunted down. Many thanks for the reminder, Devil Emperor. When he looked again, Demon Emperor Pajun had disappeared. He left so quickly. Is he afraid that I'll rely on him? Lin Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. He flew towards the academy. The great metropolis heaven was huge. Lin Fei's speed was much faster than before. If he used his emperor's sacred art, he would be even faster. Rivers and mountains passed under his feet. In the great metropolis heaven, the immortal king realm was one of the best. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to get some good stuff under the nose of the Sky Demon Emperor. He didn't expect to take the most important thing and release a devil emperor. It was like a dream. He wanted to go to the Nether Palace, but it seemed that he had to postpone it. If he was suspected, the anger of a devil emperor wouldn't be appeased so easily. In the cloudless sky, a group of 8 people flew across the sky. What do you guys think Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei did this time to anger the Nether Palace and force the Holy Heaven Academy to hand over Lin Fei? That's hard to say. But the Nether Palace is coming in a threatening manner. It seems like they'll declare war if the Holy Heaven Academy doesn't hand over Lin Fei. That's impossible, right? The Holy Heaven Academy probably doesn't want to start a war with the Nether Palace just for Lin Fei. These people were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. At this moment, a power enveloped them, making them unable to move. They saw a black-clothed man appear before them. It was Lin Fei. What did you guys just say? Lin Fei asked with a solemn face. Everyone in the group was so scared that their faces were pale. The leader braced himself and said, Brother Lin, we were just saying it casually. Before he could speak, he was interrupted. Get to the point, what exactly happened? Lin Fei didn't know that he would hear about the Nether Palace. It seemed that the Nether Palace wanted the Holy Heaven Academy to hand him over. After increasing his cultivation realm, Lin Fei's fighting strength was unbelievably ferocious, even though he was only in the Immortal King realm. Just a single sentence was enough to scare them to the point that they felt as if they had encountered a god of death. He told them everything he knew. To sum it up, it was very simple. The Netherworld Palace seemed to have taken some wrong medicine. They brought a large group of people and aggressively charged into the Holy Heaven Academy, demanding the higher-ups of the academy to hand over Lin Fei. After Lin Fei figured it out, he turned into a streak of light and left. That aura was so terrifying. How can Lin Fei's strength increase so quickly? Those people were covered in cold sweat. Lin Fei was more terrifying than the rumors said. Nether Palace, I didn't go to you, but you came to me instead. You must have taken the wrong medicine. Do you really think that I, Lin Fei, am still the Lin Fei that you chased after? Killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He didn't want to go to the Nether Palace at first. Since they came to bully him, he couldn't just let it go. If you dare to touch a hair on Lin Jiqing and the others, I will make the Nether Palace disappear. Lin Fei directly used the Arch-tier divine ability so close, yet worlds apart. The dense aura of the Arch-tier divine ability flew over the cities, alarming many experts who were cultivating in seclusion. They all sensed the aura of the Arch-tier divine ability and the killing aura. What's going on? What great anger! These hidden cultivators woke up from their seclusion and looked at one side of the sky. The Holy Heaven Academy had been in the limelight recently. The Eternal Emperor's treasure vault was about to open, and everyone was paying attention to it. Originally, there shouldn't be anyone looking for trouble at this juncture. But when the Nether Palace came in a threatening manner, the appearance of a few Nether Palace elders alarmed all the forces in the great metropolis world. Now that these elders had appeared, something big was going to happen. For the sake of Lin Fei, the Nether Palace had gone all out this time. They were determined to take Lin Fei away. The Holy Heaven Academy was once again the center of attention. Our intention is very simple. Hand over Lin Fei, and you will still be the Holy Heaven Academy. Otherwise, don't blame us for starting a war with your academy. A cold voice echoed in a majestic palace. 3 dignified old men stood in a straight line with a powerful aura. Behind them stood a group of subordinates. The elder in the middle suddenly threw out a ruthless remark without looking at the reaction of the others in the palace. On the Holy Heaven Academy's side, the senior elders were all furious. Since the establishment of the academy, no one had ever dared to declare war against the Holy Heaven Academy. The Nether Palace wanted to start a war for a mere Lin Fei. The senior elders were shocked. Chapter 11:18. Holy Sky Academy Main Hall. The attitude of the people from Netherworld Palace was overbearing, but the result was the same. They wanted the higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy to hand over Lin Fei, not giving them any face at all. Many elders of Holy Sky Academy obviously wouldn't agree to this request. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a peerless monster, an elite among the younger generation. He would have a place in the future even if he walked out of the great metropolis world. Some of the more hot-tempered ones refused very thoroughly. Their meaning was very obvious. It was impossible to hand over Lin Fei unless they started a war. The people in the main hall were as noisy as a market. The people from Netherworld Palace said that they would give them one night to think. If they couldn't make a decision by then, they would take action themselves. At that time, it wouldn't be their business anymore. The words they left behind made some of the higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy angry. If they didn't restrain themselves, they would have taken action on the spot. Even so, that was almost the limit. Humph. The Holy Heaven Academy will definitely obediently hand over that brat Lin Fei. We can take him away without any effort. In a palace in Holy Sky Academy, the people from the Nether Palace would stay here for the night. Although Holy Sky Academy was angry, they didn't dare to let the people from Netherworld Palace go out. Netherworld Palace was one of the top 10 forces after all. Moreover, there were 3 hidden elders who came today. Yu Jotian Immortal Emperor snorted. To avoid trouble, we will take action tomorrow. That brat Lin Fei isn't here, we will take his family away. Everything was worth it in order to curry favor with the major forces of the Divine Dragon world. Yu Jotian Immortal Emperor was one of the warmongers. They liked to solve everything with force. If they didn't agree, they would take action. They really didn't care about a mere Holy Sky Academy. Saint Sky Immortal Emperor had become a thing of the past. He wasn't a threat anymore. They didn't dare to take action before because Holy Sky Academy had a certain foundation. If they really broke the net, both sides would suffer. They didn't want that. Things were different now. With the support of Hidden Dragon Force, they didn't care about all this. Today, those old fogies said that they don't plan to hand over Lin Fei. It doesn't seem possible to expect them to hand over Lin Fei. Another elder spoke. This elder was called Frostfire Immortal Emperor, similarly an elder who cultivated in seclusion. Back then, his reputation in Great Metropolis world wasn't small, having killed many experts. He was a savage person. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up and said in a low voice, 3 elders, the higher-ups of the Divine Heaven Academy aren't united. For example, Elder Mu Outyin is gnashing his teeth at Lin Fei. Back then, not only did Lin Fei make a move against his disciple, he even made a move against him, causing him to lose all face in the academy. As long as we release our thoughts, I believe that they will definitely be very enthusiastic about dealing with Lin Fei. I'll leave this matter to you. You must do it well. We don't want to waste time on this. Immortal Emperor Frost said indifferently. The middle-aged man retreated. There were only 3 elders left in the main hall. Why bother? Why don't we just make a move tomorrow? Yu Jotian, Immortal Emperor, was not satisfied with the arrangement. Do you think those old fogies of the Divine Heaven Academy dare to stop us? I'll cripple them. Yu Jotian, Immortal Emperor, killed people like flies before you became an Immortal Emperor, not to mention that you have comprehended more than 50 laws after becoming an Immortal Emperor. It's best not to make a move if we can. Immortal Emperor Frost was already used to Yu Jotian, Immortal Emperor's words. We must bring Lin Fei back. No one can stop us, not even those old fogies of the Academy. Lin Fei is simply a pest. In another palace of the Divine Heaven Academy, many elders were sitting together and discussing among themselves. It seemed like they were taking pleasure in Lin Fei's misfortune. That goes without saying. He must have killed another genius disciple of the Nether Palace. That's why the Nether Palace is willing to make a move. Lin Fei is too daring. He doesn't even care about us seniors. It's great that he's taken away by the Nether Palace. Many of these elders' disciples had either suffered greatly at Lin Fei's hands or been killed. As Lin Fei's strength continued to rise, his battle prowess was off the charts. Gradually, they were unable to suppress him anymore. However, Elder Du Tao and the others won't agree. An elder said. Many elders think highly of Lin Fei. They think that he's the future pillar of the Academy. The words of these elders caused their mood, which had just gotten better with great difficulty, to sink to the bottom again. They couldn't turn the situation around with their words. Elder Mu, someone's coming. A person ran in and said. Mu Outyan sat on the main seat with a frown. I won't see anyone today. At this time, Mu Outyan was thinking about how to deal with Lin Fei. He would not waste time meeting with anyone. Lin Fei had publicly slapped him in the face and even sent him to Mount June to face the wall in the cold valley. He had yet to vent his anger. Elder, this is the token of the person outside. The person braced himself and took out an item. Mu Outyan glanced at it and his expression changed. He stood up. Bring me there. The others didn't see it clearly. They were all curious about what made Elder Mu change his mind. They knew Elder Mu's character. Not long after, Elder Mu returned. Everyone wanted to know who it was, but no one dared to ask. Everyone, go back and contact your friends. Lin Fei must be on the same side. Mu Outyan said. Our Divine Heaven Academy has experienced many ups and downs in the great metropolis world. We can't make a mistake on this matter. The Nether Palace is powerful. If we really start a war, both sides will suffer. At that time, we will definitely be surpassed by other academies. Mu Outyan's words were very serious. Everyone agreed with this statement. The Nether Palace wasn't a small force. It was one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. It wasn't worth it for the Academy to start a war with them just for Lin Fei. Rest assured, Elder Mu. We will go and persuade the other elders after we go back. We must pay attention to Lin Fei's matter. All the elders present were well aware that Elder Mu had to get rid of Lin Fei and take revenge for what he had done in the past. The elders left very quickly. After all the elders left, Mu Outyan's expression was gloomy. Lin Fei, you asked for it. I've obtained a lot of benefits by persuading some elders. You really made the Nether Palace spend a lot of money. This old man will go and persuade those elders while I have time. The Divine Heaven Academy's upper echelons were divided into 3 factions. One refused to hand over Lin Fei, the other wanted to hand over Lin Fei, and the last one was the neutral faction. Mu Outyan wanted to persuade the neutral faction. After all, the number of neutral factions was the most important. As long as he roped them in, even the elders who supported Lin Fei would have to respect everyone's opinion. One night actually passed very quickly. It could be said that the Divine Heaven Academy's upper echelons didn't have a good rest. The Nether Palace starting a war with the Divine Heaven Academy wasn't a small matter. On the contrary, it was a huge matter. They couldn't sleep for the entire night. A dark cloud was gradually forming in the sky above the Divine Heaven Academy. The major forces in the great metropolis world were actually paying attention to this matter. They were quite curious. Why would they start a war with the Divine Heaven Academy just for Lin Fei? Could it be that there were many secrets hidden in it? They might be a big sect, but they were actually quite gossipy. The Nether Palace wanted to start a war with the Divine Heaven Academy just for one person. Person who wasn't that important. It was indeed unimaginable. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the palace, A new day had arrived. I wonder what's the outcome for you guys? We don't have much time to spare. Let's wait for you guys. Yu Jotian's tone was very cold. He swaggered down and ignored the gazes of many elders. Elder Yu, we don't have to be so anxious. I believe they already have an outcome. Immortal Monarch Huan acted as the good guy. But in reality, he was also forcing the upper echelons of the Divine Heaven Academy to take out an outcome. The upper echelons and elders of the Divine Heaven Academy were all furious. The Nether Palace wasn't giving them any face at all. Were they determined to devour the Divine Heaven Academy? Elders of the Nether Palace, Lin Fei is a genius of our academy with a boundless future. Do you think that it's possible for you to hand over Lin Fei or start a war? Saint 33, the Grand Elder of the Divine Heaven Academy, said in a solemn voice. Even the Grand Elder of the Divine Heaven Academy was alarmed by this matter. Saint 33 was a disciple of the Saint Sky Immortal Emperor. He hadn't been involved in the Academy's affairs for a very long time. Apart from important matters, he rarely showed himself. I was wondering who it was, so it's the Grand Elder. The Immortal Monarch recognized Yu Jotian and said in an eccentric tone, Grand Elder, many people will die for a single Lin Fei. This old man is afraid that you can't afford the loss. The Divine Heaven Academy is still one of the 4 great academies in the great metropolis world. Don't let the inheritance of the Divine Heaven Academy in just for a single Lin Fei. If the Saint Sky Immortal Emperor knows about this, he definitely won't be at peace. Yu Jotian sneered again. It might seem like a reminder, but it was actually a warning. In the great metropolis world, the 4 great academies had a lot of influence. If the Divine Heaven Academy really started a war, then no matter the outcome, the Divine Heaven Academy wouldn't be able to bear it. In the worst case, they might suffer a great loss and never be able to rise again. They might even be annexed by others. For the Divine Heaven Academy that had been passed down for so long, no one wanted to see such a scene. Yu Jotian's words caused a commotion among the upper echelons of the Divine Heaven Academy. They still cared a lot about the Divine Heaven Academy that had been passed down from generation to generation. If the Academy suffered a great loss for a single Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. The Grand Elder, Saint 33, slightly frowned his brows as he saw some signs. Chapter 11:19. Elysium Main Hall. Elysium's Great Elder's attitude was very firm. He would rather start a war than hand over Lin Fei. If they lowered their head in front of a force and handed over Lin Fei, then from now on, Elysium would no longer be considered as one of the 4 great academies. Their influence might even plummet and fall from their position as one of the 4 great academies. At that time, no one would be willing to join Elysium. If Elysium couldn't even protect a single disciple, if they could hand over Lin Fei today, then they could hand over another Li Fei Zhang Fei as time goes on, who would still become a disciple of Elysium. One could imagine what the result would be. Many higher-ups agreed with Saint 33's words. They couldn't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. The expressions of Yu Jotian and the rest slightly changed. If Elysium's Great Elder insisted on not handing Lin Fei over, would they really start a war? Starting a war was just a deterrent to gain an advantageous position. Just like what they said, if they really started a war, then both sides would suffer great losses. The 3 elders of the Netherworld Palace wanted to rely on their influence to suppress others. As long as they could suppress the higher-ups of Elysium, then everything would be easy. Saint 33, do you really want to stubbornly go all the way? Aren't you going to ask for their opinion? Immortal Emperor Frost said indifferently with a hint of pride on his face. Saint 33 said, In Elysium as the Great Elder, I believe the other elders will agree with my decision. You don't have to worry about it. Immortal Emperor Frost laughed heartily. That's not necessarily true. You might be the disciple of the Elysium Old Ancestor, but Elysium doesn't belong to you alone. Just now Immortal Emperor Frost received the news. It was a success. Great Elder, this old man has something to say about Lin Fei. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder came out from the higher-ups of Elysium. He was surrounded by people and seemed to be very influential. Everyone else looked at him with respect. Saint 33 raised his eyebrows. Old 5, what do you want to say? The 5th elder was actually one of the 10 most influential elders among the upper echelon elders. His name was Elder Hai Tian. Grand Elder, you're a disciple of the Patriarch, and I'm a notary disciple as well. We've worked so hard for the Institute, but now you're going to abandon the Institute for the sake of Lin Fei. Are you going to drag everyone to their deaths? Elder Hai is right. It's not worth it for a mere Lin Fei. Our academy is filled with geniuses. If you do something wrong, you will have to pay the price. One by one, the elders stepped forward. Many of them were elders of the centrist faction. Not far away, a few elders' faces darkened. Why did Elder Hai and the others suddenly oppose Lin Fei? That doesn't make sense. Doesn't Elder Hai like Lin Fei? These elders all supported Lin Fei, and Elder Du Tao was one of them. If Lin Fei matured, he would definitely become an expert of the Institute in the future. Du Tao and the others naturally had to defend the Nether Palace's treatment of Lin Fei, and they wouldn't agree to hand over Lin Fei. In just one night, the centrist elders changed their minds. If this continued, things wouldn't be good. Elder Du Tao and the others began to worry. The Grand Elder had a lot of authority in the Elysium Institute. Once all the elders had the same opinion on certain matters, the Grand Elder would have to carefully consider it. Old Five is right. This old man also agrees to hand over Lin Fei. Another elder stepped forward, causing another commotion among the upper echelon elders. This elder was also one of the 10 elders. His name was Etian, and his influence wasn't any weaker than Elder Hai Tian's. He was a notary disciple. The Elysium ancestor had left behind some inheritances and accepted many disciples. His personal disciple was Saint 33. There weren't many disciples like him, but notary disciples were not few. Among the 10 elders, all of them were notary disciples, and their influence was huge. 2 of the 10 elders came out one after another. Anyone who wasn't stupid would know what this meant. In just one night, a storm was brewing. Everyone definitely doesn't know what Lin Fei has done outside, right? At this moment, Mu Outyin walked out with a face full of anger. His words had undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of the upper echelon elders. The Nether Palace came in an overbearing manner and wanted to take Lin Fei away. As for the reason, they didn't say a word. Since the other party didn't say anything, everyone naturally didn't know. Mu Outyin stood out and said this. Everyone wanted to know what Lin Fei had done to attract the hidden elders of the Nether Palace. Let's see how you escape this time. Mu Outyin sneered in his heart. Some of the upper echelon elders who originally supported Lin Fei wavered. If Lin Fei had really done something wrong and affected the reputation of the Elysium Academy, they would stand on the opposite side for the sake of the Academy. Seeing that everyone's gaze was drawn over, Mu Outyin said, although there is a certain conflict between me and Lin Fei, that is just a small matter. As long as Lin Fei doesn't make a huge mistake and does something that disgraces the Academy, I won't target him. Speaking of which, he is also a disciple of the Academy. However, this time Lin Fei has gone too far. Even I can't help but get angry after hearing it. I don't want to speak up for him. Those who didn't know better would really think that Mu Outyin was a magnanimous person, and wouldn't take the previous matter to heart. Nonsense. Elder Du Tao and the others wouldn't believe that Mu Outyin would be so kind as to help Lin Fei. They knew Mu Outyin the best. The Vice Dean of Mount June was his subordinate. Now that he was imprisoned, how could he be magnanimous? Perhaps everyone doesn't know that Lin Fei looks like a gentleman on the surface, but he is actually a rapist in private. A few days ago, he snuck into the Nether Palace, harmed the fairies and cruelly killed them. Mu Outyin said a lot of words and poured all kinds of dirty water on Lin Fei. Rapist? Cruel and unbearable to look at? Moreover, it happened to a great force like the Nether Palace? For an academy, a rapist that ruined its reputation had always been something that they attached great importance to. If this matter was true, then the Nether Palace had sufficient reason to come here with murderous intent. Impossible. We all know what kind of character Lin Fei has. What you said is completely unreasonable. Elder Du Tao couldn't help but say, Elder Mu, do you think that with junior brother Lin Fei's strength he can enter the Nether Palace quietly? Can he leave calmly? Even you and I might not be able to do it. Everyone knew what kind of place the Nether Palace was. With just Lin Fei's strength he definitely couldn't enter. Since he couldn't enter, this kind of words were obviously untenable. Elder Du Tao and the others doubted the truth of these words. Elder Du Tao almost scolded Mu Outyin for being more shameless. No matter what, Lin Fei was their junior brother. Yet, Mu Outyin spoke ill of him in public. Didn't he have any shame? Mu Outyin said with a pained expression. I thought so too. Lin Fei is a genius and a pioneer among the youths. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. But now, it seems that we know a person for a long time but not for his heart. Elder Du, you have to believe the truth. Otherwise, why would the Nether Palace come here? Great Elder, since Lin Fei has done such a thing, in my opinion, we don't need to protect him, Elder Hai Tian said indifferently. If this matter were to spread out, it wouldn't be good for our academy. Elder Tian said. I believe that everyone has the same thought. Lin Fei can do such a thing. Even the heavens cannot tolerate it. If we continue to tolerate it, we can't guarantee that he won't do other things in the future. The higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy were not united. The people of the Nether Palace all laughed. A mere trick caused the higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy to be no longer united. It seemed that they really didn't need to use force to easily take away Lin Fei. Perhaps when they returned to the Nether Palace, their contributions would be even greater. After all, they wouldn't need to waste a single soldier. Now, it all depended on the decision of the Great Elder of Holy Sky Academy. The elders who supported Lin Fei at the beginning were gradually shaken. They started to support handing over Lin Fei. Except for a few, almost everyone had the same thought. Hand over Lin Fei so that it wouldn't affect the academy. The situation was one-sided. Any academy couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Not to mention, it was even more intolerable when someone came knocking on their door. Handing over Lin Fei seemed to be the best choice. The Great Elder, Saint 33, frowned even more. He didn't expect such a situation. Many elders among the 10 elders stood out one after another. This made the Great Elder have no choice but to carefully consider this matter. If the people's hearts were scattered, it wouldn't be easy to lead the team. Although the Holy Sky Academy wasn't as glorious as it used to be, it was still barely one of the 4 great academies. However, if something were to happen to the academy because of Lin Fei, then as the Great Elder, he would have a huge responsibility. He wouldn't have the face to see the old ancestor. Great Elder, you have to think twice about ending the legacy of the sacred heaven old ancestor for a single Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Huahan said proudly. At this point, he didn't believe that Saint 33 would go all the way and fight against the Netherworld Palace for a single Lin Fei. If that was the case, the Holy Sky Academy would be courting death. After hearing Mu Outyin's words, almost 2/3 of the elders felt that Lin Fei had committed a heinous crime and shouldn't be protected. They suggested handing him over. Only the remaining 1/3, such as the elders behind the 3 vice-deans and Elder Du Tao, thought that Lin Fei wouldn't do such a thing. Mu Outyin's words alone couldn't prove anything without any substantial evidence. However, the Netherworld Palace was coming aggressively and even declared war. Unknowingly, it gave everyone a huge pressure. It was normal for the elders to have such thoughts. Great Elder, I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. Are you going to hand over Lin Fei or not? Yu Jiutian sneered. Lin Fei is the first person who dares to do such a thing in the Netherworld Palace. I believe your academy won't allow such a person to affect the academy. Right? Ha ha ha. They could see that Saint 33 had made a decision. He was determined to hand over Lin Fei. Who dares to stop me? Chapter 11:20. The Nether Palace had come with a lot of people, not only to strengthen their momentum, but also to show off their muscle strength. In order to prevent Lin Fei from escaping, the Nether Palace had arranged a lot of experts outside. They immediately saw the commotion outside. They released their divine senses and saw Lin Fei, who was being blocked by someone. The black-clad Lin Fei was very eye-catching in the crowd. 3 elders, that person is Lin Fei. Someone quickly went up to report. Their understanding of Lin Fei had always been limited to his name. It wasn't that they had never seen him before, but they didn't care much about his appearance. I was wondering who Lin Fei is. It turns out he's just a kid. Yu Jiutian laughed coldly. For this little fellow, I'm already giving him a lot of face, let alone the 3 of us elders. The frigid fire immortal emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. This Lin Fei truly has some capabilities. Not long ago, he was already a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. In such a short period of time, His cultivation base has already reached the heaven-ranked immortal king realm. The other elder, Netherghost, who hadn't spoken much, said, "Since Lin Fei has appeared, we don't have to look for him. Let's capture him." The three of them had the same idea. They had to take him away. "Zelie, go and suppress Lin Fei later." A young man behind them said with joy, "Don't worry, elders. I'll take down Lin Fei. No matter how talented he is, he's no match for me." The three elders were quite relieved. Zelie's strength was obvious to everyone in the sect. Behind him stood several high-level elders, and his influence was very great. This time, he had brought him here to render meritorious service. If one wanted to go far in the Nether Palace, they had to make a contribution. Taking Lin Fei back was undoubtedly a big deal. As long as they captured him, plus the elders behind him, the benefits would be unimaginable. "It's good that you're back. We don't even need to say anything. The people from the Nether Palace will take you down." When Mu Outyin saw Lin Fei, he was slightly startled. Then he gloated. "The Nether Palace's 3 hidden elders are here. Let's see how Lin Fei is going to deal with this." Heaven-ranked immortal king? How is that possible? But when he saw Lin Fei's cultivation base, Mu Outyin felt even more unhappy. When Lin Fei was still a great firmament golden immortal, Lin Fei had already caused him to suffer a loss. Now that he was a heaven-ranked immortal king, his combat prowess didn't increase even further. At this point, Mu Outyin couldn't wait for the Nether Palace to capture Lin Fei. For such a genius to grow to such an extent, it was quite dangerous. If this continued, the future days of these elders would not be good. Mu Outyin had done many things today. If Lin Fei found out about it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fei must not stay. For Lin Fei to return at this time was clearly not a good time. That brat Lin Fei, why did he come back? Du Tao and the others didn't really want Lin Fei to return at this time. If he didn't return, everything would be fine. Even if the 3 elders of the Nether Palace wanted to make a move, they would have to pay a certain price. Now that he was back, the situation was completely different. What should we do? I didn't expect the Nether Palace to really muster such a large force. After hearing the news, Lin Fei executed the Emperor Tier Divine Ability Foot Apart and rushed back immediately. They were only at the periphery, but they were immediately targeted by the people from the Nether Palace. "All of you die." Lin Fei originally delayed dealing with the Nether Palace, but they took the initiative to come to him. This made him very angry. Hua hua hua. The saber light slashed out in an incomparably domineering manner. The disciples of the Nether Palace in the periphery weren't a match for it and were instantly killed. Their corpses were cut into several pieces and fell from the sky. "Those who block me shall die." The saber intent around Lin Fei boiled and evolved into a world of saber intent. A world of saber intent swept his way. After all, this saber intent came from the ancient Saber Emperor. It wasn't just domineering. The people of the Nether Palace in the periphery were heavily injured and couldn't stop Lin Fei from charging in. On the side of the Nether Palace, many people frowned. Lin Fei's battle prowess seemed to be stronger than the information stated. Such a domineering saber intent almost crushed a group of their disciples. Although they were surprised by Lin Fei's strength, they were still at ease with the 3 elders around. After all, no matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was definitely not a match for the 3 elders. "Lin Fei, you've committed a grave sin. Why don't you kneel and admit your mistake?" Mu Outyin was very uncomfortable when he saw Lin Fei crushing the disciples of the Nether Palace. Many of the disciples of the Nether Palace were very strong, but they were slaughtered like sheep in front of Lin Fei. He hoped that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to stay. Some people on Mu Outyan's side agreed. They could see that Lin Fei had endless potential. If they didn't take this opportunity to get rid of Lin Fei, it would be impossible the next time. At this moment, Lin Fei rushed in from the outside. The group of people moved from the palace to the gate and happened to see Lin Fei rushing in. The Nether Palace is really generous. They directly arranged for 3 immortal emperors, and each of them has cultivated more than 50 laws. Their battle prowess is very strong. With a single glance, Lin Fei was able to tell that the strength of those 3 elders were like 3 immovable mountains. They were extraordinarily powerful. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything. Each of the 3 immortal emperors wanted him to have nowhere to go. With the passage of time, the situation was different from the past. He was no longer someone that anyone could bully. Even the Nether Palace had to think twice before they acted. Otherwise, they would lose their teeth. Elder Mu, you're shouting very happily. Don't you know that your mouth is actually very smelly? Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know what role Elder Mu played in this. Swish, 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 swish. Rays of saber radiance swept across the sky and slashed at Mu Outyin in front of everyone, shocking everyone. Lin Fei really dared to make a move. Mu Outyin was furious. This Lin Fei really deserves to die. Does he really think that I'm as easy to bully as before? Swish. The saber radiance turned into a saber that looked down on the world. The saber intent was lawless. The saber slashed at Mu Outyin's body. No one could see the trajectory, and Mu Outyin's body was directly cut open. Now it's quiet. After killing Mu Outyin's body, Lin Fei's cold eyes looked at the three elders of the Nether Palace. Three immortal emperors, I heard that you've mobilized a lot of people to find me. Now that I'm here, what do you plan to do? Lin Fei stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Mu Outyin, who was not far away, had just reassembled his body. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and the saber radiance slashed at Mu Outyin again. Chapter 11:21. Elder Mu. Lin Fei, what are you doing? The elders standing in the same circle as Mu Outyin all revealed horrified expressions as they sternly criticized Lin Fei. However, none of them dared to make a move. Among them, Elder Mu Outyin's strength was the strongest. However, in front of Lin Fei, the strongest elder's body had been slashed apart by a single saber strike. What could they do if they went up? Right after they spoke, another saber light flew over and flew past them, leaving a drop of blood on their faces. If you dare to make any more noise, I will slaughter all of you. Just a moment ago, Lin Fei received a voice transmission from Elder Du Tao, telling him what Mu Outyin was doing. These elders immediately shut their mouths. They had all seen Mu Outyin's miserable state, but they could not believe it. In such a short time, Lin Fei's strength surpassed Mu Outyin's by several times. Every time he attacked, he would crush Mu Outyin. They did not want to be killed again. That would be too embarrassing. Before Xiao Chen's strength, they indeed did not dare to speak anymore. However, when the Holy Heaven Academy disciples saw this scene, Lin Fei became an existence that they worshipped once again. Furthermore, it was a top-notch worshipping. Killing an elder of the Academy's upper echelon without saying a word. How tyrannical and mighty was this? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the first elder, Holy 33, who had been standing at the very front. What a great Lin Fei! He must have obtained some shocking fortuitous encounter on this trip. This old man can sense a surging power from his body. Even if this old man were to face him, I would have a headache. This saber intent is vast and extraordinary, containing an ancient intent. Could it be the saber intent left behind by an ancient expert? The first elder, Holy 33, naturally hoped that Lin Fei would be as strong as possible. Xiao Chan had killed Mu Outyin the moment he arrived. It could be said that he did not care about the elders at all. However, the first elder, Holy 33, did not get angry. Instead, he felt comfortable. The first elder didn't like Mu Outyin very much. He had seen all of Mu Outyin's petty actions in private. However, in his position, what could he do about such trivial matters? Of course, he could only turn a blind eye and not take it seriously. Lin Fei had killed Mu Outyin the moment he arrived. Although he had only destroyed the physical body and shocked the upper echelon elders, Holy 33 was still very gratified by this action. This Lin Fei was not all brawn and no brains. At the very least, he had dealt with the problem on his side first. He had grasped the timing very well. Only then could he be at ease. Seeing that the first elder didn't say anything, who would dare to criticize Lin Fei? Wouldn't that be courting death? At first, the three celestial lords did not think much of it. However, after Lin Fei killed Mu Outyin's physical body, their opinion changed. Ancient saber intent, courageously advancing. If such a person grew up, he would definitely become a formidable enemy of the Nether Palace. He had talent, but his edges and corners had been ground down. His future achievements would definitely be limited because once his edges and corners were ground down, he would lose his motivation. His actions would be smooth and he would be overcautious. But Lin Fei was different. His edges were still there and hadn't been smoothed out. He acted according to his character. In a place like the academy, it was extremely rare for someone to immediately attack an elder. Even in the Netherworld Palace, there wasn't a second person who would do such a thing. Lin Fei, you've committed a huge crime in our Netherworld Palace. You should come with us. Immortal Dominator Huahan said in a calm tone. Before unleashing a powerful aura, Lin Fei was unmoved. Something big? Why don't I know about it? Don't tell me it's all groundless nonsense. You should at least take out some evidence to convince me. What's the point of just talking about it? Even the aura of a celestial emperor was unable to shake the other party's mind. This was unexpected. If Lin Fei's answer was slightly wrong, it would be perfectly justifiable for them to make a move. No one had anything to say, but it would be troublesome if Lin Fei's answer was fluent. This Lin Fei isn't simple. Immortal Dominator Huahan gave Zili a signal with his eyes. Actually, it was not the time for them to make a move. They felt that Lin Fei was too calm. It was rare for Lin Fei to be able to hold his ground against 3 celestial emperors. Lin Fei, rumor has it that you're the strongest genius in the Heavenly Academy. Do you dare to fight me? Zili was a gentle young man, but he immediately put a big hat on Lin Fei's head. There were many experienced disciples in the Heavenly Academy. No one dared to admit that they were the strongest or they would be ganged up on. Zili's words had a double meaning. Lin Fei threw his head back and burst out laughing. Could it be that you want to challenge me? You should know that once I make a move, I'll kill. I don't care who you are, if you dare to make a move, you'll go to hell. Tyrannical. Despite knowing the other party's background, he still dared to say that he wanted to kill. 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Zili was a prideful person. He was the disciple of an elder of the Netherworld Palace. Even though Lin Fei said that, he didn't care about Zili at all. On the other hand, Zili looked like he could kill Zili by using an immortal artifact. Mid-grade immortal artifact. The moment the 10,000 Demon Pagoda appeared, dark clouds shrouded the area. The might of a mid-grade immortal artifact caused everyone's expression to change. This disciple of the Nether Palace was bullying the weak by using a mid-rank immortal artifact right off the bat. He was purely acting recklessly, so who could stop him? Lin Fei, aren't you the strongest genius? Block my 10,000 Demon Pagoda if you can. This 10,000 Demon Pagoda was temporarily given to him by the elder behind him. Once it was activated, it could suck people into it and refine them into a pool of blood. It was extremely vicious. Zili had completely dominated Lin Fei. So what if he had a tyrannical saber intent? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from a true treasure. First Elder, hurry up and save junior brother Lin Fei. While Elder Du Tao was cursing the shamelessness of the Netherworld Palace, he also hoped that First Elder would stop him. The power of a mid-grade immortal artifact was unimaginable. They all knew about the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. It was a vicious immortal artifact. No matter how strong one's body was, they would be refined by the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. There's no rush. Even junior brother Lin Fei isn't as anxious as you are. Saint 33 said. Elder Du Tao looked over. It was just as First Elder had said. Junior brother Lin Fei's expression didn't change at all in the face of a mid-grade immortal artifact. It was really abnormal. Could it be that there was a way to deal with this immortal artifact? 10,000 Demon Pagoda? Ha 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 ha, Lin Fei laughed again. 3 heads and 6 arms grew out. His 6 arms were like rainbows that slapped the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. The 10,000 Demon Pagoda shook continuously. This 10,000 Demon Pagoda isn't yours. The power you can display is too limited. It's better to give it to me. Lin Fei could see that the 10,000 Demon Pagoda's power was limited. It couldn't hurt him at all. The 6 arms kept slapping the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Zili, who was controlling the 10,000 Demon Pagoda, kept vomiting blood. His face instantly turned pale. He was seriously injured. How dare you? The 3 immortal emperors didn't expect that Zili, who had bought a mid-grade immortal artifact like the 10,000 Demon Pagoda, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Moreover, Lin Fei even said that he would take the 10,000 Demon Pagoda away. The immortal sovereign of Yu Jiutian roared. He opened his mouth and shot out a beam of sword light that was as large as a door plank. It was multicolored and dazzling. All of them were condensed from the energy of the law, exuding a terrifying aura. This sword strike was enough to kill ordinary immortal kings. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Based on this sword, this hidden elder's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was extremely powerful. The immortal emperor made his move. Lin Fei chuckled. Facing this sword, he kept slapping the 10,000 demon pagoda, causing Zili to vomit blood. He acted as if he didn't see it. Ancient Saber Intent World and Ancient Sword Intent World rushed out from Lin Fei's body. They formed two layers of defense, one in front and one behind, blocking the immortal emperor's attack. The immortal emperor's attack rushed into the Ancient Saber Intent World. It was instantly blocked by a large amount of Saber Intent. Its power was hindered. It rushed into the second Ancient Sword Intent World. With only half of its power left, one of Lin Fei's heads moved. It opened its mouth and spat out a sword light, blocking the opponent's sword. My 10,000 demon pagoda! Zili vomited blood. He finally couldn't control the 10,000 demon pagoda. The mid-grade immortal artifact is mine. The 10,000 demon pagoda landed in Lin Fei's hands, and it struggled furiously, wanting to break free. Lin Fei snorted coldly and hugged it with his 6 arms. He opened the heaven and earth smelt and threw it in, using the heaven and earth god flame to suppress it. Elder's 10,000 demon pagoda. The 3 immortal emperors felt embarrassed when the 10,000 demon pagoda was suppressed. At the same time they thought of something. Lin Fei had a treasure that could suppress the 10,000 demon pagoda. Lin Fei has extraordinary means. Let's take him down together. I didn't expect this kid to not only have saber intent but also sword intent. 2 worlds. He formed the Tao of defense and blocked my attack. Unfortunately, it's not in the Netherworld Palace. Then let's do it. The clothes of the 3 immortal emperors fluttered as they attacked Lin Fei together. Lin Fei, who was in the immortal king realm, was worthy of 3 immortal emperors attacking. Everyone was furious and shocked. What kind of combat strength was this? It was worthy of 3 immortal emperors attacking together. Great Elder quickly stopped them. As soon as the 3 immortal emperors attacked, the elders of the Holy Heaven Academy couldn't sit still. The elders who were originally wavering all fell to Lin Fei's side. Saint 33's face was also full of anger. The 3 elders of the Netherworld Palace were too shameless. They really dared to attack together. Were they bullying the Holy Heaven Academy because there was no one else? Great Elder, you don't have to do it. The 3 of them are still not my match. Let me deal with this little guy. Just as he was about to attack Saint 33, the Great Elder heard Lin Fei's voice transmission. His eyelids twitched. Lin Fei wants to deal with 3 immortal emperors alone? These are great experts who have mastered 50 laws. Why did you say that they are little guys? Are you sure? Saint 33 thought that Lin Fei was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong that he could compete with the immortal emperors. Seal. The sky suddenly darkened, and the laws filled the air, making people unable to see the situation inside. Except for the 10th Elder, no one else could see the situation inside. The Great Elder set it up. His strength was still the strongest in the academy. There were many high-level elders present, but they couldn't see through the battle behind the laws. This made them want to know how Lin Fei would deal with the 3 immortal emperors. Chapter 11:22. The Grand Elder of the Sagely Heaven Academy personally took action and stopped the battle. Apart from the 10 elders, no one else saw the real situation. When they entered and saw the scene before them, their jaws dropped. Elder Hai Tian, who was the first to oppose Lin Fei, was dumbfounded. Is junior brother Lin Fei going to defy the heavens? At this moment, 3 immortal emperors were attacking Lin Fei at the same time. Majestic law energy and immortal weapons caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Facing the attacks of 3 immortal emperors, the black-robed man in the middle was calm. His 6 thick arms and huge body were like a towering mountain that kept crushing his opponents. This palm is too strong. It's a direct suppression. The strength of this palm should have surpassed us, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Ever since the establishment of our heavenly academy, there has never been such a disciple. Even the old ancestor Shangtian couldn't fight against 3 immortal emperors when he was at this realm. Rumble, in the sky, the power of the immortal weapons were still lingering. Lin Fei relied on his physical body and powerful divine force to topple mountains and overturn seas. He didn't play tricks with them at all. He threw out one punch after another, meeting their attacks head-on. 3 immortal emperors, your strength seems to be too weak. Lin Fei threw another punch, tearing apart the attacks of the 3 immortal weapons and facing the 3 immortal emperors. Saber intent and sword intent flew out at the same time. The 2 intents went straight for Immortal Emperor Huahan. Immortal Emperor Huahan used a gourd, a middle-grade immortal weapon, to block the wave of power. Lin Fei arrived in front of him. His 6 arms pressed down and a huge wave of divine force surged. PFFF? Immortal Emperor Huahan almost couldn't hold the gourd anymore. His blood and qi were in chaos. There's an error in the information. Lin Fei is too strong. Immortal Emperor Huahan had a hard time resisting. He felt bitter in his heart. He couldn't imagine that the ant in his eyes could unleash such powerful combat power. Even with the law energy and the gourd, he couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Xiao xiao xiao. After suppressing the Frost Immortal Monarch, the entire Blood Shadow Tyrant saber flew out and turned into a single saber. It was tyrannical and strong as it chopped down. An even stronger divine energy surged out. The aura of death instantly enveloped the Frost Immortal Emperor. This was the first time he felt something like this after cultivating for so long. The 2 immortal emperors felt their blood and qi churning. They weren't feeling good either. Seeing this scene, their pupils shrank. 2 mid-grade immortal weapons shot out. Resplendent rays of light shone and the might of the immortal realm was fully displayed. They wanted to stop Lin Fei. Hee. Lin Fei ignored them and simply allowed the attacks from the immortal artifacts to descend upon them. A chilling light flashed out and the 2 immortal artifacts were sent flying, smashing against the ceiling power. He was sent flying. Impossible. Celestial Emperor Huachang's pupils constricted. He unleashed all his abilities in an attempt to stop this saber. You really dare to kill me? Another powerful Emperor-class mystic art was unleashed by Immortal Lord Huahan. He was going all out this time. Killing you is like killing a dog. Boom! Divine force gushed down. The giant celestial demons turned into an army of celestial demons. Even the heavens and earth paled in comparison. When Celestial Emperor Huahan encountered the army of celestial demons, his powerful Emperor-class mystic art swept through the army of celestial demons. However, he still couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. The gourd was filled with cracks and was on the verge of collapsing. Slash! Lin Fei raised his saber and slashed down. The divine saber glowed brilliantly as it passed through the layers of restrictions and slashed at the immortal Emperor Huahan. The immortal armor exploded as the saber slashed at the immortal Emperor Huahan's body. What a powerful saber slash! The power of this slash is at least 50 billion divine dragon force. The Great Elder and the 10 Elders were shocked. Even if they were to encounter such a powerful divine force, they would be extremely fearful. Celestial Emperor Huahan is going to die. Saint 33 said indifferently. After this slash, there was no way to stop it. Everyone could see the battle clearly. After Lin Fei executed the tyrant saber, he focused on destroying the immortal Emperor Huahan's physical body. Once the physical body was destroyed, the immortal Emperor Huahan's strength would be greatly affected. If he faced the powerful Lin Fei again, he would definitely die. Celestial Emperor Huahan's body exploded on the spot. The Blood Shadow Tyrant saber slashed over like a heavenly millstone, grinding his flesh and blood, preventing Celestial Emperor Huahan from regenerating his flesh. Fire chill. The Blood Shadow Tyrant saber slashed over, destroying Celestial Emperor Huahan's flesh and blood. The remaining 2 immortal emperors shouted. The 3 of them attacked together to deal with Lin Fei, but one of their immortal emperors was killed instead. The crisis of death started to envelop them. You 2 old fogies, instead of cultivating in seclusion, you came out to court death. This is the first time I've seen people like you. Lin Fei turned around and rushed over. His 6 arms were like 6 divine sabers, slashing out rays of rainbow light. Lin Fei, don't go too far. The 2 elders were both hidden cultivation elders. They were extremely powerful. However, when faced against Lin Fei, They felt as though they were at a loss. Ahaha, is that so? So close yet worlds apart. Lin Fei took action instantly, charging in front of Yu Jiutian. He punched out at Yu Jiutian's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Following that, more punches rained down on Yu Jiutian. Didn't you want to fight? Fight if you can. Is Netherworld Palace so awesome? I don't think so. One day, I will kill my way to Netherworld Palace and destroy it. I will remove your name from the great metropolis Celestial World. Lin Fei used both his hands and feet to beat Yu Jiutian Immortal Emperor Huahan. Even though Yu Jiutian Immortal Emperor Huahan's defense was strong, it didn't take long before Yu Jiutian Immortal Emperor Huahan's strength turned into a pig's face. You and I are irreconcilable. Before he could finish his sentence, another fist smashed down, sending him flying. Slash. A vast power, ancient and vast, came from the horizon and blasted Yu Jiutian Immortal Emperor Huahan's body, directly blasting him into pieces. What an ancient aura! It seems to be the aura of fate. Is it the divine ability left by the Fate Emperor? This terrifying divine ability shocked them again. In their eyes, Lin Fei had reached this step in such a short time. Even they might not be able to match him in terms of combat strength. Great Elder, we seem to have done something wrong. Elder Haitian looked ashamed. With Lin Fei's strength, he might not be able to defeat him. Previously, he wanted to agree to hand over Lin Fei, so that the Academy would not be involved in the matter and cause a huge impact. We are also wrong. Among the 10 elders, several of them were in favor of handing over Lin Fei. But now Lin Fei killed 2 immortal emperors in one breath, and he even used the emperor-level divine ability left by the Fate Emperor. This was a top-notch divine ability, an opportunity that they might not be able to grasp in their lifetime. An immortal king could kill an immortal emperor. What kind of strength was this? Even old ancestor Shengtan was not as strong as Lin Fei. It's time to clean up the academy. Chapter 1123. 2 immortal emperors dying one after another was a major event. At least, the last elder of the Netherworld Palace was so scared that his face turned pale. This result was exactly what he had imagined, 2 of them dying in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei, Holy Heaven Academy, you've killed 2 of our elders. Just wait for the war. The last immortal emperor didn't dare to stay. It was more important to stay alive. While Lin Fei had become a monster in the eyes of this elder, he had to inform the elders of the sect. Otherwise, when they recovered, they would definitely become a strong enemy. The immortal emperor attacked with all his strength. A Jingguang immortal talisman flew out, releasing a powerful aura. Not good. This is an immortal talisman, it can break the spatial seal. The first elder's expression was solemn as he recognized the origin of this thing. He had to stop it. Do you think you can leave? The immortal emperor heaved a sigh of relief when the immortal talisman broke the spatial seal. As long as he brought the news back, the sect would pay attention to it. At that time, Holy Heaven Academy would have to bear the consequences. There was also Lin Fei. A sneer came from above. 6 arms slapped down. Lin Fei, you're dead. You can't kill me. The immortal talisman blocked the first wave of attacks. This immortal talisman was too precious. He couldn't bear to use it unless this was the time. But once he used it, no one could break it. Boom boom boom, the immortal talisman wasn't affected at all. It protected the immortal emperor and was about to leave this place. Lin Fei's second wave of attack came. It was still the same 6 arms. But these 6 arms were like 6 gods and devils, crushing everything in their path. His power. Boom boom boom, the arms slapped the immortal talisman. Rays of light shot out from the immortal talisman, but it was constantly shattered. It couldn't resist the power of the attack. The color of the immortal talisman kept dimming until it was covered with cracks and completely collapsed. Die! Lin Fei slapped down again. Without the protection of the immortal talisman, he was instantly enveloped by the power and smashed into pieces. Finally done. He killed the immortal emperor quickly. The 10th elder of Holy Heaven Academy came back to his senses. Lin Fei had killed the person. Great Elder, since they're here, there's no need to go back. I'll kill them all. Lin Fei wasn't a soft-hearted person. He had already killed the people inside, so he shouldn't let the people outside go. If he let them go, they would be another force to be reckoned with. The people of the Nether Palace should be killed. Elder Hai Tian said. Kill. The 10th elder changed his mind. Even they did not think that they could defeat Lin Fei with the power he had displayed at the end. From the moment he killed these 3 immortal emperors, Lin Fei stood on the same level as them. No one in the academy said anything anymore. Not long after, not a single person from the Nether Palace was missing, and all of them were killed. The one who gave the order was the first elder, Saint 33. After killing the people of the Netherworld Palace, there would be a battle sooner or later. The great elder Saint 33 was very clear on what he should do in this matter. The higher-ups of the Nether Palace were completely shocked by the annihilation of the people from the Nether Palace. This was a result that they had not expected. In the main hall, all the high-level elders were present. At this time, the high-level elders all had different expressions. Many of them were worried about how to deal with this matter. Also, were the 3 immortal emperors dead? Who killed them? This is bad. The strength of the Nether Palace has always been above our academy. I'm afraid that there will be a fierce battle soon. It's all Lin Fei's fault. In the crowd, there were still people who didn't welcome Lin Fei. They're here. The 10th elder and the great elder arrived one after another. Everyone quieted down. At this time no one saw Lin Fei. They couldn't help but be curious. The cause of this matter was Lin Fei. Why didn't Lin Fei come? This wasn't normal. He didn't come? Mu Outyin had been killed a few times. He had been staring at someone, but unfortunately that person didn't appear. Great elder, where's Lin Fei? Someone still asked. Lin Fei has something to do. He can't come. Elder Hai Tian said indifferently. His gaze swept around and landed on Mu Outyin and the other elders. His gaze made them feel cold. After a discussion, the great elder and the 10th elder made some decisions. The academy hadn't cleaned up the higher-ups for a long time. They didn't know what the academy's responsibilities were. This time they could clean up the internal affairs after Lin Fei's matter. The cleaning up began. Mu Outyin and the others were punished. All of them were stripped of their status as elders. At the same time, they were sent to face the wall and announced that they would leave the circle of elders. Apart from Mu Outyin and the others, many others were also punished. Of course, Mu Outyin wasn't convinced. Especially after losing his status as an elder, he had to face the wall and face the wall. It was unimaginable that his status would plummet. Whether they were convinced or not, the great elder and the 10th elder discussed and immediately sent people to take them away. They didn't let them do it themselves. The elders present understood one thing. They could offend anyone in the academy except Lin Fei. It seemed like the great elder and the 10th elder were going to protect Lin Fei. At this time, who would dare to offend Lin Fei? They were still wondering who killed the 3 immortal emperors. If it was Lin Fei, didn't that mean that they couldn't suppress Lin Fei? That was what they were most concerned about. After Lin Fei killed the 3 immortal emperors, he bade farewell to the 10th elder and the great elder. He believed that they would handle the rest. On the invincible peak, dense immortal chi covered the sky and became the place with the densest immortal chi in the academy. Originally, this place wasn't very eye-catching in the past, but now it was unknown how many people wanted to join it. Those servants were all existences that everyone envied. Hubby. When Lin Fei returned, the peak became lively. Lin Jiqing, Nangong Qianqian, Jin Feng and Qing Wan all came out. When he wasn't around, they went into seclusion to cultivate. With the guidance of famous teachers, their cultivation improved tremendously. They entered the Xian immortal realm one after another. Among them, the fastest was Lin Jiqing. Her cultivation had reached the late Xian immortal stage. Her combat power increased tremendously. Nangong Qianqian, Jin Feng, and Qing Wan were all in the early Xian immortal realm. That night, Lin Fei had to sleep with them. To prevent his daughter from barging in, he set up an array formation. It was a night of spring. It was great. In the morning, Elder Du Tao came and told him about what happened yesterday. Even though he didn't say it, Lin Fei could imagine it. Sigh, Elder Mu and the rest are making things difficult for themselves. Elder Du Tao didn't want to see this. In fact, he knew that it was a form of protection. If this continued, they would be killed by Lin Fei sooner or later. It was for their own good to face the wall now. After a certain period of time, when Lin Fei reached a certain level, he wouldn't care about this anymore. Not long after Elder Du Tao finished speaking, someone came to report. Chapter 11:24. I didn't expect this to happen. Hearing the news, Elder Du Tao fell silent. He couldn't believe that they would betray the academy just like that. They were elders and high-ranking ones at that. Was it really necessary for them to do this for Lin Fei? Could it be that they were still elders? Aren't they being guarded? How did they get out? Lin Fei felt that it was right. It shouldn't be that easy to betray the academy. Although he had never been to that place, Lin Fei had heard that there were high-ranking elders guarding that place. Normally, once someone entered, they wouldn't be able to get out. Mu Outyin and the others had gone in. They couldn't believe that they had come out so easily. There was an 80 to 90% chance that there was something fishy going on. Either something had happened or something had happened. Only then could it be explained. Someone attacked and injured Elder Valley. He took Mu Outyin and the rest away, Elder Du Tao said. Could it be an expert from the Nether Palace? For now I am not too sure. You have to be careful. Although our academy is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it is not a place that ordinary people can barge in. That person was able to sneak in silently and make Mu Outyin and the others betray him. Lin Fei nodded, indicating that he understood. Elder Du Tao didn't sit for long before he left. With this kind of thing happening, it was as if a layer of dark clouds had once again shrouded the academy's skies, making him feel uneasy. These shameless fellows. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed them yesterday. That would have put an end to all troubles and this wouldn't have happened. After sending Du Tao off, Lin Fei rubbed his chin and thought. Mu Outyin and the rest were high-ranking elders, but they were instigated to leave. This showed that the culprit was not simple. He might be an extremely powerful person. Killing them would save me a lot of trouble. Luckily, I brought a bunch of demon gods back. Lin Fei came to a secret chamber at the bottom of the invincible peak. It was specially set up. Hubby, you're so mysterious. What are you trying to do? Apart from Lin Fei, there were other people in the secret chamber. They were all beauties. As their cultivation increased, they became more and more beautiful. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything good in this secret chamber. Qing Yuan's personality was the same as before. She spoke softly. They all knew this place well. Hihi. Let me show you something good. Lin Fei opened up the heaven and earth smelt and let everyone out. When the demonic gods walked out one by one, their imposing aura shook the formation. If not for the fact that Lin Fei had rearranged the formation, just the imposing aura of these demonic gods would be enough to cause chaos in the Elysium School. Every devil god here was as strong as the 3 immortal emperors of the Netherworld Palace. The Black Mountain demonic god was especially powerful. Greetings, master and mistress. The moment these demon gods came out, they immediately retracted their auras and greeted respectfully. This wasn't Lin Jiqing's first time here. She had seen quite a number of the upper echelons and elders and had seen a lot of things. However, this was the first time she had seen dozens of fiend celestials. Furthermore, they were calling her mistress. Husband, what are they doing? These women could imagine how powerful these fiend celestials were. They were much more ferocious than their college's upper echelon elders. They are all my servants. Lin Fei laughed. Servant. This time the 3 women, including Lin Jiqing, were scared out of their wits. Servants? Their husband went out for a trip and brought back more than 60 fiend celestial servants. This was simply unbelievable. The strength of the fiend celestials was tyrannical and terrifying. Greetings, mistress. The fiend celestials greeted again. This time they finally believed that their husband was right. These fiend celestials listened to their husband's orders. They immediately understood why they came to the secret chamber. The word mistress made them enjoy it for once. The Elysium School isn't very safe these days. I'm going to arrange for the fiend celestials to be by your side. No matter who comes, they will die. After last night's incident, Lin Fei became vigilant. If they could injure the elder guarding the valley, it was obvious that they were powerful. If they attacked his women, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Fei had to pay great attention to this matter. With these fiend celestials, Lin Fei was relieved. No matter who it was, with these fiend celestials they would be able to catch them off guard, and they would have less to worry about. Lin Fei believed that no matter who it was, Mu Outyin and the rest would go to the Netherworld Palace. At that time it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have experts for his women. The one sent would definitely be experts. The Netherworld Palace would definitely vomit blood if they could annihilate all of them. Jiqing, bring 5 fiend celestials with you. They have concealed their aura. No one will be able to see their strength, except for the Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor. With them around I can be at ease. The few people in the Elysium School could enjoy such a generous arrangement. A Xian Immortal with 5 fiend celestials. This was a huge trap. Lin Jiqing was a smart woman. She chuckled. Husband, you are so sinister. This is a trap with no exit. Whoever comes will fall for it. The other beauties immediately understood what was going on and started giggling. Oh right, Xiao Lele needs to be arranged too. On the other side. Alright, we will help you get revenge. Men, bring them down and settle them down. In the Netherworld Palace, the Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace personally received them. Many of Mu Outyan's elders were defeated this time. It was most appropriate for the Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace to receive them. Such a force could also be considered a great force. The Netherworld Palace cared a lot. It was necessary to settle them down. Great Elder, I have a few words to say about Lin Fei. Mu Outyan wasn't in a hurry to leave. In fact, he didn't expect that he would lose everything because of a small matter. Mu Outyan couldn't let go of this matter. The elders who were familiar with him chose to stay silent and didn't help him. Mu Outyan still had a lot of resentment towards them. He had sweated and bled for the Elysium Academy. In the end he ended up like this. He couldn't accept it. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he would still be an elder in the upper echelon, holding power and having a say in the academy. But after what happened he completely lost it. Mu Outyan thought that it was all caused by Lin Fei. Last night, when the mysterious man attacked, Mu Outyan was determined and chose to betray the Netherworld Palace. He knew very well that Lin Fei had killed him in one move, so he couldn't take revenge. If he wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei, he had to borrow power which had to be great enough to deal with Lin Fei. The Netherworld Palace was the best choice. Mu Outyan came with his men. Speak? The Nether Palace's great elder furrowed his brows. The death of 3 secluded elders still made him furious. This kind of hidden elder was very strong. The death of one was a loss. It had been a long time since the Netherworld Palace had lost 3 of them. I believe that the death of the 3 elders was caused by Lin Fei, because Lin Fei's strength should have reached the level of an immortal emperor. Even if he hasn't reached that level yet, he should be close to it. Great Elder, if you want to attack Lin Fei, you have to be careful, lest you fall into a trap. Mu Outyan was not a fool. The 3 immortal emperors must have some ulterior motives against Lin Fei. The Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace frowned again. Suspected to have the strength of an immortal emperor? Alright, I understand. You can go and have a rest. The Great Elder waved his hand and asked his men to bring them away. After they left, an elder said, Mu Outyan's words can't be trusted. Lin Fei's strength has improved very fast. It's impossible for him to reach this level in such a short period of time. I believe the 3 elders must have been killed by Saint 33. Saint 33 definitely has the strength to do so. We didn't catch Lin Fei, and we lost 3 elders first. We have to make them pay. These elders were very angry. The Netherworld Palace had suffered a huge loss in dealing with Lin Fei. Not only had they lost 3 elders, but they had also lost a few talented disciples. This was like losing one's wife and one's soldiers. Lin Fei had become a thorn in their side, and they wanted to get rid of him immediately. The Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace had not expected that the first time he made a move would end up like this. The loss was not small either. It was hard to imagine. Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. Regardless of whether Lin Fei had the strength to do so, they had to take this matter seriously. They are not happy. We have to deal with Lin Fei quickly. The Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace said. His face was very solemn when he talked about the other side. They could not afford to offend a huge force like the Hidden Dragon World. Why don't we arrange for a few celestial emperors to ambush Lin Fei, and then arrange for some experts to attack his woman? It's best if we can kill her. Then Lin Fei will definitely come to us because he's young and impetuous. With these 2 methods, even if Lin Fei doesn't die, he will come to us personally. A withered old man walked out. This old man was Zili's master. His disciple was dead, and as the master, he was naturally angry. The elders thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. It would be best if they could ambush Lin Fei. Even if they could not, they could test Lin Fei's strength. The second method was very reasonable. A person like Lin Fei was young and powerful. He would not be able to withstand stimulation. Once he was provoked, he would definitely do something shocking. It would be best if Lin Fei rushed to the Netherworld Palace. Once he reached the Netherworld Palace, he would not be able to leave. With the experts of the Netherworld Palace, even if there were 100 of Lin Fei, he would still stay in the Netherworld Palace and become one of the skeletons. The great elder of the Netherworld Palace also felt that this method was feasible. Then let's do it. We can't let the other side be unhappy. Apart from this matter, they were more anxious to take down Lin Fei than to continue dragging it out. This time they formed a grand lineup to deal a devastating blow to Lin Fei. It would be best if they could finish him off in one go to avoid further trouble. Chapter 11:25. I'm back. It was a dark and windy night. Mu Outyan had returned with his men. This time his emotions were much more complicated, and his identity was completely different. Before this, he was an elder of the school, but this time he was an elder of the Netherworld Palace. Although his identity was high, it was still complicated for Mu Outyan. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't have betrayed the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei, you must want to know that I'll be back in person one day. Mu Outyan's gaze flickered as he looked at the Holy Heaven Academy. No one knew better than him that if he settled the matter tonight, he would have a place in the Netherworld Palace, and there would be someone like him in the future. Powerful forces like the Netherworld Palace had internal strife. They were from the Holy Heaven Academy, and if they wanted to gain a foothold in the academy, they had to make contributions. Killing Lin Fei was one of the greatest achievements he had made. Elder Mu, you're an elder of the Holy Heaven Academy. Please lead the way. Zili's master, Centurion Immortal Emperor, said with a murderous look on his face. The formation outside the Holy Heaven Academy has been activated. We don't have to worry about being surrounded. If we want to kill Lin Fei, we have to do it at the crucial moment. The Netherworld Palace had put in a lot of effort this time. In order to kill Lin Fei, including his wife and daughter, they had arranged for a total of 15 immortal emperors, and all of them were elites. They've activated the formation. To me, it's still a piece of cake to enter. Mu Outyan knew about formations, not to mention the Holy Heaven Academy's formation. Everyone, follow me. Hua Hua Hua. Mu Outyan found a place, avoided the densely packed arrays of the Holy Heaven Academy, and successfully entered the academy. Elders, Lin Fei is at this position. Everyone remembered Lin Fei's information clearly. To be at ease, Mu Outyan caught a disciple to confirm where Lin Fei was, so that they wouldn't end up empty-handed. He's on the Invincible Peak? Mu Outyan laughed, and so did the other elders. Fine, as long as it's on the mountain peak, it's fine. The Baishur Immortal Emperor sneered. Since you killed this old man's disciple, this old man must kill you. Another elder stepped forward. I've brought the Heaven Trap formation with me. As long as I set it up, not even Saint 33 will be able to detect it for some time. The elder was an expert in formations. Everyone, let's go now. The 15 elders were all powerful immortal emperors. Under their concealment, no one in the Holy Heaven Academy would be able to sense it. Soon they arrived at the Invincible Peak. The sky above the Invincible Peak was quiet. The formation expert broke through the Invincible Peak's formation easily. It's just a small formation. Tonight Lin Fei will definitely die. After he entered, he set up a formation in the air, covering the entire Invincible Peak. No aura could leak out. Alright, we can start now. The Baishur Immortal Emperor was an experienced elder, and he was the one leading the team. Lin Fei has hidden his strength well. Regardless of whether the 3 immortal emperors died in his hands, we have to kill him in one strike. I'm afraid Saint 33's strength has reached an extremely high level. Killing Lin Fei is our only chance. If we miss it, God knows when we will be able to kill Lin Fei again. The Baishur Immortal Emperor said. The other immortal emperors nodded. If not for the fact that Lin Fei was too important, they would definitely not attack together to deal with Lin Fei. Elder Mu, Bring your men to kill Lin Fei's women. It's best if none of them are left alive. Mu Outyan was not satisfied, but he did not dare to say anything on this matter. Alright. After the arrangements were made, the Baishu Immortal Emperor left with the 7 Immortal Emperors. In a palace on the Invincible Peak. What's going on? I've been feeling uneasy tonight. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, had an uneasy expression on his face. Something's going to happen tonight. When one's strength reached the Immortal King realm, he could sense many things. Lin Fei had reached the Immortal King realm. The restlessness at night had never stopped. This is the Elysium Academy. Did someone sneak in just to deal with me? As soon as Lin Fei finished his thoughts, he felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. A gigantic palm flew out from the void, filled with an aura of decay. The palm landed on Lin Fei's back, causing him to cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Lin Fei, how dare you kill the elder of the Netherworld Palace? Tonight will be the day you die. Not everyone dares to offend the Netherworld Palace. The Immortal Emperors launched powerful attacks and coordinated with each other. Their attacks shook the heavens and earth. Their attacks landed on Lin Fei's body continuously, causing him to cough up blood. The 7 Immortal Emperors attacked at the same time. Even if they did not use their Emperor-class mystic abilities, they could kill whoever they wanted. He's not dead? What a strong body! Lin Fei's body shone brightly and his immortal force was constantly recovering his body. I was wondering why it's not peaceful tonight. It's because of you little bugs. Lin Fei was bathed in blood. The powerful attack of the 7 celestial lords had caused him to suffer serious injuries. If it wasn't for his strong body, his body would have exploded on the spot. Lin Fei, you still dare to boast shamelessly when your death is near. The Centurion Immortal Emperor sneered. If you want to count on Saint 33, don't even think about it. Your wife and daughter will die tonight. Lin Fei released his tyrannical divine sense and saw a few palaces. The Immortal Emperor's aura was rippling. His face sank. You guys are really shameless. Kill. The 7 Immortal Emperors did not stop. All kinds of mystic abilities, formed by a large amount of law power, were infinitely terrifying, comparable to those Emperor-class mystic abilities. Lin Fei, you should have known this day would come when you killed my disciple. Deadwood Ice Palm. The Centurion Immortal Emperor slapped with his palm, forming a huge vortex. The cold air froze all the power in the void. This was an Emperor-class mystic ability. 7 Immortal Emperors, the Nether Palace is good. But unfortunately, you came to the wrong place. You shouldn't have come to my territory. Whoosh! Lin Fei's divine power surged into the sky as he slammed his palm into the black whirlpool. His divine power palm pushed out horizontally, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. The black whirlpool instantly shattered. At this moment, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered as he exerted his full strength. He destroyed the opponent's Emperor-class mystic ability with one palm. The monstrous divine power surged like a torrent and poured down mercilessly, instantly drowning the Centurion Immortal Emperor. No matter how he attacked, after the torrent washed away, only a skeleton was left. 18 incarnations, plus the divine power of his main body. The divine power in Lin Fei's body reached the Dragon Monarch level, almost reaching 100 billion dragon divine power. Divine power runes filled the sky in the torrent of divine power, crushing all living creatures. Chapter 11:26. Wait till this elder gets rid of Lin Fei's women. Lin Fei better not die. This elder will make him wish he was dead. Mu Outyan wasn't in a good mood. He wasn't involved in such a huge matter. Now he had to deal with a few Xian immortal women. The anger in his heart was too great. Mu Outyan barged into one of the palaces. He remembered that this was where a woman called Lin Jiqing lived. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Mu Outyan and another celestial emperor came. They swept all the opponents and saw a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was Lin Jiqing. After hearing the commotion, Lin Jiqing woke up immediately. She saw someone barging in, emitting a powerful aura that pressed down on her. Lin Fei's women are so beautiful. Unfortunately, you are going to die like this. Mu Outyan shook his head as a greedy look flashed across his eyes. It's you. Lin Jiqing recognized him. Hee, so what if you recognize me? I am not from the academy. Mu Outyin sneered. All of this was done by your man. Today I am going to kill you. I believe that bastard Lin Fei will be very happy when he sees this. Lin Jiqing smiled like spring. I believe that my man will be very happy when you return. Just a Xian immortal. This elder really doesn't want to kill you. Before Mu Outyin finished, 2 celestial emperors charged out. They were covered in blood and looked miserable. It was like they had encountered a terrifying existence. Leave quickly. We have fallen into their trap. Hong hong hong. Behind the 2 immortal emperors, powerful fiend celestials rushed in one after another. Their divine abilities were matchless as they attacked. Damn, they are all demons. They weren't surprised when the first demon appeared. But when the number reached 10, their scalp went numb. They couldn't imagine why there were demons in Holy Heaven Academy. More importantly, these godfiends were all very strong, no weaker than them. Some of them were even stronger than them, to the point where even they couldn't deal with them. Xiao, there were too many demons. After 30 demons appeared, they blocked all paths of retreat. With all their escape routes sealed, Mu Outyin and the others lost their chance to escape. Impossible. Divine demons don't exist in the Holy Heaven Academy. Damn it, where did these gods and demons come from? The remaining immortal sovereigns focused their anger on Mu Outyin. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill Mu Outyin. The 2 immortal emperors had yet to recover from their shock. Their goal was actually to kill a little girl. But the moment they made their move, 10 godfiends appeared. These gods and devils were so powerful that they caught them off guard and killed a few immortal emperors on the spot. If it wasn't for them desperately defending, they might not have been able to escape. After hearing this, their hearts turned cold. Kill her. Mu Outyin's pupils contracted. Without saying a word, he charged toward Lin Jiqing. Only by holding this woman hostage would he have a chance to leave this place. Before the killer move arrived, 5 demonic gods appeared in front of Lin Jiqing and blocked the attack. They were like 5 huge mountains that Lin Jiqing could not cross. Mistress, kill them or suppress them. The strongest fiend celestial turned around and said. The immortal emperor of the Netherworld Palace was dumbfounded. A powerful fiend celestial called a mystic immortal woman as his mistress. What a joke. Since when were fiend celestials so worthless? Kill all the immortal emperors of the Netherworld Palace. They are husband's enemies. Don't leave them alive. As for this elder, suppress him. Lin Jiqing said. A mystic immortal woman was judging their lives at this moment. The immortal emperor of the Netherworld Palace felt like he had been slapped in the face. How dare you offend Master? All of you deserve to die. The powerful fiend celestial rushed out and swept over with his divine ability. Mu Outyin's expression changed drastically. He also used his divine ability and crushed it into pieces upon contact. Too strong. This fiend celestial was naturally the Black Mountain Fiend Celestial, a capable general in the past. A large group of fiend celestials charged in. Except for a few guards, all of them charged in. The immortal emperor of the Netherworld Palace's face was pale. He blocked one side while the other side charged over, causing them to vomit blood. They had never thought that such a powerful fiend celestial would be beside a few inconspicuous women. How could they digest this news? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come over even if they were beaten to death. It was too tragic. Lin Jiqing and the other sister's eyes were cold. Fortunately, we have the fiend celestial that husband left behind. Otherwise, they would have succeeded this time, Jin Feng said. I also didn't expect that the high and mighty immortal emperor would fall in front of us. Lin Jiqing chuckled. I believe that the upper echelons of the Netherworld Palace hate our husband to the bone. They were all mystic immortals. A powerful mission like the immortal emperor was too far for them. Don't kill us. We surrender. Lin Jiqing was determined and wouldn't show mercy. She ordered the Black Mountain Fiend Celestial to kill without mercy. Since the people of the Netherworld Palace were here, they had to be prepared. It's over, it's all over. The few immortal emperors encountered the ferocious Fiend Celestials and were killed in a short while. They were really not on the same level. Mu Outyin was suppressed. The 3 Fiend Celestials couldn't move at all. Mu Outyin knew that he was finished when he saw them die. No matter what the outcome was, he would definitely die. When Mu Outyin came, he was in high spirits and wanted to give Lin Fei an unforgettable memory. But now he seemed to have aged a few decades. Monster. Devil, he is a devil. On the other side, there were only 2 immortal emperors left. The black-robed, long-haired young man was like a deity. He walked over step by step. The mystic arts that they used were like toys in front of him. Lin Fei's divine power was like a torrent, pushing over and suppressing the mystic arts. An expert at the immortal emperor level didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Fei. Even an immortal emperor couldn't take it when he used his divine power. Bang bang, the 2 immortal emperors' physical bodies were broken. Lin Fei slapped with his palm and a torrent of divine power surged up. Since you are here, don't leave. Lin Fei's divine power was too strong. A saber light of destiny swept over and slashed their bodies. The power of destiny wiped out their primordial spirits and physical bodies. Another 2 immortal emperors died. 7 immortal emperors came to deal with me. How generous! Lin Fei withdrew his divine power, and the injuries on his body instantly healed. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about women. With the protection of the Fiend Celestials, they wouldn't be able to do anything. He didn't even need to think about what would happen to them. This netherworld palace keeps coming again and again. Why? I have to figure this out. Lin Fei touched his chin. If he didn't figure this out, he would feel uneasy. Chapter 11:27. Just like that, the sneak attack by the Nether Palace was completely ruined. Outrageous. Nether Palace's people are too much. They're simply looking down on our Holy Heaven Academy. Saint 33 the Great Elder flew into a rage. As mentioned earlier, Nether Palace had arranged for all the experts in array formations to deal with Lin Fei. When they attacked, they set up an array formation that concealed their auras. Even Saint 33 the Great Elder only sensed it after the attack. Great Elder, you don't have to be so angry. Lin Fei wasn't that angry about this matter. At the very least, Nether Palace had sent him equipment and EXP. Normally, he wouldn't come across such a good thing. Lin Fei couldn't wait for Nether Palace to come to him a few more times. Every time they came, he would deal with them. If Nether Palace came to him 8 or 10 times, he would most likely be helpless. Husband, are you all right? Saint 33, the Great Elder, tore open the array formation and charged directly at Lin Fei. He didn't care about anything else. Demonic gods? Powerful auras surged over. Saint 33 remembered that he seemed to have overlooked something. Junior brother Lin Fei's women. Nether Palace had made a move. Not only would they deal with Lin Fei, but they would also deal with Lin Fei's women. However, when he saw the demonic gods, he finally understood. Junior brother Lin Fei, these demonic gods? The Great Elder scanned them with his divine sense. In reality, he knew the strength of the demonic gods. His heart was in turmoil. He simply couldn't imagine how so many demonic gods could appear at once. Some of the demonic gods were filled with ancient auras. These must be ancient demonic gods. These are Junior brother's servants. Lin Fei said with a smile. If it weren't for them, we would have been in trouble tonight. Lin Jiqing came with her people. Seeing that their husband was safe, they heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that they weren't worried. Those were immortal emperors. They had mobilized 7 immortal emperors at once, and they were all elder-level figures in Nether Palace. Saint 33 didn't continue asking. Just by looking at these powerful demonic gods, Saint 33 knew that no one in the entire Holy Heaven Academy could reach this level. He was at the Immortal King realm and had a group of demon gods under him. Saint 33 rejoiced that Lin Fei belonged to their academy. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Husband, it's all this guy's doing. Mu Outyan was brought over. With the suppression of the demonic god, Mu Outyan could not escape at all. He hung his head dejectedly, feeling disheartened. In the end, he still lost to Lin Fei. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Elder Mu, we meet again. These words were like a slap to Mu Outyan's face. Lin Fei, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. As soon as Mu Outyan saw Lin Fei, he jumped to his feet, baring his fangs and claws. Even now, Mu Outyan was still unwilling to accept that he couldn't defeat a small country bumpkin, which was why he had come to this venue. Enough! Saint 33's expression was unsightly. His original intention was to protect Mu Outyan, but in the end he betrayed them. This was a slap to the face of the great elder. Tonight, he even brought people to sneak into the Holy Heaven Academy to ambush Lin Fei and his woman. If anything were to happen, Saint 33 was well aware of what Lin Fei would do based on his character. It was very normal for him to kill his way into the Netherworld Palace alone. Ha 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 ha. Mu Outyin laughed sinisterly. Great Elder, you don't have to protect Lin Fei anymore. Our ambush tonight failed, but the Netherworld Palace will make another move in the future, until the day Lin Fei dies. I wonder if the Great Elder can protect him until that day. Saint 33 raised his palm, wanting to kill Mu Outyin with a single palm. In the end he was stopped by Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei, this kind of person doesn't know how to repent even now. We might as well kill him with a single palm. Isn't the Great Elder curious about why Elder Mu said that? That's easy. I'll use my divine ability to retrieve his memories, and I'll be able to see everything clearly. Saint 33 waved his hand, and Mu Outyin moved. Not long after, Saint 33's expression turned grave. Ha ha ha, so what if you see it? Lin Fei is destined to die. Mu Outyin shouted again. Lin Fei didn't ask. He could imagine what it was. The Netherworld Palace wouldn't target him for no reason, so there must be a reason. There's a great force that wants to target you. And the Netherworld Palace is a knife in their hand. This was indeed big news for the Holy Heaven Academy. No wonder the Netherworld Palace was so crazy, and didn't hesitate to start a war to force the Academy to hand over Lin Fei. More importantly, the force that could command the Netherworld Palace must be from another world. Apart from them, no one else could do it. After Mu Outyin became an elder, he carefully probed. Finally, he found out that the Netherworld Palace was so anxious because they were doing something for a great force. He didn't know the name of this force, but it was a great one. It was certain that the Netherworld Palace wanted to kill Lin Fei at all costs. Mu Outyin didn't doubt the authenticity of the news at all. How do you plan to deal with Mu Outyin? Lin Fei said. Elder Mu is a member of the Academy. Let's let the Great Elder do it. He's nothing in my eyes. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't consider Mu Outyin as an opponent, because Mu Outyin wasn't qualified to be his opponent. Don't mention it now. Mu Outyin, you invited a wolf into the house. You deserve to die. Saint 33 raised his hand and pressed down. A powerful force pressed on Mu Outyin's body, and Mu Outyin was directly killed. With such a person in the Academy, Saint 33 really couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Fei smiled. They're all dead, all dead. When the corpses of the 15 immortal emperors were sent to the Netherworld Palace, the higher-ups of the Netherworld Palace were in an uproar. All that was left of the 15 corpses were white bones. Since they had reached the immortal emperor realm, their bones wouldn't break easily, so they were perfectly preserved. These corpses were all immortal emperors when they were alive, but now they were just bones. This was a huge blow to the Netherworld Palace. They thought that the sneak attack was feasible, but it was a complete failure. Last time they lost 3 immortal emperors, and this time they lost 15 immortal emperors. This was a huge slap to the Netherworld Palace's face, and it hurt. It could be said that none of them had experienced such a thing before. Great Elder, let's fight. Saint 33 must be trying to protect Lin Fei. Maybe he's the one who did it this time. I already said that Mu Outyin and the others can't be trusted. It was a good sneak attack, but they lost 15 immortal emperors. In any sect, immortal emperors were always the most precious. If one died, they could be nurtured. But if 15 immortal emperors died, the situation would be completely different. No one dared to imagine it. The higher-ups and elders discussed. Chapter 11:28. Just when everyone was wondering why the Nether Palace would make a move, an even bigger piece of news came. The Great Elder of the Nether Palace had appeared, bringing a group of immortal emperors to the Elysium Academy. At first, some people doubted the news, but when a group of immortal emperors arrived, everyone believed it to be true. The Great Elder of the Nether Palace had arrived. Everyone knew about the Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace. He was a ferocious existence in the past, and he eventually became the Great Elder. Under normal circumstances, the Great Elder would be cultivating in seclusion. It was said that he hadn't shown himself for a long time. This time, the Great Elder personally went to the Elysium Academy for Lin Fei. This was definitely a huge matter in the Great Metropolis realm. As such, everyone was curious about what Lin Fei from the Holy Heaven Academy had done to make the Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace take action. It was simply unimaginable. The Nether Palace set out on a huge black warship. It was incomparably domineering. Wherever it passed, everyone would scramble to avoid it. They're here. The people of the Nether Palace are here. They're still as domineering as ever. I heard that not only did the Great Elder personally come for Lin Fei, but he also brought 100 immortal emperors with him. Each of them is extremely powerful. Of course, even though the Elysium Academy is one of the 4 great academies, it's far weaker than the Nether Palace. The major forces of the great metropolis realm had arrived outside the Elysium Academy. They would definitely come personally for this kind of matter. The Elysium Academy was filled with geniuses. If the Nether Palace was willing to start a war for a single Lin Fei, they would definitely interfere and reap some benefits. The Elysium Academy was founded by the Saint Sky Immortal Emperor, so there would definitely be many treasures left behind. Everyone was aware of the temptation. A warship flew across the sky. A huge pressure shrouded the sky above everyone. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the warship was extraordinary. It was at least a high-rank immortal artifact. Immortal Emperor Traceless. It's been a long time. The immortal emperors went up to greet him. Traceless Netherworld nodded slightly, giving them face. Saint 33, your old friend is here. Aren't you going to welcome him? Standing at the bow of the ship, Traceless Nether's voice reverberated in the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. In the sky above the Elysium Academy, a figure appeared. The celestial chi below transformed into a hand and lifted him up, meeting the gazes of the crowd. Long time no see, Traceless Nether. Saint 33 and Traceless Hades were influential figures of the same era. One of them became the Great Elder of the Holy Heaven Academy, while the other became the Great Elder of the Nether Palace. Of course, the two of them had been fighting non-stop all the way until now. For the sake of Lin Fei, they met again. We probably haven't seen each other in 3,000 years, right? Time really flies. Everyone is old now. Now it's the world of the younger generation. Saint 33 laughed along. We are old. In the future, we will be the younger generation. Back then, we were the experts of the younger generation. In the blink of an eye, we have become old men. When the two of them met, there was no anger in their voices. But everyone knew that they were just reminiscing about the past. In fact, they were trying to be polite before resorting to force. The Nether Palace had come in a threatening manner. Today there must be a result. Moreover, the Nether Palace had brought 100 powerful immortal emperors. These immortal emperors were already very powerful in a one-on-one fight. If they had a formation, their strength would increase by 12 times. They would definitely be able to sweep away all the experts. When a person's strength reached the limit, they would not be as powerful as the formation. When 100 immortal emperors formed a formation, their strength would be unimaginable. This kind of formation had always been a secret of the sect. The Nether Palace happened to have such a secret. The goal of the 100 immortal emperors was obvious. Unless the Holy Heaven Academy had the confidence to suppress the formation formed by the 100 immortal emperors, the Holy Heaven Academy would definitely suffer a loss today. Is that the Great Elder of the Nether Palace, Traceless Hades? Lin Fei raised his head and his gaze fell on Traceless Hades. He felt that the other party was like a mountain that he could not see through. This is a very powerful guy. Although this guy doesn't cultivate divine power, the divine power he exerts can reach the strength of 100 billion dragons. I wonder if I can fight him with the Divine Court Throne. The Divine Court Throne of the Divine Dragon World was a kind of limit where one's strength had reached the limit. If it wasn't for the trip to the deities pool, Lin Fei would not have been able to condense it. As long as he took out the Divine Court Throne, Lin Fei was confident that he could withstand the attack of the Great Elder of the Nether Palace. Based on this strength, Lin Fei suspected that the Great Elder of the Nether Palace had reached the peak of his strength. He might even be able to step into the Immortal Emperor realm and become an Immortal Emperor. Someone that could make Lin Fei feel powerful. At least a half-step Immortal Emperor. This Traceless Hades must be a terrifying half-step Immortal Emperor. I'm not far from him. It won't take long for me to surpass the Great Elder of the Nether Palace. At that time, I must uproot the Nether Palace. In the sky, the two of them reminisce for a long time. 33 You know why I'm here. Hand over Lin Fei and I can let bygones be bygones. It was finally the main topic. Hand over Lin Fei, Saint 33 said. What if I don't hand him over? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100 immortal emperors flew out and appeared behind traceless Hades. He waved his hand and pointed. If you don't hand over Lin Fei, my people will sweep through the Divine Heaven Academy. Even if your Divine Heaven Academy is enveloped by the formation, you won't be able to withstand the joint attack of 100 immortal emperors. For the sake of unnecessary casualties, hand over Lin Fei. Hand over Lin Fei and sweep through the Divine Heaven Academy. Hand over Lin Fei and sweep through the Divine Heaven Academy. 100 immortal emperors echoed in the sky above the Divine Heaven Academy. Those with low strength were shaken to the point that their blood and chi were in turmoil. They felt extremely uncomfortable and fell from the sky. Saint 33 faced the sky and laughed. 100 immortal emperors so scary. Do you think that I, Saint, will hand over Lin Fei? I haven't fought for 3,000 years. I really want to see if you've grown any stronger in these 3,000 years. Boom, Saint 33 didn't say a word and sent out a palm. In an instant, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. What a great elder. He hid his strength so deeply. As expected of the personal disciple of the Divine Heaven Old Ancestor. His moves are extraordinary. After 3,000 years, we've almost forgotten about Saint 33. Many of the onlookers were people from that era. Now they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Saint 33's strength was much stronger than before. A casual attack of his contained a divine ability. It wasn't something that they could withstand. The traceless nether punched out majestically and said with a smile, 33 We couldn't determine a victor back then. Let's do it again today. However, your Divine Heaven Academy is destined to be littered with corpses today. Boom. The black warship was a high-grade immortal artifact. Traceless Hades grabbed it, and the huge warship crashed into the Divine Heaven Academy's formation. The huge formation shook and a huge hole was opened. Kill. The high-grade immortal artifact warship's luster dimmed a lot. This attack consumed a lot of energy to break the Divine Heaven Academy's formation. The 100 immortal emperors formed a formation and summoned a terrifying god of bones. The god of bones wielded a white bone spear and once again attacked the Divine Heaven Academy's formation. 100 immortal emperors are too powerful to summon the god of bones. Rumor has it that the Netherworld Palace obtained the secret inheritance of the god of bones. Summoning the god of bones is one of them. The Divine Heaven Academy is really going to suffer this time. Chapter 11:29. 100 immortal emperors formed a powerful formation, looking down on everything in their path. The White Bone God was going to completely destroy the Holy Heaven Academy. The White Bone God punched towards the Holy Heaven Academy. The phantom of the White Bone God soared across the sky, wanting to completely destroy the Holy Heaven Academy. The Nether Palace had made up their mind. Brother Saint, it's not too late to hand over Lin Fei. I can ask them to stop. Saint 33 and Traceless Hades were both experts. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. At their level, it was extremely difficult to determine a winner. Impossible. Lin Fei is a disciple of our academy. No matter who it is, we will not hand him over. Saint 33 shouted and charged back. Traceless Hades laughed. Since Brother Saint doesn't intend to hand over Lin Fei, we will do it ourselves. 100 immortal emperors worked together and activated the White Bone God, sweeping through everything in their path. They were about to charge into the academy and bring Lin Fei out. That might not be the case. Saint 33's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was standing on the formation. Great formation rise. A mighty force rushed up from the Holy Heaven Academy and supported Saint 33. Immortal energy surged as he slapped towards the White Bone God. The White Bone God was crushed by the mighty immortal energy and was sent flying far away on the spot. What do you think now? With just a casual palm, he mobilized the immortal energy of the Holy Heaven Academy and forced the White Bone God to retreat. Again, the second wave of force came. The majestic force turned into a divine pagoda and pressed down. 100 immortal emperors activated the White Bone God again and faced the divine pagoda. The divine pagoda pressed down on the white bone god. Saint 33 punched through the air and landed on the 100 immortal emperors. The 100 immortal emperors vomited blood instantly. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. The Holy Heaven Academy was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great academies. The force they mobilized was able to resist the powerful attack of 100 immortal emperors. Not only that, they even injured someone. Brother Hades, do you still think it's necessary? Saint 33 didn't make another move. He stood on the formation, facing everyone like a true heavenly deity. The traceless Nether strode over with a serious look in his eyes. You've mobilized all of the Academy's power. Unless an immortal emperor appears, no one will be able to suppress this power. Not bad, Saint 33 said calmly. You guys can leave. With all of the power of the Holy Heavens Academy gathered together, the strength of the Saint 33 became countless times stronger. It wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. Just like what had been said, only an immortal emperor could make a move. Otherwise, it would be hard to break through. Think about it, this is a formation created by immortal Emperor Shang Tian. Brother Shang, you are very strong now, but it might not be the same next time. The only thing Traceless Nether did not expect was that the array formation was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even if Traceless Nether himself were to go all out, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. On the contrary, he would have wasted his efforts. In the end, there was no need for him to go all out. No one knew the background of the Holy Heaven Academy. There was no need for Traceless Nether to be the vanguard. His objective today was very simple. It would be best if he could scare the Holy Heaven Academy. There was no need for him to make a move. Secondly, he wanted to test the strength of the Holy Heaven Academy. From the looks of it, the strength of the Holy Heaven Academy was much stronger than he had imagined. If the Holy Heavens Academy was breached previously, it would have saved them a lot of trouble. But it seemed like it was impossible now. Let's go. No one had expected the aggressive Nether Palace to leave just like that. The 100 immortal emperors were all injured, and it seemed like they had suffered a great loss. They were 100 immortal emperors, summoning the white bone god at the same time. Saint 33 sent the white bone god flying with a single punch. The Netherworld Palace had left. Everyone was too embarrassed to stay. Soon most of the people had left. The cloud-like power of the formation shrouded the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy once again, making people unable to see the situation inside. PFFF after they left, Saint 33 vomited a mouthful of blood. The power of the formation is too strong. My physical body can't take it anymore. Although the power of the Holy Heaven Academy's formation was strong, it needed a medium. Saint 33 could mobilize it at will, but he didn't control the entire formation. He only controlled a portion of it. This portion of power was enough to crush 100 immortal emperors and threaten the great elder of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei, the Netherworld Palace returned without any success. I believe they won't give up just like that. They will definitely make a move on the Eternal Immortal Emperor's treasure. You have to be careful. Saint 33 landed on the invincible peak. Lin Fei had been paying attention. He had wanted to make a move. With his demon god, he could fight 100 immortal emperors. But he stopped after hearing what Saint 33 said. Lin Fei had seen the power of the Holy Heaven Academy's formation. That wave of power was just too strong. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. The Holy Heaven Academy had the power of the formation, and it could mobilize power. Just like what Saint 33 said, only immortal emperors could break the power of the formation and suppress it with their true strength. Only then could they enter the Holy Heaven Academy. Come with me. Saint 33 blurred and walked into the void. A tunnel formed instantly. Meeting someone? Lin Fei was curious. He didn't know who he was going to meet. At the end of the tunnel, he appeared in a small world. There's a small world in the academy? Lin Fei was shocked. He knew that there was space in the academy, but he didn't know about this small world. One of my senior brothers lives here. The great elder's senior brother? Could he be an immortal emperor? The small world was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was as if he had come to another world. There was a lake in the middle of the fragrant world, and there was a wooden house by the lake. The small world was filled with peace and tranquility. Saint 33 brought Lin Fei to the edge of the small wooden house by the lake. Senior brother, Saint 33 said to the lake. This made Lin Fei curious again. There didn't seem to be anything in the lake. Junior brother. The lake rippled, and the water elemental energy condensed into a young man. He wore a green robe, and his eyes were filled with tranquility. Saint 33 said, Senior brother, sorry to disturb you. The green-robed young man waved his hand, and a wave of water elemental energy landed on Saint 33's body. The injuries that were left on him recovered instantly. You're injured again. You even used the power of the formation. Who in the world is here? Facing this senior brother, Saint 33 said, Senior brother, I've brought a person here today. He can inherit teacher's orthodoxy. Take a look. Lin Fei felt a gaze landing on him. Chapter 11:30. You've decided? The azure-robed young man looked over and spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about something very simple. Saint 33's eyes were filled with determination. And senior brother, I've decided. Master's orthodoxy must be inherited, and junior brother Lin Fei is the best I've ever seen. I believe that he can inherit the orthodoxy. Junior brother, believe in your own eyes. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was completely confused. Orthodoxy? What's going on? Did the first elder bring him here to inherit the orthodoxy of immortal Emperor Shangtian? Lin Fei had his doubts, but he didn't dare to ask them. The azure-robed young man formed from the water elemental energy was extremely powerful. He was vast like a black hole, and no one could see through him. Even the Nether Palace's great elder, Traceless Nether, was not a match for this azure-robed young man. This azure-robed young man could probably kill the Nether Palace's great elder in one move. Junior brother Lin Fei, he is the first disciple of our master, senior brother Shang Kuang. Back then, he became a monarch and was severely injured. This space was created by him, and his strength is comparable to an immortal emperor. Saint 33's voice sounded in his ears. Senior brother Shang Kuang. Lin Fei's heart trembled. This space was actually created by the other party. His means were not simple, and his strength was comparable to an immortal emperor. Up until now, Lin Fei hadn't seen many immortal emperors. Sky Demon Monarch was one of them, followed by Demon Monarch Pajun. Their abilities were heaven-defying, and their shockwaves could even kill immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang said, Follow me. The other party waved his sleeve and brought Lin Fei away. Saint 33 was left outside the lake. Junior brother Lin Fei, you are the most heaven-defying genius in the history of the academy. In the future, you will surely become an immortal emperor, or even a heaven-defying one. Apart from you, no one is more suitable than you for master's orthodoxy. This is the dojo left behind by master. Lin Fei was enveloped by a force as he passed through layers of space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a dusky space. Dojo. With a glance, Lin Fei noticed that the spacious dojo was completely empty, with only a large number of futons placed on the ground. After becoming an immortal emperor, can they all open their own Dao grounds? It was the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a large dojo. The sky above the dojo was filled with the aura of the Great Path. The sun and the moon intertwined, dazzling and dazzling. That's right. Any immortal emperor, devil emperor who steps into the immortal emperor realm can establish a Dao field, as long as they are acknowledged. Master is one of the existences who established a Dao field. Lin Fei and Shang Kuang immortal emperor landed on the dojo. Shang Kuang immortal emperor stretched out his hand and opened up a path in the dojo. Go. Whether you can obtain master's orthodoxy is up to you. Don't let me down. Lin Fei could tell that this eldest senior brother really wanted him to obtain the orthodoxy. Without hesitation, Lin Fei walked into the passageway, and the passageway was immediately closed. It's been 10,000 years. I wonder when master's teachings will be inherited. The young man in green sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Sage Heaven Immortal Emperor's orthodoxy? Lin Fei walked into the passageway, and was very curious about Sage Heaven Immortal Emperor's orthodoxy. This was his first time seeing it up close. At the end of the passageway, there was a huge skeleton sitting in the air. I can't see the end? Lin Fei released his divine intent. This skeleton was extremely huge, like a majestic mountain with no end in sight. He was shocked. Was the legendary immortal emperor's physique this big? This skeleton is mysterious. Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that the skeleton was covered in immortal talismans. The talismans shined brightly and turned into giants that were practicing supreme arts. Sage Heaven Old Ancestor, is this powerful? After a brief look, Lin Fei took a deep breath. There were countless arts on this skeleton. Through his observation, he noticed that many of the talismans had lost their colors and the power of the arts were greatly reduced. There were two extremes. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush and continued to look at the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed and he barely managed to see the skeleton from top to bottom. Arts and techniques continuously appeared in Lin Fei's mind and interweaved into a big net. Huff! Lin Fei let out a breath of turbid air. What a good Sage Heaven Old Ancestor! The skeleton is covered in art runes. These arts should have been cultivated in the past. No wonder why he was so famous back then. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. In order to see these arts, he spent 100 years. Fortunately, time was accelerated in this space. 100 years was only a few days, so the benefits were unimaginable. This Sage Heaven Old Ancestor has at least a few thousand arts. No one under the Immortal King realm can stop him, Lin Fei solemnly said. He didn't have any thoughts about these few thousand arts. His figure flashed and he rushed inside the skeleton. Outside, there were several thousand mystic abilities being displayed non-stop. However, inside, the same immortal talismans were different emperor-level mystic abilities. They were exactly the same mystic abilities, but their grades were completely different. All of them are emperor-level arts? Lin Fei took a deep breath. Thousands of divine arts below the immortal emperor realm appeared in the inner region. Thousands of emperor-grade divine arts appeared. These emperor-level arts turned into giants that displayed the emperor-level profundities. Lin Fei was once again immersed in it. It was an immortal emperor-level divine ability, and an emperor-level divine ability. Lin Fei was enlightened. After the emperor-level divine ability, no other divine ability appeared. What appeared next was a great Tao. This grand Tao had the power to reach the heavens, covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Fei stood in front of this grand Tao and felt his own insignificance. From complexity to simplicity, the grand Tao into one, returning to the natural state. This was the true profound art. Lin Fei suddenly understood why there were so many mystiques on the outside. Inside, there were emperor-level mystiques and then a complete great Tao. There are other grand Taos? Apart from this grand Tao, Lin Fei saw another grand Tao. This grand Tao was full of domineering aura. It turned into a mountain that suppressed the space for a long time. To become an immortal emperor-level expert, I must cultivate a grand Tao. Lin Fei was deep in thought. However, he wasn't sure how to condense this grand Tao. Immortal king-level arts and emperor-level arts. How to evolve was also a mystery. Looks like my accumulation is still too little. Lin Fei sat in a lotus position and released his consciousness into the grand Tao. An immortal emperor-level grand Tao finally appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was a very mysterious feeling that made people unable to extricate themselves and want to study it. First senior brother, do you think Lin Fei can comprehend something? Saint 33 came in and stood behind first senior brother. Chapter 1131. Eldest senior brother, if it wasn't for those shameless and despicable people who ambushed you back then, you would have definitely become an immortal emperor with eldest senior brother's strength. Saint 33's eyes were red as he recalled the tragic battle back then. Holy Heaven Academy was founded by old ancestor Shangtian. After it was founded, he suppressed many experts, including some immortal emperors and demon emperors. They came out to stop eldest senior brother from becoming an immortal emperor, which was why things ended up like this. This world was created by eldest senior brother. Even though he was at the immortal emperor realm, he couldn't step out and was stuck here for the rest of his life. This is fate. Inside the Tao field, time continued to pass. This was a Tao field created by an immortal emperor. Countless experts came here to listen to his Tao. Even though the Tao field had lost its owner, the formations and restrictions left behind were still in operation and wouldn't disappear for millions of years. Inside the white bone giant, a black-robed man sat cross-legged. 1,000 years had passed. This black-robed man had been sitting inside the white-boned giant for 1,000 years. The black-robed man was calm. The aura of the Grand Tao filled the air. God arts flew out and turned into black-robed men who performed the God arts to their fullest. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that these God arts were all at the grand completion realm. Another river flew out with a mystical aura. It was the aura of fate, a monarch-level God art. The moment this river appeared, it hung behind Lin Fei. Another river of divinity flew out and hung behind him again. As soon as the two rivers appeared, they shattered the divine abilities one after another and completely disappeared. Following that, a large number of new divine abilities appeared. These God arts all came from the immortal talismans on the white bone giant's bones. At first, the God arts were rusty, but as they continued, they gradually became more perfect. To become an immortal emperor, I must have a Tao that belongs to me. 1,500 years later, Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Light flashed as his long hair fluttered in the wind. In these 1,500 years, Lin Fei constantly studied the aura of the Grand Tao. Each Grand Tao was the standard of an immortal emperor. Lin Fei being able to study the Grand Tao left behind by these immortal emperors in this situation was a great fortune. Regardless of whether it was the Devil Emperor or the Immortal Emperor, once they fell, their great Tao would completely disappear, and it would be very difficult to preserve it. To be able to preserve the Grand Tao, the heavenly ancestor was truly powerful. The Taos of the predecessors are not my Taos. My Tao should be the most powerful Tao. A large number of divine abilities shattered the vacuum and completely disappeared. The speed became faster and faster. Those divine abilities all shattered and no longer repeated themselves. Lin Fei had completely crushed the sacred art. Apart from the emperor-level sacred art, all the other sacred arts were crushed. Lin Fei wanted to walk the omnipotent Tao and become the strongest man in the world. Boom boom boom. The great paths that were originally in the starry sky all flew over. There were a total of 5 great paths. They were like 5 great dragons that soared through the sky. The aura of the great path crushed down. Not good. The great Tao that Master left behind is going to suppress junior brother Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Shangquang, who had been paying close attention, couldn't help but change his expression as his figure completely disappeared. The 5 great paths had been preserved for a long time, so their power was still terrifying. The suppression on the spot was like a 10,000 mountains. Lin Fei looked up and saw the 5 great paths coming for the kill. Their enormous aura crushed down, causing his cultivated body to bleed profusely. He couldn't withstand it and was covered in cracks. Damn it, why are these great paths trying to kill me? Lin Fei activated his divine body and his expression changed. These 5 great paths were like 5 heavenly deities. Just their aura alone was going to crush his body and kill him under this attack. Divine Palace Throne. With a loud shout, a lifelike throne flew out, covered in runes of God power, and the radiance of the sun and moon intersected with each other. It slammed into the 5 great Taos, and the 5 great Taos transformed into 5 treasures that slammed into the throne. The divine court throne was condensed with the divine power of 50 billion dragons, but it was still on the verge of collapse. One of the great paths turned into a long spear. The spear flashed and stopped Lin Fei. Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. This great path was too terrifying. Even his God throne couldn't block it. Lin Fei knew very well that if this spear landed on him, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Moreover, the other 4 great paths were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. They could definitely kill him. What's going on? Why are these great paths trying to kill me? Lin Fei calmed himself down and gritted his teeth. He activated his immortal power and a divine spear flew out. It drew a beam of light and clashed with the spear formed by the great paths. This was the Soul Destroyer divine spear that he stole from the Sky Demon Emperor's lair. It almost became an emperor's divine weapon. Even though it failed at the last moment, it was still a high-level great path immortal weapon. Lin Fei stabbed out with his spear. The vortex rumbled and went to meet the other's huge vortex. The power of the great paths was still unfathomable. The long spear flicked and used a spear technique. The Soul Destroyer divine spear was sent flying and crashed into the immortal talismans nearby. God knew how many of them were destroyed. Boom boom boom, the long spear slashed down again. The other 4 great paths, one transformed into a long blade, another into a mountain, a purple gourd, and a mirror. The 5 great paths attacked at the same time and destroyed countless immortal talismans. Bang 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 bang. Lin Fei used all his strength but still exploded on the spot. After recovering, his face was pale. The 5 great paths were too terrifying. One attack had seriously injured him. Is this the ultimate Tao that I'm pursuing? Lin Fei was bathed in blood. His body exploded again and again. After a flash of inspiration, he finally understood something. Why did the 5 great paths want to kill him? This must be it. My thoughts were sensed by the great paths. They were left behind by the Celestial Emperor, so they naturally have their pride. They naturally don't want to see an ultimate Tao above them. That's why they attacked and wanted to kill me. The 5 great paths attacked again. Lin Fei's divine power and immortal power were severely depleted. His heart was filled with bitterness. He wanted to propose an ultimate Tao, but these great paths wanted to kill him, not allowing him to exist. Run! The 5 great paths attacked, and a young man in a green robe appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was the eldest senior brother, Shangquang's Celestial Emperor. A dark green great path rushed out and turned into a wall of water, blocking in front of Lin Fei. The aura of the great path filled the air. It was a great path cultivated by Shangquang's Celestial Emperor. Shangquang had lived for a long time, but he had never seen a great path actively kill a junior. Right now he could only save him. As for other things, they could wait until he was safe. Lin Fei wanted to leave. The divine power of the 5 great paths was not something he could resist. No matter which great path it was more than enough to kill him. The throne of the divine court and the soul-destroying divine spear could not stop the attack of the other party's great path. If another wave came, he would definitely die. Lin Fei was not willing to give up. If he left today, the means left behind by the great path would definitely affect him. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1132. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Are they trying to kill me completely? This scene happened way too quickly. Even when Immortal Emperor Shangquang struck out with his great Tao, he still could not stop the 5 great Taos from attacking him. They rushed into Lin Fei's body and destroyed every single part of his flesh. Lin Fei's body exploded. This was not good. His strong body was crushed by the 5 great Taos, causing him to go completely crazy. These great Taos did not allow the appearance of the strongest great Tao, and wanted to kill Lin Fei completely. I can't die. I want to become an immortal emperor. I want to be the strongest immortal emperor. 5 great Taos can forget about killing me. Lin Fei reared his head and roared into the sky. Once again he reformed his body, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Immortal Emperor Shangquang was so shocked that he could not speak. What had Lin Fei done to cause the 5 great Taos to attack him together? Even he could not stop it. Boom! Boom! No, if this continues, junior brother Lin Fei will be killed by the great Taos. There's no chance of survival. Indeed, Immortal Emperor Shangquang did not understand what was going on. However, he did not want to watch the other party die before his eyes. Since the great Taos were not allowed to exist, Immortal Emperor Shangquang had to stop them. Junior brother Lin Fei. I'm coming to help you. A great Tao rushed into Lin Fei's body, blocking 2 of the great Taos. It was extremely difficult to resist. Hurry up and stop the great Taos. This was the only thing that Immortal Emperor Shangquang could do. If he did not stop it now, he would definitely die later. The 3 great Taos continued to crush him. In just a short period of time, Lin Fei had already used up a lot of his immortal energy after reforming his body multiple times. I'll give it my all. Whether it succeeds or not, I'll suppress these great Taos. At this time Lin Fei was definitely going to give it his all. If he did not, he would die completely. This was not something that he could hesitate about. The heaven and earth furnace flew out. This was a godly skill from back then, the godly fire that could refine everything in the world. A large amount of godly fire poured down and turned this place into a battlefield. You great Taos, don't you want to kill me? At most I'll fight to the end. The divine flame turned into flame giants one after another. In the blink of an eye there were over 1 million of them. These giants looked down on the world, carrying divine might as they slaughtered their way towards the 3 great paths in a grandiose manner. Lin Fei exerted all his strength and his face paled. This was the first time he had risked his life to activate the heaven and earth furnace. A million flame giants were charging towards the three Taoists in a grandiose manner. The battle was extremely intense as large swathes of flame giants were killed. Once again, the heaven and earth smelt was restored. For the time being, they were holding back their footsteps. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother, be careful. Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't stop the two Grand Taoists. One of them turned into a rainbow, and turned into an ancient figure wearing a Taoist robe. He pressed his hand down and suppressed the two Grand Taoists. Divine flame, block it. A great expanse of divine flames rushed up, blocking in front of Lin Fei. In front of the divine might of the great Tao, they continuously crumbled, pressing towards Lin Fei's true body. Blood once again flowed from his body, and it was covered in cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. I can't kill anyone. Lin Fei channeled the power of the divine flame with all his might, roaring continuously. Not only did he want to suppress these Grand Taoists, he also wanted to cultivate the strongest Grand Tao, one that was above all the other Grand Taoists. The heaven and earth smelt seemed to have sensed something. Divine light shone down, restricting the power of the five Grand Taoists, causing their auras to weaken. Ha ha ha, this is great. Even the heaven and earth smelt is helping me. The moment Lin Fei saw this, he knew that this was a godly skill helping him, gathering all the power to deal with the five Grand Taoists. Junior brother Lin Fei, just what did you cultivate to be able to unleash such power and suppress the power of the five Grand Taoists? This is unbelievable. Immortal Emperor Shangquang, who had cultivated a Grand Tao, was shocked. Even though he had become an immortal emperor, his fighting strength wasn't strong enough. He had lost the opportunity to advance to the next level, and had only cultivated a single Grand Tao. Although these five Grand Taoists were left behind by his master, their auras were still strong and could kill anyone below the immortal emperor realm. Even immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't withstand this power. But now immortal Emperor Shangquang could clearly feel the auras of the five Grand Taoists changing. Soon he frowned. His Grand Tao was ejected and returned to his body. My Grand Tao has been expelled. Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't go any further. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. In Lin Fei's body, the heaven and earth smelt isolated everything. Divine light shone brightly, suppressing the five Grand Taoists. The flame giant had the upper hand. No matter how hard it struggled, the five Grand Taoists couldn't escape. The divine flame wrapped around the five Grand Taoists like a net. It was a thrilling scene. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's various treasures and abilities, the five Grand Taoists would have killed him on the spot. It was rare to be able to survive the attack of five Grand Taoists. There was definitely no second one. Your five Grand Taoists are just left behind by the Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor. What's there to be proud of? You want to kill me? I'll kill them first. It seemed like the five Grand Taoists were suppressed, but Lin Fei was still worried about when they would come out. He would kill the Grand Taoists first to avoid being on tenterhooks. If it happened again, it was still a big question whether he could survive. Bang bang bang. Under the suppression of the five Grand Taoists, they exploded one after another, turning into a Grand Tao light that didn't dissipate. This is the Grand Tao? After Lin Fei killed the five Grand Taoists, he was finally so tired that he couldn't move. The divine light dimmed. In order to kill the five Grand Taoists, he had consumed a lot of energy. In the light of the Grand Tao, there were specks of starlight. Lin Fei walked in. He didn't know why, but he felt that the starlight was extraordinary. After all, it was left behind after the Grand Tao was killed. Master's Grand Tao has been killed? Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't sense the aura of the five Grand Taoists. He couldn't imagine why it would be like this. How could these five Grand Taoists be killed? He tried to send a voice transmission to Lin Fei, but for some reason, the other party didn't respond. What happened? If junior brother Sheng 33 knows, he will definitely come to settle the score with me. Immortal Emperor Shangquang could tell that his junior brother thought highly of Lin Fei. In private, he didn't want anything to happen. The most important thing was that the five Grand Taoists of his master had disappeared. That was the key. Where did the five Grand Taoists go? This is... All of a sudden Lin Fei, who was in a daze, burst out with a brilliant light. Starlight filled the sky and occupied the top of his head. Immortal palaces appeared one after another, looking down on the world with an invincible domineering aura. Immortal Emperor Shangquang's blood and qi surged. His eyes widened as he took a few steps back, revealing a shocked expression. This aura reminded him of something. Back then when he was surrounded there was a strong aura. But it was far inferior to this aura. This is the aura of a supreme grand Tao. Why does he have it? Could it be that he wants to cultivate a supreme grand Tao before he is killed by the 5 grand Taos? Chapter 1133. Ultimate Aura? Shangquang Immortal Emperor looked over. Lin Fei was bathed in the holy light, and his powerful aura swept across the world. Even he himself had a feeling of looking up to this aura. Yes, it must be like this. Shangquang Immortal Emperor finally understood what was going on. Junior brother Lin Fei was planning to cultivate an ultimate great Tao. The 5 great Tao left by Master did not allow this great Tao to appear, so he attacked. Even he could not stop it. Junior brother Lin Fei wants to cultivate the ultimate great Tao, which is not allowed by other great Tao. No great Tao can be above other great Tao. Shangquang Immortal Emperor saw clearly that this aura came and left quickly. It was like a flash in the pan, but in fact there were already signs and all that was left was time. Amazing, really amazing. Shangquang Immortal Emperor could not help but admire him. Before reaching the Immortal Emperor realm, he had some understanding of the great Tao and had his own ideas. Back then, Shangquang Immortal Emperor himself, in order to find his own great Tao, hesitated for a long time on this last step. I don't know what great Tao junior brother Lin Fei has comprehended to produce such an earth-shattering effect. If this was not the dojo, this aura would definitely be noticed by others, and it would lead to the pursuit of immortal emperors and demon emperors. Once this great Tao was perfected, it would become the strongest great Tao, suppressing all great Tao in the world, becoming the true king of the great Tao, above all great Tao, covering the sky with one hand, and suppressing all directions. This state did not last long. And then it dissipated. The aura of a sovereign descending on the world disappeared, and Lin Fei woke up, restored, and regained control of his physical body. At this time his physical body was damaged, and his face was pale, but in this face there was a peerless aura of heaven, which was a domineering aura. Even Shangquang Immortal Emperor could not help but be shocked by this aura. Junior brother Lin Fei would definitely be an invincible and powerful existence in the future. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, for your great improvement in strength. Needless to say, Shangquang Immortal Emperor knew that there must be a connection between the disappearance of the 5 great Tao and the emergence of another supreme great Tao. In the past, their master left behind 5 grand Taos. Even now their power was not as great as before. A grand Tao was still a grand Tao after all. After so many years they wanted to find someone who had a good grasp of the Tao. Someone who could grasp all 5 of their master's grand Taos. Even if that person only grasped one Tao, they would still become an immortal emperor in the future. 5 grand Taos, in other words, could create 5 immortal emperors. If the college had 5 immortal emperors, it would definitely be able to establish itself in the great metropolis world. Shangquang Immortal Emperor said this from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were very gentle, and he really regarded Lin Fei as his junior brother. The master's junior brother. Senior brother Shang, we haven't even started yet. Lin Fei smiled. If I want to cultivate to the great Tao, I'm afraid it'll take a very, very long time. Immortal Emperor Shangquang said. Junior brother, I wonder what kind of great Tao you have comprehended. Let me broaden my horizons. Lin Fei knew that Shangquang Immortal Emperor had intervened to stop the great Tao. Otherwise, he would not have had the time to stop the great Tao. He had to be grateful for his good intentions. In addition, Lin Fei really wanted to communicate with someone and find his own Tao from the 5 great Tao. I found a Tao from old ancestor sacred heaven's great Tao. Lin Fei said. Senior brother, please look. Lin Fei waved his palm. Celestial force and God force fused together to form a long sword. This long sword was vast and mighty, like a sovereign looking down on the world. With a single slash, 1,000,000 miles of sword light swept out, causing the space around to tremble and collapse. Great sword technique. Shangquang Immortal Emperor was entranced. From this sword he could see that this sword technique contained a Tao intent that surpassed everyone else. Even though it was not too obvious now, This crushing pressure was enough to make it difficult for others to resist. This Tao, I call it the true self great Tao. Lin Fei continued. This sword is condensed with supreme divine and immortal powers, and is called the true self world-destroying sword. It helps me eliminate all enemies. Lin Fei had never spoken with such confidence. Swish, swish, swish. Another 3 slashes were unleashed. Such terrifying power. Even Shangquang Immortal Emperor couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This great Tao had not even begun, and it was only a seed, but it was already very amazing. The true self great Tao, one is the strongest existence. In this world, no one can surpass oneself except oneself. Using oneself as the great Tao, transcending the ordinary and achieving the true self great Tao. Junior brother Lin Fei said it well. Lin Fei was very grateful. The information from the divine light allowed him to understand that the most powerful being in the universe was none other than himself. He was the most powerful and invincible existence. Since he was the strongest, why not walk on his own great Tao? Thus, the great Tao of true self became a seed that was planted in Lin Fei's heart. Given time, this great Tao would continue to grow until it truly became the great Tao of true self that stood above all other worlds. I learned the true self great Tao, so my body must be the strongest. With a move of his mind, Lin Fei's physical body collapsed again. The aura of the true self swept through his entire body. His physical body was reconstructed, then exploded and reconstructed again. This happened thousands of times, and he was constantly bathed in the bloody light. Junior brother Lin Fei, you actually want to keep shattering your physical body to reverse the previous physical cultivation method, and cultivate a more powerful physical body. Shangquang Immortal Emperor admired junior brother Lin Fei's decisiveness. Ordinary people would never let themselves suffer before they were familiar with it, especially when reversing the physical body cultivation method and cultivating a more powerful cultivation method. In this case, Shangquang Immortal Emperor was helpless and could only guard by the side. As the physical body collapsed, the physical body cultivation method collapsed and integrated into the flesh and blood. Every part of the flesh and blood shone brightly, constantly condensing, calling the wind and summoning the rain, and constantly becoming stronger. What a terrifying true self great Tao. It's just a seed, but it can reverse the physical body and make it stronger. I'm afraid that even a half-step immortal emperor or a half-step demon emperor may not be able to break this physical body. Junior brother Lin Fei has really reached the sky in one step and is invincible. The eternal immortal emperor will probably suppress all the geniuses. Shangquang Immortal Emperor was very pleased. He couldn't do it himself, but he saw that Lin Fei had found his own path with the help of his master's 5 great Tao. This was the strongest even if he had lost 5 great Tao. Shangquang Immortal Emperor could imagine that in the future, Lin Fei would at least be a heaven-defying immortal emperor and become a real giant in the universe. I have finally cultivated the true self body. This physical body cultivation method is more heaven-defying than I imagined. The great Tao is perfect. Now my physical body can't be broken by a half-step immortal emperor or a half-step demon emperor, right? Chapter 1134. On this day it was a cloudless day. The sky above the Elysium Academy was bright and colorful. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew about this. Everyone saw this scene. Many ancient existences cast their divine senses towards the sky above the Elysium Academy and communicated with each other. The inheritance of the Eternal Celestial Emperor is finally going to reveal itself. The Eternal Celestial Emperor was a powerful existence among the Celestial Emperors. The treasures he left behind must be incredible. Whoever obtains the treasures will definitely soar to the sky. It's a pity that there's a limit to the number of people who can obtain it. However, this time the inheritance will open, and experts from all over the world will come. We will be able to watch a fierce battle between 2 giants. The ancient existences discussed. The colorful light above the Elysium Academy did not dissipate for a long time. It broke through countless voids and pointed to a certain place. The ancient existences' divine senses were extremely powerful, and some of them were powerful immortal emperors. They followed the direction of the colorful light and thought about it. Let's go. Let's try our luck. After thinking about it, the ancient existences left and headed towards the direction. Is it finally going to open? On the invincible peak, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the colorful light. The colorful light came from where Lin Fei was and gathered in the sky, pointing to a place. Grand Elder. Saint 33 appeared on the invincible peak and stood beside Lin Fei. Did you forget what I said? From today onwards you can call me senior brother. Saint 33 laughed. Although you don't have Master's great Tao, you are still Master's disciple. You are my Saint 33's junior brother. Quite some time had passed since Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor's dojo. During this time Lin Fei did not leave and continued to study the great Tao of True Self. The great Tao of True Self was currently a seed. As he continued to study it, Lin Fei gained a lot. His strength increased rapidly, especially his understanding of the great Tao of True Self. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother. Saint 33 said. The inheritance of the eternal celestial emperor has opened, and experts from all over the world will be tempted. The location pointed out by the great emperor's key will likely lead many people there to try their luck, including some ancient existences. This trip will be more difficult than expected. You must be mentally prepared. Senior brother, do you know where it is? Lin Fei frowned. Is it because this position is very dangerous? Now that junior brother's strength has grown, junior brother is not afraid of ordinary half-step immortal emperors and half-step devil emperors. I must obtain the treasures left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. After learning the great Tao of True Self, Lin Fei was full of confidence about the inheritance of the eternal immortal emperor. So far he was in the dark and others were in the dark. No one knew that his strength had increased again. Saint 33 looked in the direction the multicolored light was pointing. In the myriad of worlds there are many danger zones and forbidden areas, all of which are fraught with danger. Even immortal emperors would be trapped inside for tens of thousands of years. The eternal immortal emperor was an overlord in the past, and even our institute's Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor admitted that he was inferior to the eternal immortal emperor. Now that the legacy has appeared, there will be a fierce battle. Based on the direction of the multicolored light, the eternal immortal emperor's legacy should be in the Nirvana world. The Nirvana world? Lin Fei frowned. He had never heard of such a place. The Nirvana world used to be a grand world among the myriad heavens. That year, a powerful devil emperor appeared in the Nirvana world. His name was the Nirvana Devil Emperor and he was extremely ambitious. He allied with a few other devil emperors in an attempt to conquer the myriad heavens and suppress the various experts. In the end, they were encircled and killed by the various immortal emperors in the Nirvana world. The Nirvana world was also destroyed in that battle, causing countless experts to die. The Nirvana Devil Emperor's unwillingness to die turned the Nirvana world into a land of death. When Saint 33 mentioned this, he sighed. Senior brother, are you sure that the Eternal Celestial Emperor placed the inheritance in the Nirvana world? Lin Fei frowned slightly. Most likely. At the Immortal Emperor level, one has remarkable abilities that we cannot speculate about. The Nirvana world is very likely, Saint 33 said. Saint 33 said, on this trip, I will create an incarnation to accompany you. This incarnation will have 70% of my battle prowess. When do we leave? If there's nothing else, let's go now. The Nirvana world is still a long way away. The Grand Emperor Qi pointed in the direction of the multicolored light. First, it shocked the great metropolis heaven and then all the other worlds. Some of the worlds began to glow with multicolored light that seemed unstoppable. The news of the Eternal Celestial Emperor's inheritance spread like wildfire. All the worlds were shocked. The Eternal Celestial Emperor's inheritance had finally appeared. Everyone's eyes were all focused on this. Saint 33 sent an avatar with 70% of his power from the Holy Heaven Institute. At the same time, 30 elders, including Lin Fei, headed in the direction of the multicolored light. The other factions in the great metropolis heaven also began to send their experts. They could not afford to miss out on such a golden opportunity. Reporting. Saint 33 has led 30 elders and Lin Fei to the inheritance. In a gloomy palace, someone came to report. You're finally willing to go out. I thought you were going to hide in there forever. Someone in the main seat snorted coldly. It was the Grand Elder of the Nether Palace, Traceless Hades. Last time, Traceless Nether had left with a ferocious aura, only to return in a sorry state. He hated Lin Fei to the bone. as well as the Holy Heaven Academy behind him. Back then, he had been wary of the Holy Heaven Academy. Back then, the Holy Heaven Immortal Emperor had set up a formation, and unless an Immortal Emperor made a move, it would be extremely difficult to break it. Traceless Hades had not made a move since then. The price to break the Holy Heaven Institute's formation was too high, unless he mobilized the true experts of the Nether Palace. Traceless Hades sent his men away, then left the palace and appeared in a different space. Chilly winds swept through the space. Uncle Master Yu, Uncle Master Ming. Traceless Nether stood in front of a cave abode with a respectful expression. You really want us to make a move? A gloomy voice came from the cave abode, like the voice of the underworld. Traceless Hades' eyes flashed with pain, and he nodded vigorously. Uncle Masters, Lin Fei's matter is very important, so please act. I have made my decision. The cave abode was silent for a long time. Traceless, we promised to do something for you back then. From now on, we have nothing to do with Lin Fei. Chapter 1135. In a world of boundless ocean. Towering palaces towered above the boundless ocean. Bai Buodong, do you really want to go? An old, dignified voice spoke from the mouth of an old man. He had an ancient and powerful aura flowing around him. Not too far away from the old man was a young man with a proud expression on his face. Waves of aura pulsed out from him, and a boundless ocean world churned behind him. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was precisely Hai Buodong from back then. I have to go. I'm one of the eternal immortal emperor's in-name disciples. Now that my strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, I must go to the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance. Furthermore, I must defeat Lin Fei of the great metropolis world and slay my inner demons. That way, I can become an immortal emperor in the future. Bai Buodong had been defeated in that battle, utterly defeated. After returning, Bai Buodong had gone to the ancient hidden realm, where he had experienced life and death, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. The eternal immortal realm will be in the Nirvana world. It will become the most lively place in the myriad heavens, and also a place of life and death battles. The geniuses of the younger generation will compete there. It will be your chance to make a name for yourself. Every expert of the Sea God clan will rise to prominence in the myriad heavens, and you, Bai Buodong, will rise as well. I will definitely rise. Bai Buodong's gaze seemed to pierce through the great world. I lost that battle, Lin Fei. I don't know if you're ready, but with my current strength, as long as you don't improve, I can suppress you. Rumble. Rumble. In a hidden realm, an enormous creature, brimming with murderous intent, was pressed to the ground by a giant palm. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, unable to get up. Too weak. A young man walked out of the void. This was a powerful immortal beast, at least as strong as an immortal emperor, but it had been killed with a single palm strike. More powerful immortal beasts emerged from the hidden realm, but they couldn't do anything to the young man. All of them were slain. Is it open? All of a sudden, the young man stopped in his tracks and punched out with his palm, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. He looked off into the distance, where the Grand Emperor Key was located. Eternal Immortal Emperor, so you left your legacy in the Nirvanic world. What a surprise. No one would have thought that the Nirvanic world would become your legacy after the death of the Devil Emperor. The young man walked out with large steps, leaving the secret realm. He appeared in the starry sky, walking towards the world of Nirvana. The secret realm rumbled and collapsed, and it completely vanished. The eternal immortal emperor's legacy appeared. Everyone in the universe was alarmed. Many powerful existences began to send their experts, preparing to intervene in this matter. Back in the day, the eternal immortal emperor had cultivated the eternal great Tao, and had mastered time. He had been one of the most powerful immortal emperors, and no one had been able to kill him. The eternal great Tao of time controlled time, and could speed it up or slow it down. In that regard, the eternal immortal emperor was truly almighty. Back in the day, both the immortal emperors and the devil emperors had respected the eternal immortal emperor. None of the immortal emperors or the devil emperors had dared to make a move if they weren't sure they could kill him. That was why the eternal immortal emperor was so famous. Now that the eternal immortal emperor's legacy had appeared, everyone took notice. There were even rumors that the eternal immortal emperor had left behind something to become a god. A god. An omnipotent god. A god that didn't exist in this world. Who didn't want to become a god? No one wanted to miss out on something that could help them become a god. The Nirvana world, a place that few people knew about, suddenly became a focus of attention. Saint 33 and the others followed the light. The light from the Grand Emperor Key stretched across the starry sky, even passing through some danger zones and secret realms. The group of people were all powerful, with the weakest of them at the immortal emperor level. They didn't encounter any danger along the way, and were very safe. The roving bandits in the starry sky ran into them, and immediately left without saying a word. Saint 33 and the others were very relaxed, and didn't feel any pressure for the time being. Be careful, everyone. It won't be long before we run into people from the heavenly planes. Saint 33 controlled an upper-grade immortal treasure. With this high-tier immortal artifact they were able to travel quite quickly. In fact, it was much more advantageous than traveling on their own. The elders nodded. The eternal immortal emperor's legacy had opened, and the Divine Academy was still under a lot of pressure. After all, the Grand Emperor Key was still in their hands, especially with Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength had grown, and besides Worski's spot, the rest were in Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei would be the one to decide how to distribute the spots. It could be said that Saint 33 would not say a word about the distribution of spots. In Saint 33's eyes, Lin Fei was the most accomplished person in the Divine Academy, and might even surpass eldest senior brother Shangquang in the future. Saint 33 would not say anything about the spots for the Grand Emperor Key, and would not interfere. Saint 33's words were true. As the multicolored light traveled deeper and deeper, passing through one world after another, people from the heavenly planes began to attack them. Powerful bands of roving bandits caught their attention. Saint 33 and the others were attacked more than a dozen times along the way. They were all very strong, and it took them a lot of time to get rid of them. As a result, they had to be very careful. It seems that the eternal immortal emperor's legacy will be in the Nirvana realm. Far off in the distance, there was an aura of nirvanic exuberance that made one feel uneasy. The world was too silent. Lin Fei looked over and saw that it was a world shrouded in black fog. Multicolored light pierced through the black fog and into the world. What a strong aura of nirvanic exuberance. I feel like I'm going to die with it. Powerful auras lingered outside the Nirvana realm, and the aura of nirvanic exuberance enveloped it. It's been 1,000,000 years, and the Nirvana realm is the same as it was before. The aura of the great Tao of nirvanic exuberance still shrouds it, and it doesn't seem to have weakened in the slightest. If the Nirvanic Demon Emperor hadn't been so ambitious, he would have been a first-rate expert among all the demon emperors. Lin Fei had seen the 5 great Das, as well as eldest senior brother Shangquang's. Compared to the great Tao of nirvanic exuberance, there was simply too much of a difference. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Numerous gazes fell upon Saint 33 and his party. Chapter 1136. Outside the Nirvana realm, a large number of factions had gathered. They hadn't entered the Nirvana realm yet. After the group from the Holy Heaven Academy appeared, they received the attention of everyone, especially Lin Fei. It was impossible for them not to pay attention to him. Back then, many forces had heard of Lin Fei's situation. In the great metropolis Heaven, he challenged some of the geniuses from all over the universe and defeated them one by one. This was no secret and everyone knew about it. Now that the people from the Elysian Academy had arrived, everyone was paying attention to Lin Fei. There was a rumor that aside from the spots given out by the academies, the rest of the spots for the Great Emperor's keys belonged to Lin Fei. Is he Lin Fei? He's not that strong. He's only an immortal king. At most he's a human king. There are so few geniuses in the great metropolis realm. It's disappointing that an immortal king would be able to show off. Since he's here, we have to have a share of the remaining spots. In the eternal immortal emperor's land of inheritance, multicolored light pierced through the Nirvana realm. Even the Nirvana Great Tao created after the Demon Emperor's death could do nothing against the eternal immortal emperor's immortal might. Those who hadn't been able to get a spot were instantly tempted by the Elysian Academy's group. If they could get a spot, they would be able to benefit from the eternal immortal emperor's power in the land of inheritance. They would be able to make a name for themselves in the future. Lin Fei was an immortal king. What right did he have to hold on to the remaining spots? Snatch it. They had to. That was what everyone was thinking. Brother Wuhan, is that Lin Fei? In one of the locations of the Nirvana world, there was a faction that occupied a portion of the world. An arrogant middle-aged man said to a person not far away from him, "Brother Tianzi, you have a good eye." You recognized Lin Fei at a glance. Among that group of people, the youngest one, dressed in black, is Lin Fei. He caused an uproar in the great metropolis realm and made a name for himself. Traceless of the Nether smiled, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The middle-aged man named Tianzi had a look of disapproval on his face. Humph! He's just an immortal king. He's just putting on a show in your great metropolis realm. If he were in our great world, any genius immortal king would be able to crush him as easily as turning over a hand. It was more like courting death. Traceless Nether coldly laughed in his heart. Even the immortal emperor of their netherworld palace had died in his hands. Genius immortal king? Wasn't he still courting death? So what? Of course, Traceless Nether would not say this. In the great metropolis heaven, the Nether Palace had the right to speak. Outside of the Nirvana world, the Nether Palace was really nothing. What's more, the Tianzi immortal emperor in front of him had a much bigger background than him. Even 10 Nether Palaces wouldn't be a match for him. Even Traceless Nether had to be careful when speaking to him, lest he offend the Tianzi immortal emperor. Brother Tianzi's words make sense, Traceless Nether said with a smile. The Tianzi immortal emperor was very satisfied with Traceless Nether's words. He said indifferently, "I heard that this Lin Fei still has a Grand Emperor's key with him. Is that true?" Traceless Nether said hesitantly, "I really can't say for sure. Everything is just a rumor. As for the specifics, you really have to ask Lin Fei himself." Humph! That's not right. The Tianzi immortal emperor revealed a greedy look. It's fine if the Grand Emperor's key slots are divided. However, the ones that haven't been distributed can't be wasted. They have to be used. How could Traceless Nether not understand what he meant? He didn't want to become a knife in someone else's hands. Under the condition that he didn't offend the Tianzi immortal emperor, he could still instigate him a little. It couldn't be better to create an enemy for Lin Fei. I'm afraid that Brother Tianzi will be disappointed. Traceless Nether shook his head. The Tianzi immortal emperor was naturally dissatisfied. Is this Lin Fei really not going to hand over the Grand Emperor's key? This Lin Fei is very stubborn. It won't be easy to get a slot from him. That kid has a strong killing intent. He kills people at the slightest provocation. Traceless Nether's words were immediately interrupted by the Tianzi immortal emperor's cold snort. Kill people. Back then, I also walked out of a pile of bones and eventually became an immortal emperor. What does this Lin Fei count for? He's probably nothing. Facing the menacing gazes, Saint 33 warned his junior brother Lin Fei through voice transmission with a stern expression. Junior brother, you have to be careful. These people are all eyeing us covetously. You must hold back and not make a move. Lin Fei knew what these people were aiming for. Senior brother, I'm very good at controlling my emotions. I'll only make a move if they act recklessly and provoke us. Elder Saint, you're here. Long time no see, Brother Saint. The first to greet them were those who had a partnership with the Institute. In other words, they were people who had received a slot from the Institute and were backed by powerful factions in the myriad heavens. These factions all had a partnership with the Institute, so they had to show their strength in order to prevent others from eyeing the Institute's slots. Saint 33 chose a place to rest for the time being, and greeted each of them in a very intimate manner. Lin Fei was the youngest and the youngest of the group of elders, and was very eye-catching. The legacy zone of the Eternal Immortal Emperor really is full of experts. If I didn't have the initial Great Tao of True Self, I wouldn't be able to find any opportunities here. Lin Fei's eyes swept over the experts, and his heart filled with shock. Many of the factions had sent out experts who had concealed their auras, but their blood and chi roiled like clouds. Lin Fei had no doubt that if they used their blood and chi, they would be able to crush everyone else. These experts had powerful blood and chi, and many of them were clones or incarnations. One could only imagine how powerful their true selves were. Look, that's Immortal Emperor Sea Divinity from the Sea Divinity world. I can't believe he's here. Rolling waves filled the sky, and it was as if they were standing on the surface of a vast ocean, with countless sea beasts galloping together. Someone cried out, not daring to look. This was the great Tao of the sea. A powerful immortal emperor had appeared. The appearance of immortal emperor sea divinity caused everyone's hearts to clench. How many immortal emperors would there be before the eternal immortal emperor's legacy zone stopped? In the south there was a wave of decadent music. Fairies danced, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the ears. Many immortal palaces gathered in the sky and arrived. Isn't that the Love Emperor? Someone cried out. The Love Emperor had a powerful background, and had cultivated the great Tao of emotion. He had used his great Tao to defeat more than 10 immortal emperors, and become famous throughout the myriad heavens. If the Love Emperor is here, then the Flower Emperor must be here as well. Someone cried out. Chapter 1137. Outside the Nirvana world, immortal emperors appeared one after another. The boundless aura of the great Tao filled the air, causing everyone to shiver. The great Tao aura that immortal Emperor Guang inadvertently revealed was enough to blast them into pieces. The great Tao aura of these immortal emperors is so strong. Lin Fei looked at the immortal emperors that appeared one after another. The boundless throne affected the starry sky world. The Nirvana world's great Tao aura was constantly suppressed, unknowingly suppressing the great Tao aura to the periphery, relieving the pressure of the great Tao. The appearance of these immortal emperors made Lin Fei study the great Tao. The seemingly ordinary great Tao was, in fact, extremely terrifying, not something that immortal emperors could resist. By Buodong, passionate prince, I didn't expect them to come. Their strength improved very quickly. Among the immortal emperors, there were some old acquaintances, some of whom Lin Fei knew. Bai Buodong, who was behind immortal Emperor Sea God, had an incomparably dense aura. After stepping into the immortal emperor level, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, many times stronger than before. The latter's passionate prince's strength also improved rapidly. At a glance there were no flaws, and his foundation was solid, as expected of the immortal emperor's disciples. In front of such a huge foundation, improving strength is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei thought. They can improve, but I'm not bad either. I've planted the great Tao of truth and cultivated the true self-body and true self-world annihilation sword. If we really fight, I'm not afraid of them at all. Strong battle intent danced in Lin Fei's eyes. A dark cloud flew over the horizon, and a chilly wind blew, causing people to subconsciously move to the side. How can this old man miss out on such a good thing? The dark cloud formed together, forming a black-robed old man, and his cold laughter spread throughout the starry sky world. Celestial Demon Emperor. Celestial Demon Emperor was a rising star, and his strength was not ordinary. But after the appearance of the Celestial Demon Emperor, many immortal emperors laughed. Many immortal emperors laughed. The immortal emperors were very clear about the recent situation. The old nest of the Sky Devil Emperor was overturned by someone. Devil Emperor Pujuan brought his good friends to kill their way to the Sky Devil Emperor and destroyed it. The arrival of the Celestial Devil Emperor at this time was indeed easy to attract ridicule. Sky Demon Emperor, aren't you going to find a place to hide? Aren't you afraid that Demon Emperor Pujuan will hunt you down? Not far away, Qing Emperor laughed. The Sky Demon Emperor was very strong. Back then, Demon Emperor Pujuan had a great background. After he recovered his strength, he surpassed the Sky Demon Emperor by quite a bit. After chasing him for a long time, everyone knew about him. Sky Demon King laughed coldly. Qing King, I forgot to tell you something. I have joined the Dark Faction, and if Demon King Pujuan dares to come after me, I will kill him. Some of the immortal emperors and devil emperors present revealed looks of surprise when they heard this. The Sky Devil Emperor joined a dark power. Although the reputation of this power was very bad in the myriad worlds, there were many experts within it. The immortal emperors they had could be ranked within the top 5 in the myriad worlds. After the Sky Demon Emperor joined the Dark Faction, none of the immortal emperors present dared to say anything. Even the Qing Emperor frowned and did not say anything. It was rumored that the strongest existence in the Dark Faction was very strong, and was about to reach the level of a god. He was an expert that was infinitely close to that level. With such an expert in charge, the reputation of the dark faction was very bad. But in the myriad worlds, no one dared to do anything about it. While everyone was wondering why the Sky Demon Emperor had joined such a powerful faction, the Sky Demon Emperor's cold gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy. Sky Demon, that old thing, seems to have joined a powerful faction. This is going to be troublesome. Although Lin Fei did not know much about the dark faction, he was able to read some clues from the eyes of the other experts. This must be a terrifying force, an existence that everyone was afraid of. Brat, I didn't think we would meet again. The Sky Demon Emperor's gaze did not waver. You little brat, you managed to escape from me again and again, and in the end you did something big. You really are amazing. Lin Fei already had a feeling that the heavenly devil old thing should know who released Demon Emperor Pajun, which was why he said such words. Saint 33 had heard a few things in the past, and he respectfully said to the Sky Demon Emperor, Senior Sky Demon, junior brother Lin Fei is young and immature. I apologize on his behalf. Please be magnanimous and let junior brother Lin Fei go. The Sky Demon Emperor's sudden targeting of Lin Fei caused many experts to pay attention to Lin Fei. Little Hai, is he that Lin Fei? The Sea Divinity Immortal Emperor sat on his azure throne, and Hai Buodong stood beside him with his trident. In the past I was defeated by him. Now that I have become an immortal emperor, he is still stuck at the immortal king realm. This time I will definitely defeat him and all the experts of the young generation. The boundless ocean behind Hai Buodong surged. The Sea Divinity Immortal Emperor said, Very strong brat, very good training for you. The Sky Demon Emperor snorted. Saint 33, if the Sacred Heaven Ancestor was still here, this old man would give you face. But now your face is not enough. For the Sacred Heaven Ancestor's sake, hand over this brat Lin Fei, and everything will be written off. Back then, his lair was almost completely destroyed, and the Sky Devil Emperor was utterly humiliated. After he returned, he put in a lot of effort and gave away more than half of his wealth to join the dark forces. He found a Devil Emperor who was rather accomplished in space-time and reverse time to investigate the situation. The Sky Demon Emperor would never have thought that everything would be ruined by a little brat. This little brat was the Lin Fei in front of him. The soul-extinguishing godly spear that he painstakingly forged was ruined at the last moment. One could only imagine the importance of an emperor's weapon. The Sky Demon Emperor felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife after his weapon was destroyed. He hated Lin Fei to the bone, and the King Breaker Demon Emperor would have to wait. Saint 33's expression became ugly. Senior Heavenly Demon, I can't fulfill your request. Our academy will not hand him over. Senior Heavenly Demon, don't force this junior. When the Sacred Heaven Ancestor became famous, the Sky Demon Emperor was only a rising star. Now, he didn't even give the Sacred Heaven Ancestor any face. Heavenly Demon, you're already so old. Is there a need to go this far just to deal with a little brat? Not far away, an empress amidst a sea of flowers spoke. It was the Flower Empress. Her gaze shifted. Little brat, it seems like you really know how to cause trouble. How about this, join my sect and the Heavenly Demon won't dare to say anything. Everyone was startled. This Lin Fei made the Flower Empress speak. Even Lin Fei himself was confused. He didn't seem to know this Flower Empress. Chapter 1138. The Flower Emperor's words were indeed surprising. No one was an idiot. After thinking about it, they immediately knew that the Flower Emperor's true goal was to obtain the Great Emperor's key. Lin Fei had to hand over a few of the Great Emperor's keys since he was her disciple. This was a matter of course and no one could say anything about it. Even though they knew his goal, no one said anything. The Flower Emperor was an immortal emperor, a true big shot. He wasn't someone that everyone present could casually talk about. Lin Fei, you have offended the Sky Demon Emperor. Apart from my family's ancestor, no one else will help you solve this problem. It's better if you become my disciple. I guarantee that you will have a bright future. The passionate young master transmitted his divine sense, and his tone was filled with arrogance. Lin Fei replied, There's no need for that. I, Lin Fei, am a man and I don't like to be someone else's disciple. Moreover, even if the Sky Demon wants to deal with me, it might not be possible. The passionate young master had lost to Lin Fei last time, and he had always been brooding over it. He finally found a chance to attack Lin Fei, but he felt like his fist had landed on cotton and he couldn't exert any strength. Humph! The passionate young master was extremely dissatisfied. The Flower Emperor was dressed in black and looked sexy and enchanting. Her every move was filled with boundless charm. Lin Fei, what do you say? The boundless charm transformed into thousands of fairies. It captivated one's heartstrings and they couldn't stop themselves. This action made countless people envious. It was a great honor for the Flower Emperor to personally speak. Lin Fei's eyes shot out blade light that dominated the world and killed the charm aura. The fairies dissipated and the blood in his body surged. He was overwhelmed with shock. The Flower Emperor's great Tao was so terrifying. Thank you for your appreciation, Senior Flower Emperor. This brat's cultivation isn't good enough. I'm afraid that Senior Flower Emperor will be disappointed. Lin Fei said. The Sky Demon Emperor snorted coldly and found a chance to speak. Flower Emperor, look at someone. He doesn't care about your good intentions at all. It's best not to have such a person, lest he disappoints you in the future. He took a step forward and an illusory image appeared. The Sky Demon Emperor's incarnation appeared next to him. Brat, I can't forgive you for ruining my plans in the past. However, this emperor is a devil emperor after all. If word of this gets out that I'm bullying the weak, someone will laugh at me. This is an incarnation of this emperor, and its strength is the same as yours. As long as you can defeat this incarnation, I can pretend that nothing happened that day. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This old thing is so thick-skinned. Isn't an incarnation of the Sky Demon Emperor bullying the weak? Fortunately, my strength has increased. However, this is not the time to reveal my strength. If I reveal my strength, they will be prepared and won't be able to take advantage of me. Sky Demon, you're going too far. Do you really think there's no one in our academy? A towering aura came from behind Saint 33. Saint Kuang, Immortal Emperor's aura of the Great Path turned into a giant hand and slapped the incarnation of the Celestial Demon Emperor. So it's Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang, the top disciple of Immortal Emperor Shangtian. It was unknown when Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, made his move. This palm strike was profound, and it shattered the incarnation of the Celestial Demon Emperor. The Celestial Demon Emperor's killing intent was revealed, and he pointed out with a finger. The two of them exchanged a move, and the Celestial Demon Emperor withdrew the fragments of the incarnation. So it's you. If I didn't come, would you be so lawless? You are a demon emperor. Bullying the weak, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, mocked. Flower King, Qing King, and the others laughed. Eldest senior brother, why are you here? Lin Fei was surprised. The appearance of the eternal Immortal Emperor's legacy has shaken all the heavens. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, said through divine sense. Everyone cares about your spot. If senior brother hadn't come, you would have been eaten alive. Lin Fei nodded. Although the Celestial Devil Emperor was the first to express his thoughts, everyone else had the same thought. Everyone wanted the Great Emperor's key. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang, you failed to become a martial emperor. Instead of staying in the corner, you came out. Do you believe that you won't be killed again? When that time comes, you will truly fall. Whoosh, 5 figures appeared next to the Celestial Demon Emperor, their emperor's might echoing. Another 5 Immortal Emperor experts. People from the dark forces. Lin Fei's heart sank. As soon as these 5 people appeared, the situation changed again. Celestial Demon, you are really useless. Why waste your breath on a mere immortal king? You can just kill this little guy with one palm. A black-clothed middle-aged man walked up with a sinister smile. Who are we? We are from the dark forces. A devil palace flew out, blotting out the sky as it smashed towards Lin Fei. The experts below the Immortal Emperor level were shocked. This attack was too terrifying. How dare you? A blue lake flew out from behind Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, blocking in front of Lin Fei. The waves surged and millions of water spirit giants rushed out of the lake to meet the demon palace. You barely have the strength of a first-step Immortal Emperor, and you dare to fight me. The black-clothed middle-aged man did not take it seriously. Another demon palace flew out and suppressed the lake. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor's face darkened. The lake began to be unable to withstand this power, and with a bang it completely shattered. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. No one can refuse what we, the dark forces, want, even if you are an immortal emperor. The two demon palaces smashed the lake, and the power of thunder pressed down. In the face of these two demon palaces, all the elders of the Holy Heaven Academy suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. This was an insurmountable mountain. Whoosh! Brilliant light suddenly appeared and turned into a canopy, blocking the sky above Lin Fei. No matter how the two demon palaces attacked, they could not break this canopy. This kid is so lucky. The power of this canopy is enough to block the attack. Someone exclaimed, recognizing that the power came from the great Emperor Qi. The eternal immortal emperor is good. The two demon palaces dissipated, and the black-clothed middle-aged man looked dissatisfied. But he knew that the great Emperor Qi had been set up by the eternal immortal emperor, and that he was an extremely powerful being. It seems that the dark forces can't deal with a nobody like me for the time being, Lin Fei said, stroking his chin. In fact, he had almost forgotten the use of the great Emperor Qi. Don't be too full of yourself, kid. The treasure left by the eternal immortal emperor can at most protect you for a while, but not forever. The black-clothed demon emperor sneered. When you lose your protection, I will crush you to death. Lin Fei ignored this and looked around. Immortal emperors, demon emperors, I am not talented, but I want to make a deal with you. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute, and his voice echoed outside the Nirvana realm. I want to trade my spots with you. There were many immortal emperors and demon emperors present. Lin Fei's words were undoubtedly what they wanted. The legacy of the eternal immortal emperor was created by the eternal immortal emperor. Even they, who did not have a spot, would not be able to enter easily. On the contrary, they might even perish inside. If they had a spot, they would rather buy one. Chapter 1139. Damn you, kid. Sky Demon Emperor was the first to be unhappy. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so cunning as to choose to trade with them. No, that's not possible. For no reason, the Celestial Demon Emperor shouted. Every spot left behind by the Grand Emperor's key was one less, and he didn't want anyone else to take it away from him. Sky Demon Emperor's words made the other immortal emperors and demon emperors unhappy. They were thinking about how to take a spot from Lin Fei. The eternal immortal emperor had been a godly elite, a true elite in all the realms. These immortal emperors and demon emperors all wanted to get lucky and improve their cultivation. Sky Demon, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you have no confidence? Flower King was the first to speak. After all, Sky Demon's words had been very unpleasant, and Flower King was not willing to say such things. 10 Grand Emperor's keys had appeared, and many of them were controlled by powerful beings. Even for them it would be very difficult to get a spot. The spots were limited, so they had to be distributed internally. If these immortal emperors and demon emperors wanted to get a spot, they would have to pay a great price. They were not willing to pay that price. Little brother Lin Fei is going to give up the Grand Emperor's key. Are you going to stop us from trading? Qing King said coldly. If Sky Demon hadn't said that, Qing King wouldn't have targeted him. But now that he had said it, he had to. Many immortal emperors and demon emperors were against Sky Demon. Sky Demon hadn't expected that his words would upset the immortal emperors and demon emperors. He quickly suppressed his anger. He had fallen into Lin Fei's trap. Everyone had agreed to the trade, and if he objected, he would be on the opposite side. On the opposite side, he would be an enemy. Sky Demon, who gave you permission to say that? The black-clothed middle-aged man from the dark forces grunted. He wasn't happy with Sky Demon's words. The dark forces were notorious, and they didn't care about other factions and people. But the opening of the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance was not a good thing. Don't be angry, Soul Emperor. I said it out of desperation. Sky Demon Emperor didn't dare offend this demon emperor. He was no match for him in terms of status and power. Humph. Then stand aside and don't speak. The Soul Emperor humphed. He was disappointed in the heavenly demon's performance. If it weren't for them paying a price and offering up some treasures that the dark influences needed, then it would have been impossible for such a character to join the dark influences and receive their protection. Everyone, the heavenly demon's words are his own will. We, the dark forces, agree with little brother Lin Fei's words. The Soul Emperor said faintly, I think it's best to auction off the Great Emperor's key slots. Our dark forces won't go overboard. We only want 3 slots. You guys can split the rest. The Soul Emperor relied on the fact that he was someone from the dark influences and didn't care about the feelings of others. He wanted 3 of the spots. Little brother Lin Fei, my dark influences are very sincere. As long as you take out 3 of the spots, I can promise that the matter between you and the heavenly demons will be written off. In fact, the dark influences will even open a great door for you. As long as you become the immortal emperor, you can become a member of the dark influences. The Soul Emperor's words were like a lotus flower, a deluge of heavenly flowers. The heavenly demon's eyes flashed with unwillingness. If it weren't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't have needed to join the dark forces. He wouldn't have needed to pay such a huge price and even lose an emperor's divine weapon. Lin Fei wouldn't take the words of the dark forces seriously. He couldn't believe the words of these people. Dear immortal emperors and demon emperors, I have a total of 6 slots for sale. I will give them to whoever offers the highest price without hesitation. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear the Soul Emperor's words. De Shixiang, will you be unhappy if I do this? Lin Fei sent a voice transmission to Shangquang Immortal Emperor. Junior brother, do it boldly. We have offended the dark forces. As long as there are other immortal emperors and demon emperors, they won't be willing to do it. Shangquang Immortal Emperor was very supportive of Lin Fei. In such a situation, the only way was to rope in some immortal emperors and demon emperors. As long as they spoke, the dark forces wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Fei, kid, did you hear what I said? The Soul Emperor snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Fei's behavior. How dare he ignore his words? Normally, if anyone dared to ignore his words, the Soul Emperor would kill them in one move. Now that the Great Emperor's key was protecting him, it would be very difficult to kill him. I want a slot. I can promise you that I will fight for you once. I won't let anyone attack me. Qing King was the first to speak. Sky Demon Emperor knew very well that he was referring to them. Qing King had protected Lin Fei once, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Qing King was also a first-step immortal emperor, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Thank you, Senior Qing King. I will give this slot to you. Before anyone could react, Lin Fei agreed to give Qing King a slot. Qing King was very pleased. Lin Fei was very good at what he said. He took out an item and gave it to Lin Fei. This is a love charm that I made. If you put your power into it, you can open a portal and I can come here. Sky Demon Emperor's face darkened. Everyone knew about Qing King's love charm. It contained the great Tao of time and space, and it could open a portal and send people over. This Lin Fei is so cunning. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill him in the future. The Sky Devil Emperor wanted to stop him, but he couldn't. Lin Fei accepted it and thought, 1 slot in exchange for an immortal emperor's help. That's a good deal. I'm afraid Sky Demon is going to vomit blood. Seeing Qing King take a slot, the other immortal emperors and demon emperors couldn't sit still. They had just been thinking about what to take, and now someone else had taken a slot. They wanted to curse. But now that Qing King had a slot and promised to help once, they didn't dare say anything. There were 6 slots and there were only 5 left. Lin Fei had been planning this for a long time. 6 slots meant 6 immortal emperors and demon emperors. That was enough for them to protect him before the inheritance opened. Why wouldn't they use this free labor? No matter who it was, they had to protect the great emperor's key. Qing King had promised to help once, so the other immortal emperors and demon emperors didn't dare say anything else. They were afraid that people would think they were stingy. So some immortal emperors took out their treasures. They didn't want to fall behind. The treasures they took out made everyone's eyes go red. But at this time no one dared to take it. Some people were jealous. Why wasn't it them but Lin Fei, who came from a small world? Chapter 1140. Let's go. As the Soul Emperor saw this, he was well aware that it was impossible for him to deal with Lin Fei today. Because of this quota, as long as they tried to do anything, then they would be doomed. No one would miss the opportunity to enter the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance, not to mention the key to becoming a god. At this moment, anyone who dared to deal with Lin Fei would be making life difficult for them. The Soul Emperor originally thought that with the help of the dark influences, someone from a small place like Lin Fei wouldn't dare to disobey him. If Lin Fei handed over his qualifications on his own initiative, then that would be a great merit within the dark influences. But now he had nothing. Lord Soul Emperor, are we just going to leave like this? Are we not going to deal with Lin Fei? The one who was the most unhappy was the Sky Demon Emperor. To him, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, how could something have happened to his lair? Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Emperor's divine weapon that could raise one's strength had failed at the crucial moment, causing his strength to be greatly affected. The Celestial Demon Emperor could not take this lying down. Now that he heard that they were going to leave, it was like a slap to his face. How could he take it? Piss off? The Soul Emperor was not happy himself. He had worked so hard to get things done, but now it was like this. How dare he ask why? Boom. The Soul Emperor's palm landed on the Celestial Demon Emperor, sending him flying into space. His body exploded on the spot and he left with his people. The Sky Demon Emperor, who had reconstructed his body, was extremely indignant. However, he did not dare to say anything more at this point. He could only vent his frustrations on Lin Fei. Although the Celestial Demon Emperor was not weak, without the Emperor's divine weapon, his strength was greatly affected. The Soul Emperor was several times stronger than him in both status and strength. Kid, just you wait. This Emperor will definitely find you to settle the matter? After leaving behind these harsh words, the Celestial Demon Emperor chased after them. As soon as the group left, everyone laughed. They did not like the dark forces and did not like to interact with them. Naturally, most of them felt that Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy was very resourceful. He dared to hand over his qualifications at this moment in exchange for their support. He didn't need to waste his breath to scare away the people from the dark forces. Junior brother, the people from the dark forces have left. You've completely offended them. I believe they won't let you go so easily. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you. Looking at their backs, Shangquang Immortal Emperor said lightly. The dark forces had a very bad reputation in the myriad heavens and realms. It could be said that they were like rats on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. If it wasn't for the presence of super experts, they would have been completely eradicated long ago. Senior brother, will you be unhappy if I do this? How could that be? Under such circumstances, what you did was the right thing to do. After all, those are worldly possessions. Now that you have the support of several immortal emperors, I believe that no one will dare to do anything to you in a short period of time. Shangquang Immortal Emperor himself was shocked that Lin Fei could create such a big event. When he had first heard about it, he had laughed. The Celestial Demon's lair had been destroyed, and he had offended a demon emperor. The Celestial Demon Emperor would not have a good time in the future. Who would have thought that the culprit was none other than his own junior brother? The retreat of the dark forces did not mean that everything was over. In the following days, a large number of experts gathered outside the Nirvana world. They were all here for the place of inheritance of the eternal immortal emperor. They had their eyes on those who were qualified. The people from the Divine Heaven Academy were undoubtedly qualified, and it was inevitable that there would be some conflict. Fortunately, the forces that had obtained the places arrived one after another. In the end, they left behind a pile of corpses and unwillingly left. As for Lin Fei, there was no need for Lin Fei to say anything. Because of the reputation of the immortal emperors, no one dared to make trouble for Lin Fei. Making trouble for Lin Fei now was equivalent to making trouble for the immortal emperors. At this juncture, even if they knew that they were unhappy, what could they do? At this moment, Lin Fei had a backer. If he went against these few immortal emperors, he would simply be courting death. In the remaining days, Lin Fei was the most relaxed. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. Half a month later, outside the Nirvana world, it was shrouded in the aura of the Great Tao. No one knew when the place of inheritance would open. The only thing they knew was that it would open soon. The Great Tao of Nirvana shrouded the place, and some people tried to force their way through. They were all immortal emperors, and they joined forces to attack the Great Tao of Nirvana. The immortal emperors' attacks were earth-shattering. Many people joined in. Once they broke through, they would be one step ahead of the others, and the benefits were obvious. Just as the Great Tao of Nirvana was about to be broken, something unexpected happened. An illusory figure shot down from the sky above the Nirvana world. It was a divine saber, and it flashed with cold light. With a single slash, everyone was cut in half at the waist. The weaker ones died on the spot, and all but a few were killed by the saber light. Everyone outside the Nirvana world was shocked. Isn't that the legendary demon saber of Nirvana? The demon saber of Nirvana. The Emperor's divine weapon of the demon emperor of Nirvana. How could an emperor's divine weapon appear here? Didn't they say it was destroyed? Is it impossible for it to appear again? The ancient heavyweights recognized it. This was an extremely powerful emperor's divine weapon that the demon emperor of Nirvana had wielded when he had been on the rampage. No one could stand up to it, and it had made a name for itself. Everyone recognized the demonic saber as soon as it appeared. The eternal immortal emperor is good. Everyone could see that it was impossible to break into the Nirvana world and take advantage of it. Some refused to believe it, and a few demon emperors joined forces to fight the demon saber of Nirvana. In the end, they were injured and no one dared to try. A month later, the great Tao of Nirvana covered the Nirvana world. Be it immortal emperors, or devil emperors, no one could see through the interior. Boom, boom, boom. On this day, thousands of beams of multicolored light blasted open the Nirvana world, forming many passageways. The appearance of these passageways meant that the legacy zone was about to begin. Ha ha ha, it's finally open. I'm going in. One of the wandering cultivators, unwilling to miss the opportunity, rushed into the passageway. Seeing that there was no danger, he continued onward. Ha ha ha, the eternal immortal emperor is mine. Suddenly, the wandering cultivator turned into a skeleton and lost all signs of life. The great Tao of eternity. What a terrifying great Tao. Eternity could be long, but it could also be short. Over time, one's life force would be depleted, and the wandering cultivator had been reduced to a skeleton because of this. Now no one dared to try again. Their life force could not sustain such a huge drain. Only now did they realize how terrifying the eternal immortal emperor was. Chapter 1141. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands upon thousands of multicolored lights pierced through the Nirvana world, and a series of passageways appeared in front of everyone. Don't go in. The eternal immortal emperor's eternal great Tao is in the passageway. Anyone who goes in will die. No one dared to enter the passageway after a rogue cultivator had died. The eternal great Tao was an extremely domineering and supreme great Tao. None of the immortal emperors or demon emperors dared to think that they were stronger than the eternal immortal emperor. More and more multicolored lights pierced through the world, and the number of passageways increased. What a terrifying eternal great Tao! Lin Fei looked at the passageways, and his powerful divine sense sensed that each passageway contained great terror. At their level, their lifespan and life force were so strong that they were virtually indestructible. Unless they encountered an expert and were killed on the spot, it was very difficult for them to truly die. That expert just now had a strong life force, and was in the prime of his life. Who would have thought that he would unknowingly use up all his lifespan and turn into a skeleton? He won't even have a chance to come back to life. Lin Fei thought to himself. He looked at the experts outside the Nirvana world, and all of them were shocked. They were too weak in the face of such terror. The multicolored lights lasted for a long time. When the sky above the Nirvana world was filled with passageways, everything stopped. The experts were shocked by the sheer number of passageways, and had no choice but to study them carefully. No one dared to force their way through. There are so many passageways. How do we get in? Everyone had the same thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, rings of light rose up from some of the people, shining as brightly as the moon. These rings of light seemed to have flown out from the Grand Emperor's key. 10 rings of light appeared above Lin Fei's head. After trying to control them, he realized that he could do so, and with a thought he understood what was going on. The rings of light must have protected him from the eternal great Tao as he entered the passageways safely. There was no need for Lin Fei to explain. The experts all knew what was going on. There were 100 rings of light around the Nirvana world. Enough for 100 people to enter. However, they were barely visible among the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Just as everyone was about to enter, a sudden change occurred. The domineering laughter came from the sky above the Nirvana realm. The nearby planets exploded one after another, and a huge projection descended from the sky. Boundless emperors might covered the entire starry sky. Poo-pee-woo, no matter who it was, they were instantly immobilized, and their blood and chi were shaken. Oh no, that's the projection of the eternal immortal emperor. An immortal emperor expert exclaimed in shock. Too strong. Just the projection alone is enough to suppress all of us. The projection's aura was as vast as the ocean. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Fei was instantly suppressed by it. His breathing became ragged, and all of his power was suppressed. No matter how he tried to activate it, he couldn't control it. Heaven-defying strength. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No one in the starry sky was a match for the eternal immortal emperor. I don't need to introduce who I am. I am the eternal immortal emperor, ha 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 ha. I dominated the heavens and was invincible. The wealth I amassed was beyond your imagination. Immortal pills, emperor's divine armaments, emperor's divine armor. Do you want them? Ha 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 ha. Everyone's hearts trembled at the domineering voice, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Immortal pills, emperor's divine armaments, and emperor's divine armaments were enough to make anyone envious. No one in the heavens and realms would be a match for him. Even if he didn't dominate the heavens and realms, he would still be famous. Emperor's divine armaments, emperor's divine armaments? Lin Fei's eyes were filled with desire. Lin Fei had heard from his eldest senior brother how precious these two items were. Not all immortal emperors would have emperor-ranked weapons and armors on them. The eternal immortal emperor had been a very badass person back in the day, and there was no need to even think about how precious the items he had left behind were. If any of them appeared in the myriad of worlds, it would cause a bloodbath. Even Lin Fei himself was tempted. It wasn't hard to see how conceited the eternal immortal emperor was. Alright, let's cut the crap. The projection continued. In the past, this emperor left behind the great emperor's key for those who are fated. But today this emperor's projection has seen many old friends, therefore, this emperor has decided to change the rules. Among the geniuses and geniuses of the younger generation, I will choose a young and promising genius to inherit this emperor's orthodoxy. He will be qualified to learn this emperor's unique eternal grand Tao. Eternal great Tao? The eyes of those who had thought that they had no chance suddenly lit up when they heard this. If it wasn't for the aura suppressing them, they would have been elated. Everyone knew that the eternal immortal emperor had made his name with the eternal great Tao. His divine abilities were all derived from the eternal great Tao. Now that they had a chance to learn the eternal great Tao, who would dare to sit still? All of yours truly's riches are in the legacy land. There are a total of 5 regions, each of which contains yours truly's riches. The first region contains immortal pills, ingredients and mystic arts manuals. As you go deeper, the riches will be unimaginable. As for the last region, it contains yours truly's most precious items. Do you really want them? Ha 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 ha. This is not good news. Lin Fei could see greed and ambition in the expressions of the crowd. Outside of the Nirvana world, tens of millions of experts had come. It was a terrifying number, and the legacy land, which had not been too dangerous before, was now much more dangerous. Lin Fei didn't want to see that happen. Who could have guessed that the eternal immortal emperor would suddenly go crazy and change the rules? Very well, I will now announce the rules. I trust that this will be a very interesting game. Who will become my personal disciple? It's going to be a very exciting prospect. The projection laughed heartily. Those who hold my emperor's key will be the first to enter. You will receive my protection for 3 days, and no one will be able to harm you. If anyone dares to harm you, I will kill them. The voice was cold and domineering, and everyone was shaken. 3 days of protection. The 5 regions that I have set up are going to be very interesting. 3 days of protection. You will be very lucky to have 3 days of protection. Everyone else who is under 100,000 years old can enter. Anyone who is over 100,000 years old will be killed without mercy. Immortal emperors and devil emperors, I will allow your clones to enter. Now you may enter. Ha 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 ha. I will control you and turn you into pawns in the vast expanse. The appearance of the projection had changed the rules. This is going to be troublesome. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, Lin Fei knew that there would be a fierce battle in the inheritance ground. Chapter 1142. Good. That's great, we can go in too. Who would have thought that we would have a chance to enter the eternal immortal emperor's land of inheritance? As long as we can get some benefits, we will benefit for the rest of our lives. It won't be a problem for us to make a name for ourselves. We can even dominate the world, ha ha ha. The appearance of the eternal immortal emperor's projection in the sky of the Nirvana world, and the change of the rules was unexpected. The experts who had given up hope reignited their hopes. It turned out that they also had a chance to enter. Good change, really good change. In an area outside the Nirvana world, the Sky Devil Demon Emperor's face was gloomy as he chuckled. Because of the appearance of the eternal immortal emperor's projection, he had been most worried about the quota. Everyone present could enter the eternal immortal emperor's land of inheritance, which undoubtedly gave him a chance to take revenge. The previous embarrassing scene was all on Lin Fei's head. If my clone goes in, his combat strength will reach about 70% of his peak strength. Killing Lin Fei should be a matter of seconds. The Sky Devil Demon Emperor wanted to kill Lin Fei the most. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Lin Fei. Junior Lin Fei, it seems that we will have a lot of trouble. When we go in, if the situation is not good, you can come out. The Shang Kuang Immortal Emperor said solemnly. The Shang Kuang Immortal Emperor did not expect the situation to turn out this way. With the appearance of the Eternal Immortal Emperor's projection, everything changed. Now it was no longer just them but everyone present. The Eternal Immortal Emperor's rules clearly allowed most people to enter. The Immortal Emperor and the Demon Emperor were exceptions, and they could send a clone in. In this way, the land of inheritance was full of uncertainty. No one knew what was going on inside. Danger? Extreme danger? No one dared to guarantee it. Senior brother, don't worry. Didn't Senior Eternal say that I can be safe for 3 days? After 3 days, if there is no other way, I will come out. Lin Fei said, but in his heart, he did not plan to come out easily. Charge. Land of inheritance, I'm coming. A large number of experts rushed into the passage. The eternal path did not appear, and everyone disappeared into the passage. You, who have cultivated for 103,000 years, will be obliterated. Someone tried to fish in troubled waters. The demonic blade of Nirvana slashed through the air and killed the person in one slash, losing the chance to be reborn. After killing more than 10 people, no one dared to go anymore. The immortal emperors and demon emperors were not in a hurry. Each of them had a clone by their side, and their battle prowess was still very strong. Lin Fei sent out the halo. The halo bounced out and landed on someone else's body. A wave of energy enveloped them. Is that War Sky not coming? After all the slots had been sent out, Zhang Tian was the only one who didn't show up. Among everyone here, Lin Fei had the deepest impression of War Sky. War Sky was an extremely terrifying fellow. Back then, he killed a heaven-ranked immortal king with a wave of his hand. He's here. Soon they saw War Sky. War Sky was travel-worn. He didn't release any aura as he walked over. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. From the way he moved, he could sense that Warsky's strength had greatly increased compared to before. He became an emperor? Lin Fei could faintly sense that Warsky's strength should have reached the immortal emperor realm. I thought you weren't coming. Lin Fei treated Warsky as a powerful opponent. Warsky was clad in green battle robes. His eyes were bright as he said, "The inheritance ground has opened, so of course I have to make a trip here. As for you, your strength has improved greatly in just a few days." With a casual glance, Lin Fei felt that he was seen through by the other party. This fellow is so strange. After sending out the halo, Warsky didn't rush in. He stood not far away. Junior brother, after you enter, if you encounter that Warsky, try not to fight with him. Immortal Emperor Shangquang's voice rang out in Lin Fei's ears. This person's killing intent is very heavy. It seems that his strength is sealed. It's very terrifying. Immortal Emperor Shangquang didn't succeed in becoming an immortal emperor back then. His combat prowess had reached the level of a first-step immortal emperor. He was especially sensitive to auras. This Warsky was very terrifying. Immortal Emperor Shangquang didn't even dare to make a move. Once he made a move, this Warsky would kill him. This feeling was too real. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. Even if he didn't say it, he could still sense the change in Warsky. This person was very powerful and very mysterious. Master, we paid a price for nothing. Are we just going to let Lin Fei get away with it? Not far away in a region, the affectionate prince said to his master. He wasn't satisfied with the fact that the eternal immortal emperor's projection had appeared and changed his mind. Qing Emperor said indifferently, "That's not a problem. The eternal immortal emperor was not only strong, but also very good at scheming. You don't need to doubt his words. As for Lin Fei, he's just a passerby. You should focus on the future instead of this small battle." Passionate prince trembled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, master. This disciple has indeed taken the matter too seriously. This time the heroes have gathered, and Lin Fei is like a carp crossing the river. No matter how hard he tries, he'll still be one of them. He'll never stand out." Qing Emperor smiled. "That's right. Lin Fei played a little trick. Once he's inside, he won't be able to protect himself. You don't even need to do anything. Lin Fei will die in the hands of others. This kind of meaningless matter, there's no need to pay attention to it. This disciple understands." Similar words were said many times. Outside the world of nirvana, wave after wave of people entered the passage. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The exciting moment had come. What was behind the passage? He was really looking forward to it. After all, the place of inheritance was the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, the words from before were constantly stimulating everyone. There were passages everywhere in the world of nirvana. Lin Fei, eldest senior brother Shangquang, and great elder Sheng 33 talked for a while. He took the initiative to walk through the passages and chose one that was more pleasing to the eye. "Lin Fei, I hope you don't die so quickly." Bai Bodong walked over with large strides. He stared at Lin Fei with a strong battle intent. Lin Fei smiled. "Before you die, I definitely won't die. The Neptune's trident in your hands might end up in my hands again. When that time comes, you better be prepared to buy it back at any price." The most depressing thing in Bai Bodong's life was losing his weapon, but in the end he had to buy it back. Hearing this, he almost vomited blood. Lin Fei was really shameless. You should think about yourself first." Bai Bodong snorted and rushed into a passage like a ray of light. Chapter 1143. Was this time? Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and entered the passageway. He was surrounded by a sense of slowness. It was the aura of the eternal great Tao. The passageway was very long. Time passed very slowly. Lin Fei felt like a very long time had passed. The passageway seemed endless. He did not know how long it had been. Brilliant light streaked across the sky. "I'm here." Lin Fei was shocked to find that he was standing on solid ground. He did not know when he had arrived. He looked up. The space he was in was gray and filled with an oppressive aura. Is this the Nirvana realm? Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check out his surroundings. Whoosh! As soon as he sent out his divine sense, a beam of immortal light shot out. Its speed was inconceivably fast, surpassing the speed of sound and reaching the speed of light. It slammed into Lin Fei and sent him flying hundreds of thousands of li away. He smashed into a huge mountain, causing the mountain to collapse and the earth to crack. What was that? As he rushed out of the mountain, Lin Fei felt his blood churn. He was filled with fear and did not dare to use his divine sense to check out his surroundings. Before he could see the immortal light clearly, he had been sent flying. The halo around him had dissipated all the power. Otherwise, his blood would not have been so turbulent. That was an attack from a great Tao. Black Demon's voice sounded in his ear. Black Demon could not come out of the Senfu, but that did not mean that he could not see what had happened. He had seen everything clearly. An attack from a great Tao? Lin Fei was shocked. At that moment, an immortal king came in from not far away. He flew into the air as if he had seen a treasure. The immortal light that had appeared earlier appeared again and killed him on the spot. It really is a great Tao. It must have been left behind when the great Tao was destroyed in the great battle. Once one uses his divine sense to check it, it is equivalent to triggering a great Tao and inviting death. Lin Fei did not understand at first, but after seeing what had happened, he understood what was going on. The protection that the eternal immortal emperor mentioned was referring to these broken great Taos. Lin Fei did not dare to move. A great Tao attack was terrifying, and even his powerful blood could not withstand it. This place is filled with fragments of the Great Path. It is very unstable and can easily injure people. It should be one of the tests left by Master, Black Demon said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. He did not know what was going on, but he would wait until he did. Tens of millions of immortals entered the Nirvana world one after another. Some of them were attacked by Great Tao fragments. They were fine with the protection of halos, but without them, the Great Tao fragments killed them on the spot. Welcome, geniuses from all of the heavens, and geniuses of the younger generation of heaven. Once, the Nirvana of the Nirvana realm was destroyed, and many Tao fragments remained. They were very unstable and could easily injure you. Even the immortal emperor would not dare to fight them. Everyone should be familiar with this place. The place you are in is called the Nirvana world. It belongs to the first region. Your tests will be in this region. I believe everyone has already felt the danger from the Nirvana world. That's right. It's the bombardment of the Grand Tao fragments back then. The Nirvana world was on the verge of shattering and a large number of fragments of the Grand Tao remained. It was very unstable and could easily injure people. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The Nirvana realm was huge. In the dusky world, all of the immortals felt immense pressure. Pressure from Great Tao fragments. A complete Great Tao was so powerful that it could easily kill an immortal emperor. Back then, the Nirvana realm had been a major battlefield, and countless immortal and demon emperors had fallen. Almost all of the Nirvana realm had been destroyed, leaving behind countless Great Tao fragments. The first test is actually very simple. Collect the Great Tao fragments. The giant projection laughed. Great Tao fragments were originally invisible, but I used my supreme divine ability to refine the Great Tao fragments into crystals. Every crystal contains a portion of a Great Tao fragment. The Nirvana world will become a treasure hunting ground. There will be Great Tao crystals everywhere. Collect the Great Tao fragments? The immortals present were in an uproar. The Great Tao fragments were frightening. Now they were going to collect them? This test was extraordinarily difficult. The rules are out. Of course, there's also what you've been concerned about. The enormous projection continued. In the first stage, anyone who collects 50 Great Tao crystals will have the right to enter. The first stage is treasury that I've set up. There are unimaginably good things in the treasury. There are risks in collecting Great Tao crystals, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Ha 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 ha. As for those who can't collect 50 Great Tao crystals, they will be teleported out in 3 days and completely lose their qualifications. 50 Great Tao crystals? The crowd gasped. The tests set by the Eternal Emperor were both loved and hated at the same time. What they loved was that they were qualified. As for what he hated, it was nothing more than the first test, which almost took his life. Collect Great Tao crystals? Lin Fei frowned. This test was not simple. The immortal light attack from the Great Tao fragments had left a lingering fear in his heart. Lin Fei, my master won't set these tests for nothing. I believe that these tests are all connected. You must do your best. The halo around you will help you gain the upper hand in the first trial. Black Demon sent a voice transmission. I have a halo to protect me. I don't have to worry about the Great Tao fragments attacks. Lin Fei said to himself. What I need to think about now is how to find the Great Tao crystals. That's a problem worth researching. The rules are clear. Everyone go search. If you collect 50 Great Tao crystals, you can enter the first test treasury. Fight hard, haha. The giant projection vanished. Let's go find the Great Tao crystals. Let's work together. The projection dissipated, and everyone began to move. Some were arrogant and powerful, so they searched alone. Those with average strength found a team to search for the Great Tao crystals. Tens of millions of immortals appeared in the Nirvanic realm. Lin Fei did not move, carefully probing with his divine sense. In the end, he found that as long as he was within 5,000 kilometers, he would be relatively safe. He would not attract the attacks of the Great Tao fragments. After watching for a while, Lin Fei realized something. The Great Tao fragments were not as strong as he had imagined. Some of them were much weaker, and he could still catch traces of their movements. Tens of millions of kilometers away, in a forest on a mountain, an immortal king destroyed a beam of immortal light and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He saw a Great Tao crystal, sparkling and translucent. Ha ha ha, so this is a great Tao crystal. If I can block the first wave, I can collect it. The immortal king understood. Many thanks for giving me a great Tao crystal. Chapter 1144. After the hand took the great Tao crystal, it disappeared, leaving behind a pile of corpses. So that's what the great Tao crystal is like. Lin Fei observed for a while, and realized that this was one of the benefits of having a protective halo. At the very least, he would have the upper hand in collecting the great Tao crystal, and he would not have to worry about anyone stealing it. Let's go. Lin Fei got up and sent his divine sense out, searching for the great Tao crystal. Whoosh! His divine sense quickly touched the immortal light that the great Tao fragment had produced. Lin Fei used his emperor-class mystic art, so close, to avoid the immortal light. His domineering saber will flew out, turning into a long saber that slashed at the source of the immortal light. In the forest below, the immortal light shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Lin Fei descended from the sky and appeared in the forest. His saber will flew out, striking the same spot. The immortal light continued to shatter. After all, this saber will had come from an ancient saber emperor. Is this the great Tao crystal? The saber will turned into a large hand that grabbed the item from the ground. It fell onto the saber will hand, and then onto Lin Fei's hand. It was only now that he could see what was in his hand. The great Tao crystal in his hand was prismatic, and it shone with a dazzling light. The great Tao fragment sealed within it emanated a boundless charm. The eternal immortal emperor is good. To seal the great Tao fragment. Lin Fei sighed and put away the great Tao fragment. Only then did he feel at ease. The great Tao fragment sealed within this great Tao crystal shouldn't be very strong. My saber will can destroy the immortal light and take the great Tao crystal. With a great Tao crystal in hand, Lin Fei felt a lot more at ease. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Fei felt a chill behind him. Saber will surged out, and he flew backward. Large swathes of the forest turned to dust that floated down to the ground. Kid, hand over the great Tao crystal. Not too far away stood an arrogant black-clothed young man with his hands behind his back. The attack from before had come from him. Get lost. Lin Fei turned and said. As he did, the black-robed, arrogant young man's eye twitched as he looked at the ring of light next to him. So, you have the protection of the eternal immortal emperor. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Fei's halo protected him, and he would be safe for 3 days. The black-clothed young man was very arrogant, but he also knew that this was not the time to make a move. Just now, he had also sensed the aura of the great Tao fragment and secretly launched a sneak attack, but unexpectedly, the other party had dodged it. It seems that I have to collect 50 great Tao crystals in 3 days. Hua hua hua, in a lake 3 beams of immortal light came together. Immortal light. Immortal light attacked, vast and mighty, crushing all life, descending upon the world. A certain someone coldly snorted and slashed out with a saber light. A long river of saber light swept towards the 3 celestial lights. The celestial lights exploded and shattered a large portion of the long river of saber light. Immortal light attacked again, continuously shattering the long river of blade light. It was incomparably ferocious. However, that person continued to send out blade lights, clashing with the celestial light. After about 10 breaths, the celestial light dissipated, and a long river of blade lights landed on the lake. 3 great path crystals were found in the lake. Another 3 pieces in hand. A certain someone standing in the air laughed. The combined attack of these 3 great path crystals is truly terrifying. They can continuously shatter my saber intent. Lin Fei put away the 3 Tao crystals. I only have 8 great path crystals so far, and I've already been ambushed quite a few times. I still have 42 great path crystals left. I'm afraid I'll need a lot of time to collect them. Ever since he had obtained the first Tao crystal, Lin Fei had gained some insights. There were Tao crystals everywhere in the Nirvana world. Unfortunately, these Tao crystals were hidden very well. One had to touch them to release their immortal light. In the Nirvana world, as long as immortal light appeared, people nearby would rush over to fight over this great Tao crystal stone, and then another bloody battle would ensue. Lin Fei had been ambushed quite a few times. With the protection of the halos, those people did not dare to attack again. They did not dare to ignore the eternal immortal emperor's words. If the giant projection attacked again and killed them, it would be a tragedy. The Nirvana world. There were people everywhere. They formed groups of 3 or 5 to fight against the immortal light. Killing was also happening everywhere. Wherever the immortal light appeared, people would appear. This must have been a group of palaces, but they were destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. Lin Fei walked across the mountain and came to a group of ruined palaces. Although all that was left was rubble, it was clear that this group of palaces had been very influential in the Nirvana world. Crack, 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 white bones piled up like mountains as he walked through the ruins. There were corpses everywhere. Lin Fei released his divine sense to search for the Great Path crystals. His intuition told him that there would be many Great Path crystals left behind where the battle had taken place. Boom, 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 a rumbling sound came from up ahead. There's someone up ahead. There was a disturbance of energy, and Lin Fei rushed into the depths of the ruins. There was immortal light there. And it was immortal light. Stop right there. Lin Fei moved quickly. As he neared, a ray of light blasted towards him. Someone had moved to stop him. Lin Fei flashed, and the light landed on the ruins. Large swathes of the ruins were blasted to smithereens, turning into dust. Not far away, 5 people appeared. What powerful immortal light! They've used a spell formation to hide it. At close range, Lin Fei could sense the immortal light behind them. It was a large swath, and the spell formation was on the verge of collapse, unable to hide the power of the immortal light. Seeing the person who had come, the 5 people could not help but frown. One of them stepped out and said arrogantly, "Sir, this place has already been taken over by our myriad demon palaces people. If you don't want to die, leave this place as soon as possible." Lin Fei had never heard of the Hall of Myriad Demons. A large swath of immortal light represented a large number of great Tao crystals. Lin Fei, this is an opportunity. You have the protection of Master's halo. If they dare to kill you, Master's divine might will naturally kill them. Black Demon chuckled. Lin Fei knew what he meant. How could he miss this opportunity? Sorry, but I'm interested in these great Tao crystals. Lin Fei strode forward. The 5 people hesitated, as if they were facing a great enemy. The eternal immortal emperor's words were still echoing in their ears. If they really tried to kill him, it would be a disaster. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a river of saber light swept towards them. The 5 people hurriedly dodged, not daring to attack. They rushed in. Deep within the ruins, immortal light shone brilliantly. More than 10 people were currently fighting, some of them coughing up blood. This immortal light was filled with a large number of great Tao crystals. The immortal light was very powerful, and these people used their divine abilities to fight fiercely. There are so many great Tao crystals buried here. I don't know how they found them. Lin Fei rushed in, feeling the majestic immortal light pressing down on him. Senior brother Light Fiend, we can't stop that person. He has the protective halo left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. The 5 people caught up and stood next to a young man not far away. Whoosh! The young man's gaze was sharp and domineering. Do you want to die? Lin Fei laughed. You people from the Myriad Demon Palace are really arrogant. I just came in to watch the show. You want people to die at the drop of a hat? If you have the guts, come and kill me. I promise I won't move. What a shameless person. The young man was a proud son of the Myriad Demon Palace. His name was Light Fiend. He had wanted to scare him off with a single sentence, but it seemed that this guy was not easy to deal with. Senior brother, this is the Lin Fei who offended the Sky Fiend Demon Emperor. Someone immediately reminded him. Light Fiend said, Your Excellency, you are very brave. What will it take for you to leave? Make your request, but don't count on those great Tao crystals. In their world, people like Lin Fei would have killed him long ago. They would not have waited until now. In fact, they would have fled the moment they heard the words Myriad Demon Palace. Unfortunately, this was the Nirvana world, and he had the protective halo left behind by the Eternal Immortal Emperor. This was the territory of the Eternal Immortal Emperor. Light Fiend did not have the courage to throw himself in just to kill a single person. In that case, he could only send this person away. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not too interested in anything else. I just like the great Tao crystals. As long as you give me a third of the great Tao crystals, I'll leave immediately. Light Fiend almost coughed up blood. He flew into a rage. This Lin Fei was too shameless. He wanted a third of the great Tao crystals right off the bat. Didn't he see how hard it was for them to deal with the immortal light? Lin Fei saw the other party's expression and said, "1/3 is already very little. I haven't even done anything yet. Once I do, it won't be as simple as 1/3. You want a foot after giving me an inch?" Sun Guangmo had never seen such a shameless person, openly asking for Tao crystals. "I can't attack. I absolutely can't attack. I have to endure it. This guy is just trying to provoke me into killing him." Sun Light Devil suppressed his anger and repeatedly warned himself. With the protection of the eternal immortal emperor, Sun Guangma didn't dare to make a move. He really couldn't bear to take out a third of the immortal light. They had paid a heavy price. "Sir, it's impossible for me to give you a third of the great path crystals." Son of Light Devil hesitated for a moment before saying, "However, I can tell you how we found this immortal light." "Senior brother, this won't do." Someone immediately transmitted. Sun Guangma said, "Everyone, don't worry. This technique was obtained halfway through our journey, so it's not complete. We were able to find this place by luck. I'll modify the technique a bit, and if the kid takes it, he'll realize it's useless. In 3 days, if we meet him again, we'll kill him with 1 slash. That's a good move. That kid will definitely fall for it." So this place with immortal light was a technique they had obtained halfway through their journey. They had come here by chance, and if they took out the technique, they wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. Hearing Sun Guangma's words, everyone thought it was a good idea. He's finally willing to take it out? He agreed so quickly. There must be something wrong with the technique. Lin Fei thought to himself. He doesn't know that I have a system that can perfect the technique. No matter where it comes from, it must have its uses. Technique? Not good. Lin Fei shook his head. Who knows whether or not this technique is a scam? I still prefer the Great Tao Crystal Stone. It's easy to use. Son of Light Devil really wanted to slap this guy twice. He was really shameless. He said with a dark expression, "I can agree if you want the Great Tao Crystal Stone, but others might not agree. The technique is better than this. If you don't agree, I can give it to you first. I believe that after you see it, you'll immediately understand its uses." "Is that so?" Lin Fei said. "Then let me see it." Son of Light Devil finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was best to quickly get rid of the other party so that they wouldn't dare to make a move. He hurriedly transmitted the technique over. I've added some in. Let's see how you learn it." Son of Light Devil modified the technique a bit so that only he could understand it. The benefits of the technique were obvious. He believed that this guy, Lin Fei, would definitely treat it as the real thing. He really is up to something. Once the technique was transmitted over, Lin Fei opened the system. The system could perfect the technique so he could clearly see the mistakes in the middle. Lin Fei knew that the other party was up to something. You definitely didn't expect that I have a system that can perfect the technique. If the technique is really that amazing, then finding the Great Tao Crystal Stone will be easy." Son of Light Devil paused and said, "How is it? This technique is heaven-defying, right?" Lin Fei revealed an excited expression and said calmly, "It's so-so. I'm in a good mood today, so this technique is passable. However, you need to give me some more Great Tao Crystal Stones, or else it won't be worth it." Son of Light Devil was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. How shameless. In order to get rid of the other party, Son of Light Devil haggled with Lin Fei and took 5 Great Tao Crystal Stones. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 1145. After Lin Fei took the Great Tao Crystal, he activated his celestial power and left the palace ruins. He wasn't worried that they would attack him. They didn't have the courage to do so in 3 days. After leaving the palace ruins, he landed in a valley tens of millions of miles away. He opened up a cave and set up a formation. 10,000 demon palaces. Luck is not bad. They were able to find a heaven-defying technique in the Nirvana world. When I use the system to perfect it, I will obtain a powerful technique. The system concluded that the technique given by 10,000 demon palace was actually a heaven-defying technique. It wasn't as simple as finding the Great Tao Crystal. Perfecting the system. Perfecting the system. A few hours later. System perfected. Obtained a complete technique. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he sat cross-legged. He didn't know what kind of technique he would get after the system perfected it. Great Tao regression technique. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and was shocked. This technique was heaven-defying and far exceeded his imagination. I'm rich. I'm rich. He was overjoyed. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was completely moved. How could there be such a technique in the Nirvana world? Weird, this is really weird. No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't understand. If the people from 10,000 Demon Palace knew that they missed out on a heaven-defying technique, their expressions would be really ugly. They would chase after me for tens of thousands of miles. Even Lin Fei felt that this Great Tao regression technique was a priceless treasure after he saw it. Thinking about how they found a whole patch of celestial light, this technique played a huge role. It turned out that this technique could actually allow one to find a complete Great Tao. As long as one had a part of it, with the magical effects of this technique, one could easily find all the other Great Tao fragments. Finding Great Tao fragments became even easier. 100,000 miles ahead. Lin Fei grabbed a Great Tao crystal and covered it with his divine sense. It gave him a strange feeling. It was like a patch of celestial light appeared in front of him. Within 100,000 miles, the forest was completely silent. In that battle back then, the Nirvana world almost collapsed and the birds and beasts were completely wiped out. The intertwining fragments of the Great Tao had turned the Nirvana world into a land of death. If an immortal emperor dared to enter the Nirvana world, they wouldn't be able to return even if they had 10 lives. Lin Fei flew through the air. The God Force Imperial Court smashed down from the sky and smashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountain was flattened and the celestial light that he used collapsed, unable to release its power. Wow, there are 30 Great Path crystals here. The throne of divine power contained unparalleled power, and its power was at least 50 billion divine dragons' divine power. The supreme power crushed the celestial light produced by the fragment of the Great Tao. Lin Fei waved his hand, and all 30 Great Tao crystals landed in his hand. This Great Tao regression technique is indeed awesome. Among these 30 Great Tao crystals, 8 of them belong to the same Great Tao. When all the crystals of the Great Path were collected, Lin Fei received a mysterious message. Dark Water Avenue, it can't be. This Great Tao fragment is called the Dark Water Great Tao. Collecting 10,000 Great Tao fragments can form a Great Tao? Lin Fei blinked. He was very surprised by this turn of events. I wonder if I can really form a Great Tao after I collect 10,000 Great Tao fragments? That shouldn't be possible, right? If that's really the case, everyone will go crazy. Boom boom boom. In the ruins of the Nirvana world, a God Force Imperial Court rushed out, shining brightly. Large swathes of celestial light were released, and a shocking aura formed an attack. It contained great terror and constantly shook the Nirvana world. Another 1,000,000-foot-long river of saber light rushed up and landed on the celestial light. It shattered a large swath of the celestial light, and the celestial light reformed once again and attacked through the air. This battle lasted for a long time. 600 Great Tao fragments, and the celestial light produced at the same time. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. After getting the Great Tao crystals, Lin Fei let out a long breath. In the face of the attack of 600 Great Tao fragments, his blood was still roiling, and his true self-body was constantly reforming. Unknowingly, his body was approaching the small perfection state. I now have 1,300 Great Tao crystals, and am qualified to enter. The Eternal Immortal Emperor wants us to collect Great Tao fragments, so there must be a reason. I should do my best to collect as many as I can. Besides, my true self-body is constantly being crushed by the celestial light, reforming and perfecting itself. It won't be long before my true self-body reaches the small perfection Great Tao state. It will be an important step forward. Back when he had planted the Great Tao of True Self, he had formed a powerful body like the True Self body. But that was only the initial formation. It was equivalent to building a framework, and all that was left was to constantly replenish it. Only then would he be able to push his body to new heights, heights that others could only look up to. There are another 300 Great Tao fragments here. Lin Fei's true self body was nearing the small perfection, and with the protection of the halo and the Great Tao primordial regression technique, he could sense the existence of the Great Tao fragments. Lin Fei could not be bothered to search for those that were less than 100. He went straight for the few hundred Great Tao fragments. Every time he collected a Great Tao fragment, he would use his Emperor-level divine power and leave. Every time he would be one step ahead of everyone else, leaving people staring at him helplessly. Lin Fei's Great Tao crystals were constantly increasing. From the initial 1,300, it broke through to 10,000 Great Tao crystals a day later. On the second day, it broke through to 30,000 Great Tao crystals, and on the last day, it broke through to 50,000 Great Tao crystals. This result was already very terrifying. At least that was what Lin Fei believed. During this period, he had been in danger a few times, encountering the attacks of powerful Great Tao fragments. Fortunately, he had the protection of the halo and the powerful defenses of his true self-body. After experiencing great danger again, his true self-body reached the small perfection Great Tao in one fell swoop. This is great. Under the pressure of the Great Tao fragments, my true self-body has finally taken a step forward and reached the small perfection level. My defenses have increased once again. If I really encounter the avatars of those immortal emperors and demon emperors, just my powerful physical body alone will be enough to keep them at bay. Lin Fei looked inside with his divine sense. His flesh and blood were crystal clear, and his immortal bones were transparent. They contained a powerful life force, and the powerful qi and blood in his flesh and blood were like the surging waves of the ocean. Power. An unprecedented feeling of power filled his body. At this moment, Lin Fei had the thought of competing with the avatars of immortal emperors and demon emperors. There are Great Tao fragments nearby. They seem to be fragments of the dark water Great Tao. Chapter 1146. With the small perfection of the true self-body, Lin Fei had a powerful aura. He let out a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Coincidentally, the Great Tao regression technique that he cultivated reacted. He sensed that there were Great Tao fragments nearby. It was the fragment of the Great Tao that he had collected the most. Lin Fei's physical body was strong. He moved and traveled through the void. The power of the void landed on his body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It was all bounced off. In the past, when he traveled, he would inevitably encounter the power of the void. Now that his true self-body had reached the small perfection state, his powerful defense ignored the attacks of these powers. In the next second, a large mountain collapsed, and a man in black walked out of the mountain. Lin Fei's physical body shook, and there was a constant roar, shattering mountains and rivers. The majestic power of his blood could easily kill a group of experts. In front, there was an energy wave in front. Lin Fei strode out like a giant. The mountains shook, and the leaves danced. At the end of the forest, more than 10 people were fighting for the Great Tao crystal. The energy waves flew everywhere, shattering mountains. More than 600 Great Tao fragments. Lin Fei looked over. There were countless corpses on the ground. Most of them had their bodies broken into two. They died with their eyes open. They must have fought against the Great Tao fragments and were killed by the fragments. Hua, not far away, a water dragon attacked and whipped at Lin Fei. Obviously, someone noticed that someone had barged in and didn't want to be shared. Lin Fei didn't dodge. He opened his mouth and roared. His blood shook, and the sound of thunder rumbled, soaring into the sky. The huge water dragon shattered in midair, no longer existing. This powerful attack was easily neutralized. That person spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm interested in these Great Tao fragments. Lin Fei took a step forward and welcomed everyone. Among the 600 or so Great Tao fragments, a portion of them were the Great Tao fragments that formed the dark water Great Tao. At this time, Lin Fei obviously wouldn't miss it. Young man, don't be so arrogant. A cold snort sounded out from behind him as a blade light slashed over. It was extremely cold, and when it landed on Lin Fei's body, the blade light shattered. That person was greatly startled. This blade attack was specifically designed to break through the physical body. It worked time and time again. Scram! Lin Fei spun around and slapped out with a palm strike. Endless rumbling sounds echoed out, shaking the void and sending that person flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. During this time, that person's fleshly body was destroyed countless times, smashing him into the ground. When that person emerged again, he didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately fled. The speed of this saber can reach the speed of sound at least. It's a pity that my lesser perfection true self body is not afraid of such an attack. With a single palm strike, the sneak attacker was sent flying, and his physical body was even destroyed. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone, let's go and kill him. It wasn't easy for these people to find the great Tao crystal. How could they allow it to be taken by others? They attacked at the same time, their eyes bloodshot. They didn't even notice the halo around Lin Fei. What a bunch of idiots! The sky was filled with divine abilities, drowning Lin Fei within. The halo rippled, and the demon blade of annihilation slashed out, cutting them in half at the waist. One by one, their corpses fell to the ground. Only before they died did they realize that their opponents were protected by the halo left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. Lin Fei reached out with his hand, which grew to hundreds of thousands of meters wide. It slammed into the immortal light, which was already at the end of its tether. It couldn't withstand a single blow, and as it faded away, hundreds of great Tao crystals appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Darkwater Great Tao. As soon as the great Tao crystals were in his hand, they flew together. Lin Fei was a bit surprised, and immediately realized what was going to happen. They've reformed. 3 days later, Lin Fei had collected the most great Tao fragments, and the Darkwater Great Tao was the one he had collected. This great Tao was not the strongest and was relatively weak. Among the immortal emperors it was average, and the earliest to die had average great Tao fragments. 10,000 great Tao fragments gathered together and fused. They're really reforming? Unbelievable! Lin Fei already had an idea, but when he saw the great Tao fragments combining, he was still very shocked. A broken great Tao could be reformed? Lin Fei, there's nothing strange about this, because the cultivation technique you obtained is not ordinary. This is a great opportunity. Hearing He Yao's words, Lin Fei thought of the great Tao regression technique. Just from the name, one could tell that the great Tao fragments could be reformed. Was it because of this cultivation technique? As long as the great Tao fragments don't dissipate in this world, some powerful immortal emperors and demon emperors have the ability to reform them. Among first-step immortal emperors, many immortal emperors who have no hope in their lives will buy a complete great Tao and spend tens of thousands of years to refine it to become a first-step immortal emperor. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there was such a shortcut to becoming an immortal emperor. The great Tao was still reforming. It was getting faster and faster. A mysterious aura came from the great Tao. The aura of this great Tao was incomparable to immortal Emperor Shangtian's great Tao. Lin Fei even dared to face this great Tao directly because it was too weak. Now that his physique was complete, it was very easy for him to face this great Tao directly. The difference between the strength of the great Tao is too great. Not long after the complete great Tao was reformed, the aura of the dark water turned the surrounding area into a land of corrosion. Any living being that fell inside would die without a doubt. Now that the Darkwater Great Tao released its power, it was very easy for Lin Fei to resist the attack of this Great Tao with his powerful blood energy. Suppress. The power of this Great Tao was not strong, so Lin Fei took out the Heaven and Earth Cauldron to suppress the Great Tao. There was only one Great Tao, but he didn't know what use it had. Suppressing it first was definitely not a bad idea. I wonder if this Darkwater Great Tao can be exchanged for some good stuff. Lin Fei pondered. Suddenly, the great Tao of true self that was planted with a seed in the depths of his body. In the darkness there was a desire to devour. Want to devour it? Ever since he had the seed, Lin Fei couldn't find its exact location. Now that it took the initiative to jump out, it was naturally very surprising. How to strengthen the great Tao of true self had always been a problem for Lin Fei. If he couldn't strengthen it, he wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. Lin Fei used his great Tao of true self body to grab the Darkwater Great Tao. No matter how much the great Tao struggled, he couldn't control it. As soon as he grabbed the great Tao, a sky-reaching whirlpool formed at Lin Fei's chest. It had a huge tearing force, and the struggling Darkwater Great Tao seemed to have met its nemesis. It struggled with all its might, and a moment later it couldn't move at all. It was like a subject meeting its king, and it took the initiative to enter the whirlpool. Gone. One great Tao went down, and its aura instantly disappeared. This speed was too fast. This was a great Tao. Chapter 1147. After the great Tao of True Self devoured a great Tao, it left behind a drop of golden liquid that exuded a powerful aura. It was just a drop of golden liquid, but Lin Fei felt like he was facing a powerful opponent. There's no need to look. This is used to nurture a Tao tree. Black Demon explained at the critical moment. Tao tree. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of this term. Black Demon explained, sounding very surprised. Whether it's an immortal emperor or a demon emperor, to enter the immortal emperor realm, one must nurture a Tao tree. There are many ways to nurture a Tao tree, but your method is the most overbearing. You need to devour thousands of great Taos to strengthen your great Tao. You can sense it carefully. There's a powerful life force near the golden liquid. Use your divine sense to sense it. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a thing. Since the appearance of the golden liquid made Lin Fei want to sense it, so he released his divine sense and began to examine the golden liquid carefully, afraid to miss a chance. Unbeknownst to him, inside the Senfu, Lin Fei is really amazing. He planted a great Tao seed at the immortal king realm. As long as he nurtures it, his Tao tree has a chance of reaching a height of at least 3 million feet. Black Demon was the true spirit of the Senfu. He had followed his master, the eternal immortal emperor, for a period of time, so he was quite familiar with the situation of this realm. Most immortal emperors and demon emperors at the first step of the immortal emperor realm would not exceed 150,000 feet. Usually, it would be 20 or 30,000 feet. The taller the Tao tree, the greater the potential of the great Tao. If a Tao tree had extraordinary potential and could grow to a height of 3 million feet, it would have a limitless future. Lin Fei calmed his heart and slowly sensed it, using his true self body to try to communicate. 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. After more than 10 failures, Lin Fei was still calm. Success! After another failure, Lin Fei barged into a place filled with powerful life force near the golden liquid. His divine sense could vaguely see a seed wrapped in power in the middle of that life force. The aura of Tao. Before he could take a closer look, the seed exploded with power, pushing Lin Fei's divine sense out. Is that a seed? Unbelievable! Lin Fei could clearly see that there was indeed a seed near the golden liquid, and this seed possessed the aura of Tao. Do you see that? That is the seed of the Tao. The only thing you need to do now is to search for the grand Tao and hatch the seed. Once the seed hatches and grows a Tao tree, you will become a grand character of the immortal emperor level. Lin Fei nodded in agreement, but he also knew that it would be difficult for him to make the seed grow. Fortunately, he had finally found a way, so he didn't need to worry too much. I have the great Tao regression technique. As long as I keep collecting fragments, I believe I can form a complete great Tao. When the great Tao of True Self devours it, I don't believe it can't hatch. Lin Fei was full of confidence. Hua hua hua, wave-like ripples flowed past Lin Fei's body. It disappeared. When the water ripples passed through his body, the halo that was protecting him gradually disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. When the 3 days are up, the halo protection from the eternal immortal emperor is gone. The real challenge is coming. Just thinking about it makes me excited. His true self body had reached the minor completion state, and without the protection of the halo, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. Only the clones of the immortal emperors and demon emperors could break through his defenses. Kid, I've been with you for a long time. Your great Tao crystals are all mine now. Ha ha ha. Vicious laughter came from the void. A withered hand reached out from the void. It was thousands of meters long, and it covered the entire sky. It was going to smash Lin Fei to death. You think you can do it? With the true self-world annihilation sword in hand, the sword light was domineering and sharp, slashing the huge palm in the air. There was a muffled sound in the air, and half an arm fell from the sky, fresh blood dripping from the air. Kid, what did you use to cut off my arm? There was an angry roar in the void. Lin Fei said nothing. He raised his sword and slashed out again. The void trembled and blood dripped down. Soon there was no more movement in the void. The person had left. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Fei put away the sword of true self-annihilation, shocked at the godly power of the sword. Just the initial condensation was already so terrifying. If he cultivated the great Tao of true self and used it to control the sword, its power would increase tenfold. The one who attacked just now was probably an immortal emperor. He fled after taking a few blows from me. Just recovering from his injuries will take a long time. He asked for it. Ha 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 ha. In the Nirvana world, the projection giant appeared again. Whether it was collecting the great Tao fragments or finding a place to heal, everyone stopped. In these 3 days, I believe everyone must have had a very happy time. There are even some people who, by relying on the great Tao fragments, have advanced in their cultivation of Tao. They are very, very close to that step. However, I'm very sorry to tell you that the 3 days of gathering are up. If you haven't collected 50 great Tao crystals, then it's a pity that you will be transported out. Whoosh, 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 a powerful force enveloped everyone's body. No matter where they were, the force enveloped them, opening a black vortex that swallowed them. When they reappeared, they were on a huge platform densely packed with people. Tao field. Someone recognized it immediately. This was a Tao field that only a powerful immortal emperor could open. Tens of millions of immortals gathered on the Tao field. They were a dense mass of people, and their auras linked together. Even powerful people had to be careful in the face of such a majestic aura. This is this emperor's Tao field. Rumble, rumble, rumble in front of the Tao field. There was constant rumbling. A door opened in the void. It was colorful and open to everyone. The first level's treasury? Everyone's eyes lit up. Even if they could not go to the next area, just obtaining the first level's treasures was enough for them to be proud of. They really did not look forward to the next level's treasures. Those with 50 great Tao crystals can enter and be fortunate enough to see the treasures this emperor left behind. As for those who don't, they will all be transported out. The colorful door was wide open, and everyone was excited. 50 great path crystals were not that easy to gather. Many people only had a dozen or so at most. The difference between that and 50 great path crystals was just too great. Buying great Tao crystals at a high price. I will use half my wealth to buy them. As long as I qualify to enter, I will return 100-fold in the future. Someone walked into the shortcut. Chapter 1148. 50 Tao crystals stood in the way of a large number of immortals. Although they were called fragments, they actually came from a complete great Tao. They possessed terrifying divine might, and could kill immortals with a wave of their hands. 50 great path crystals were no less than experiencing 50 life and death battles. There was a certain chance of collecting 50 great path fragments. On the sacred Tao grounds, groups of 3 to 5 vied with each other, and for the sake of gathering 50 great Tao fragments, all sorts of words were used. Fortunately, this was the dojo of the eternal immortal emperor, so no one dared to try to rob them. Junior brother Lin Fei. The elders of Sacred 33 and the other academies had gathered in the dojo. The eternal immortal emperor had changed the rules, and some of the elders had been lucky enough to enter the legacy site. Senior brother Lin Fei had collected 50,000 Tao crystals and had used 10,000 of them. He still had a little more than 40,000 left. He was calmer than anyone else. Lin Fei had wanted to find them, but there had been too many people. Many of the elders who had gathered around had their heads bowed. Grand Elder, we did not manage to collect 50 Tao crystals. We've brought shame to the academy. The elders who had spoken were all high-level elders, each of them at the immortal emperor level. It was hard to accept that they had said such a thing. Saint 33 was not surprised. Even he had to use his full strength against some of the Tao crystals, let alone them. Let's just treat it as a test of our strength. The elders nodded. Junior brother Lin Fei, how did you go? If you didn't collect 50 Tao crystals, you can take what we have. Although they could not enter, they still had high hopes for Lin Fei. It did not matter if they did not enter, as long as Lin Fei did. Saint 33 looked over as well. Lin Fei chuckled. Many thanks to the elders for their good intentions. I've collected the 50 great path crystals and I still have a few extra. I'd like you to go in and see for yourselves. The elders were stunned, and then they all revealed excited expressions. They had not expected Lin Fei to help them. Tens of millions of immortals were teleported out one after another. Of those who were qualified to enter, some of the more powerful geniuses began to show their prowess. All of them had obtained many great Tao crystals, and they were surrounded by a large group of people. What about the avatars? Lin Fei had been paying attention to the Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor avatars, but he hadn't seen them yet. After reaching the small perfection stage of true self-body, his powerful defense gave him the capital to compete. The Sky Demon Emperor would definitely let go of this opportunity. Lin Fei wanted to spar with the Sky Devil Emperor. It would be great if he could kill the Sky Devil Emperor's clone. Unfortunately, there was no sign of him at all. That's Myriad Devil Palace's son of Light Devil. The gazes from the crowd could easily see through it. That person over there seems to be the Celestial Lord who was injured by my sword. Nether Palace? Lin Fei could sense the gazes around him. All of them harbored malicious intentions. Clearly, they wanted to deal with him. We still don't know who will be fighting who. Fortunately, he only needed to have 50 Great Tao crystals for this round. Lin Fei walked into the whirlpool. A second later, his field of vision widened. He was in a huge hall. The surging crowd from before was no longer present in the hall, and the oppressive atmosphere was no longer present. Half of the people are gone. After scanning the place with his divine sense, he saw that the number of immortals had been halved. In other words, those people could not even gather 50 Great Tao crystals. Ha 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 ha, congratulations everyone. You've passed the first test and have arrived at this Emperor's Treasure Hall. This place contains my most ordinary treasures. However, even the most ordinary treasures are still priceless treasures to all of you. Ha 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 ha. A huge projection descended once again. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was this the treasury hall of the first round? The treasures left behind by the eternal immortal emperor? Even the most ordinary treasures were priceless treasures? They were puzzled to see no treasures in the huge hall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of beams of light shot out from the hall. It was dazzling. With each beam of light a treasure appeared, bound by the beams of light. The beams of light emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed everyone. Xianyuan Sky Cleaver Sword, High-Grade Immortal Treasure, 100 Great Tao Crystals, I Am Supreme Heaven and Earth Technique, 70 Great Tao Crystals, Unfettered Everlasting Fan, High-Grade Immortal Treasure, 120 Great Tao Crystals, Unfettered Everlasting Fan, only 100 and 200 Great Tao Crystals. This is unimaginable. It would take tens of billions of true essences to get it. If I had a high-grade immortal treasure, my battle prowess would increase, and I would definitely be able to kill my enemy. Everyone's eyes were red with envy. Opportunity, a truly great opportunity. One after another, treasures of all shapes and sizes appeared, dazzling and stupefying the spectators. This was only the first round of treasure exchanges. If they were to reach the fifth round, they wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen. Firmament Sky Cleaver Sword, Top Grade Immortal Treasure, 5,000 Great Tao Crystals, Dragon Sky Immortal Armor, Top Grade Immortal Robes, 8,000 Great Tao Crystals. Treasures kept appearing in the beams of light, making the onlookers salivate. High-grade immortal treasures were enough to increase one's battle prowess, and make one invincible against opponents of the same level. Top-grade immortal treasures were infinitely close to being Emperor Divine weapons. They were only one step away, and in the infinite heavens, there were only a handful of top-grade immortal treasures. How extravagant! And these are just ordinary treasures. Anyone would go crazy if they were in the infinite heavens. Lin Fei clapped his hands in praise. The eternal immortal emperor's wealth was beyond anyone's imagination. The treasures in the first round were so precious that he could casually take out high-grade immortal treasures, high-grade techniques, and even top-grade immortal armor. His own strength was proof of that. If he had the help of other treasures, he could make up for the difference in battle prowess, and become invincible among his peers. Ha ha ha, what do you think? These are just the treasures in the first round. The treasures in the later rounds are more precious than you can imagine. The giant projection said proudly. Alright, go and exchange them now. You only have one chance. The eternal immortal emperor's words reverberated in everyone's ears like demonic music. Ha ha ha, I finally have a mid-grade immortal treasure. Not far away, an immortal king used a Tao crystal to exchange for a treasure. It was an immortal sword, a mid-grade immortal weapon. The man held the mid-grade immortal treasure, and his aura surged. In the next second he was teleported out. After exchanging for treasures, he had used up all his great Tao crystals. Chapter 1149. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The treasury hall flashed with light as people were being teleported out. Although many people were not willing to be teleported out and miss out on even greater opportunities, it was not up to them. Even so, the opportunities they had obtained were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. One genius after another began to exchange their great Tao crystals for treasures. As soon as the treasures left their hands, their might was on full display, and they were as dazzling as the sun and moon. Junior apprentice brother, we'll be leaving first. Junior apprentice brother, you must be careful. The college's elders did not have many great Tao crystals, but they had also obtained opportunities. They were all very grateful to Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, they would not have been able to obtain such opportunities. They were very grateful as they left. This sort of opportunity was something they had never imagined possible. It might even come once in a lifetime. At this moment, they only felt gratitude towards Lin Fei. One elder after another was teleported out. As the first elder, Saint 33 had a smile on his face the entire time. All of the elders of the Great Metropolis Academy had obtained good fortune. In the near future, the Academy's overall strength would rise by a great deal, and in the Great Metropolis Heaven, they would have even more authority. Junior apprentice brother, thank you. To be willing to take out extra great Tao crystals was not something an ordinary person could do. This was the result that Lin Fei had wanted. The extra great Tao crystals he had mentioned were actually not much. In fact, he had gained a lot, and all the elders now owed him a favor. It could be said that from now on the elders of the college would be completely convinced. At this age, it was extremely difficult for the elders to take another step forward. The treasures they had obtained from the great Tao crystals had increased their battle prowess. With this increase in power, the college's influence would also increase. How could Saint 33 not be excited? Senior apprentice brother, aren't you going to trade for some things? Lin Fei asked. The treasures of an eternal immortal emperor are very powerful. I believe that from now on, no one in the Great Metropolis Heaven will dare to step on our heads. Saint 33 nodded. You have to choose a treasure. Junior brother, I believe that the fortune of the first test should be related to the next one. You have to choose a powerful treasure so that you can prepare for a rainy day. Don't let yourself be caught unprepared when you get it. Not long after that, Saint 33 chose a top-grade immortal artifact, and Lin Fei's figure could not be excluded from it. So many treasures, but it's a pity that they aren't of much use to me now. Lin Fei swam in the light, not caring about the treasures of others. Now that my true self avatar has reached the minor perfection state, coupled with the true self world destroyer sword formed by the true self Tao, my combat power has increased greatly. Even if I encounter the avatar of the demon emperor and the immortal emperor, I can still fight. What treasure should I choose? The treasures in the beam of light were very tempting, but Lin Fei did not choose a suitable treasure. He had seen many treasures, and these treasures, even if they were high-grade or top-grade immortal weapons, were extremely precious in the eyes of others. But in his eyes they were really nothing. After walking around a few times, Lin Fei still did not choose a suitable treasure. Ha ha ha! This lightning thunder spear is naturally prepared for me. Lei Guang. Not too far away, tens of thousands of lightning bolts rumbled, forming a world of lightning. Within the world of lightning stood a young man, lightning protecting his body, forming a lightning armor. At this moment he held a long spear in his hand, making him look like a god of lightning. Exuding a powerful aura, with a thrust of the spear, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, terrifying momentum. Rumor has it that Lei Guang was born in a thunderstorm, where boundless opportunities descended. He innately cultivated the great Tao of thunder, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. In the 10,000 worlds he is a supreme expert on the wind cloud list. His attacks are always accompanied by tens of thousands of lightning strikes, destroying both body and soul. This time, he has obtained a top-grade immortal artifact, and will shine even brighter. Someone exclaimed and the crowd nodded. Not far away, a divine sword attracted a world of sword radiance. The sword intent was sharp, tearing apart the void. Another heavenly genius obtained a precious treasure, releasing great divine might. Everyone was greatly alarmed. That person had a name. His name was Tian Huang. Lin Fei even saw a few old rivals obtain powerful treasures and caused a great commotion. They were known as the inheritors with the most advantages in the inheritance ground. A few genius disciples of the Nether Palace also obtained great opportunities this time. From time to time they would shoot sharp glances at Lin Fei, as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. That Warsky chose the most ordinary drum? Lin Fei also saw Warsky choose a big drum, which was also a top-grade immortal artifact. It had an ancient aura, and it seemed to be an extraordinary item. This Warsky is really mysterious. There were originally 40 million immortals in the treasury hall, and half of them were gone. There were only 20 million immortals left, and they were all extremely proud. I still need to rebuild the Dao crystal stones I have, so I'll just exchange them for ordinary treasures. Lin Fei didn't care too much about these things. Lin Fei exchanged for supreme-grade materials. He had a high-grade immortal artifact, the soul-destroying divine spear, which was a half-completed Monarch divine weapon, and its power was stronger than ordinary high-grade immortal artifacts. If he exchanged it for supreme-grade materials, he could upgrade the Fantian seal and the other two immortal artifacts. First Elder, did you see that? Lin Fei exchanged for supreme-grade materials. He missed a great opportunity. An elder from the Nether Palace's area said. I thought Lin Fei would exchange for a powerful treasure, but he got supreme-grade materials instead. What an idiot. Isn't that even better? I just happened to get a treasure. If he meets me, I'll definitely give him a few slashes and let him know the power of the Nether Palace. That day, the first elder of the Nether Palace returned empty-handed, and he became a joke in the great metropolis world. Traceless Nether said. Useless thing. Lin Fei won't be able to escape since we're here. Let's prepare for the next test. Traceless Nether chose to put his hatred for Lin Fei to the back of his mind in the face of such a great opportunity. His hatred was really insignificant in the face of such a great opportunity. Moreover, when he heard that Lin Fei didn't choose a high-grade immortal artifact, but used the Dao crystal stones to choose supreme-grade materials, Traceless Nether felt that he had overestimated Lin Fei. No one would miss such an opportunity, but Lin Fei gave it up. Chapter 1150. When the people had reached a certain point, the eternal immortal emperor's projection descended once again, filling the entire treasure hall with imperial might. All of the immortals stopped what they were doing and looked up at the eternal immortal emperor, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Everyone must be very satisfied with this emperor's treasure, right? Ha 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 ha. The projection laughed heartily. Satisfied, of course, he was very satisfied. This was especially true for the heavenly geniuses. They were the first trial, and the treasures were precious, helping them increase their battle prowess. No one present dared to say that they were dissatisfied. Just a high-grade celestial artifact or a cultivation technique was extremely important. However, these are only the treasures of the first stage. In yours truly's eyes, these treasures are just little playthings that I casually refined. They aren't treasures at all. The important things will come in the second and third stages. Isn't everyone excited? Yours truly is excited as well. I look forward to the second stage. Who exactly will be able to make it to the third stage? Everyone's expression turned grave. Just as he said. The first trial, collecting great Dao fragments, was surrounded by danger. What would the second stage be like? Everyone was looking forward to it more than anyone else. Everyone was looking forward to the treasures in the second stage. If they could obtain some lucky treasures in the second stage and stop at the second stage, they would be perfectly satisfied. This emperor will now announce the rules of the second stage. Everyone listened attentively. The second trial will be the same as the previous trial. Continue to collect great Dao fragments, which are great Dao crystals. At the same time, there are also various benefits waiting for you. This is a rare opportunity, so make sure to cherish it. Let me remind everyone that the treasures of the second trial will still be exchanged with great Dao crystals. You will have 10 years to collect great Dao crystals. If you want to enter the palace of the second trial, you must have 3 million great Dao crystals. 3 million great path crystals? No one heard the rest of the sentence. The focus was on the figure of 3 million yuan. This test is impossible to complete. This is too difficult. Weak Grand Dao fragments are easy to deal with. Once I encounter a formidable Grand Dao fragment, a life and death battle will be unavoidable, let alone 3 million Grand Dao fragments. Everyone was talking at once. This test was even more difficult than the first test. 3 million Great Path fragments in 10 years? Lin Fei also felt a certain amount of pressure. 10 years was indeed not an easy task. During this period he would have to face all kinds of sneak attacks and killings. There was a possibility of dying. Hehehe, are you afraid now? My treasures aren't for cowards. If you want them, you'll have to pay the price. You might even die. If you want to enter the second level, you'd better think it through. If you back out now, the treasures you'll get from the first level will be more than enough for you to enjoy. What a joke, who would give up at this time? They discerned that the second stage didn't just have great Dao fragments. There were even some other treasures. This was similarly an opportunity for them. Since everyone has made their choice, let's begin the second stage. Ha ha ha. Everyone felt a wave of energy pushing at them, and they were sent out. Just how powerful was it to be able to send everyone out at once? I'm coming for the second trial. Lin Fei was pushed out of the treasure hall and returned to the Nirvana world. It has changed. After landing, the aura of death was replaced by vitality. Incredible. Truly incredible. What a transformation. Lin Fei remembered the aura of death. He had clearly been in the Nirvana world, facing the mountains and rivers, and the rich vitality, but he had not been able to connect the two together. I don't care. The Eternal Immortal Emperor must have used some incredible technique to create this second trial. Let's see what's so special about this second trial. They landed in a mountain range, and it was full of vitality. Lin Fei released his divine sense, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was not suppressed. If his divine sense was suppressed in an unfamiliar place like this, all sorts of dangers would come flooding in. Soon his divine sense found an enormous lake hundreds of thousands of meters wide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Red clouds. A few red clouds floated across the clear surface of the lake, and the sky was dyed crimson. If red clouds floated in the sky, it would not have been strange. But red clouds swimming in the water were unusual. Go kid. That's good stuff. Black Demon's excited voice suddenly rang out. Good stuff. Lin Fei did not dare to hesitate. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed over. Along the way, he asked about the origin of the red clouds, and found out that they were not ordinary. They were a type of sage medicine. This divine medicine was called the Scarlet Immortal Fish. Once it grew to a certain age, it would transform into an expanse of dazzling red clouds. Every single immortal fish possessed heaven-defying abilities, and it was said that consuming them would allow one to achieve twice the results in one's comprehension of the Tao of water. It was even to the extent that one could condense a water element divine physique. Rumor had it that it was very difficult for this sage medicine to mature. Lin Fei was very careful, not daring to make any loud noises, for fear that he would disturb the sage medicine. Wow, this sage medicine is indeed extraordinary. It's sentient. Standing by the lake, Lin Fei saw the red clouds charge forward, summoning immortal light to slay the sea beasts. The sea beasts were at least at the immortal king level, but in the face of the red clouds, they had abandoned their helmets and armor. If anyone dared to underestimate the enemy, the scarlet immortal fish would kill them. The red cloud swallowed the sea beasts cleanly. The seemingly brilliant sage medicine had immortal battle strength. Even immortal emperors would have to turn and run if there was a large school of such fish. This is a sage medicine that has disappeared. It's a rare treasure. Hurry up and suppress it. We can't let others take it. Black Demon was very excited. Boom! Lin Fei soared into the sky and grabbed at the red clouds with his divine power. There were at least 10 immortal fish, and he wanted to catch them all in one go. The scarlet immortal fish summoned immortal light and collided with the divine power hand, evaporating a large amount of the lake water. It took the opportunity to dive into the water, knowing that it was not a match. Interesting. Even immortal emperors would have a headache with that grab just now, but it was blocked by a school of fish. It was really a surprise. An existence that could become a sage medicine was indeed heaven-defying. Lin Fei made his move again, and the massive hand made of divine power grabbed downward. The red scarlet immortal fish all fell into the massive hand and bombarded the divine power hand relentlessly, only to be pulverized by the divine power runes. You think you can take this sage medicine? Chapter 1151. Lin Fei was collecting the sage medicine, but someone intervened and allowed the red scarlet immortal fish to escape. The young man in silver armor walked out from the void. The finger attack was from him, and it was a powerful attack that shook the divine palm. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be a little guy in the celestial king realm. What a weirdo. Do you really think a mature sage medicine like the red scarlet immortal fish is something that you can covet? The young man in silver armor walked over with large strides. His immortal talisman swirled, and a stairway to the sky appeared under his feet. It reached the top of the lake, and a large amount of water vapor evaporated. Swish, 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 the silver-haired young man made a grabbing motion and shot out numerous immortal talismans. They were like shooting stars, and their speed was at least 4 times that of the speed of sound, killing people without leaving a trace. Little guy, you are really my lucky star. The red scarlet immortal fish has been extinct for a long time. Now that I have collected the sage medicine, I will definitely form a water divine body in the future and greatly enhance my defense. Time seemed to stop between heaven and earth as the young man grabbed with his hand. There was no time to resist. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The immortal talismans landed on Lin Fei's body one after another. Flowers of blood bloomed. You won't die after being hit by my immortal talisman light, the young man in silver armor said smugly, but he suddenly stopped before he finished speaking. The young man who was bound to die was not injured at all. How dare you attack after disturbing my sage medicine? Didn't your mom teach you not to show off when you're outside? Lin Fei flew across the sky and used the emperor-level divine ability worlds apart. Swish, a saber light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes. The saber intent of an ancient saber emperor rustled through the void as the saber slashed toward the young man. What kind of body is this? It can block the power of my immortal talisman. A huge immortal talisman flew out in front of the young man in silver armor, and blocked in front of him with a brilliant immortal light. The power of this immortal talisman was the ultimate art of a powerful celestial emperor. The power of the immortal talisman turned into a long wall. Lin Fei's saber intent came from an ancient saber emperor, and it was extremely domineering. The power of the immortal talisman kept shattering, and it blasted open a path that passed through the young man in silver armor. Kid, let's wait and see. A few streaks of blood appeared on the face of the young man in silver light, and soon after, his entire body exploded. A beam of light flew out from his body and escaped. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei's saber will shot out once again, forming an inescapable net that blocked the way. The huge net twisted and crushed the saber will into pieces, disappearing into the void. Hua hua hua, the radiance was extinguished, and the great Tao crystals fell down like raindrops. Wow, this guy has so many great path crystals on him. Lin Fei's hand made a grabbing motion, and all the great Tao crystals landed in his hand. There were 3,000 of them. This scoundrel! Why didn't he come earlier or later? All the red scarlet immortal fish have run away because of him. After putting away the great Tao crystal, Lin Fei released his spiritual sense. The red scarlet immortal fish had disappeared without a trace, evading the search of his spiritual sense. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. The eternal immortal emperor must have left behind many treasures, and the red scarlet immortal fish was one of them. It's a pity that it was destroyed, and I missed my chance to collect the fully matured sage herb. Soon Lin Fei comforted himself. If an extinct sage herb like the red scarlet immortal fish could appear here, then there must be other sage herbs elsewhere. He might be able to find them. 3 days later, Lin Fei encountered another sage herb. It already had a spirit, and it had taken the form of a giant with immense strength. Although it was slightly weaker than the red scarlet immortal fish, it was still very powerful. 3 slashes. In just 3 slashes, the domineering saber will had severely injured the sage herb. Lin Fei had obtained his first sage herb, just as he had hoped. This sage herb can raise one's god power, allowing one to become a minor success god power expert in a single step. It really is a heaven-defying sage herb. My god power has reached the major success stage, so consuming it won't do me any good. After putting away the sage herb, he set off again. There are a lot of great Tao crystals 50 million li to the east. As he flew, he activated his technique. Soon Lin Fei discovered something. His eyes lit up as he vaguely sensed that there were likely to be great Tao crystals. As he flew in the sky, immortal light shone everywhere. It was filled with the aura of treasures and massive energy fluctuations. There was bound to be a fierce battle. Luckily, there's no one here. After reaching his destination, the aura of the great Tao crystals could no longer be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei slapped out with his god power hand. There was a loud rumble, and a sinkhole appeared. Immortal light rushed out and gathered in one place. There were many great Tao crystals below. Roar 100,000 zhang tall ape burst out of the sinkhole. It roared and sent out shockwaves. Large areas of the mountain range exploded and were razed to the ground. Damn it, there's a powerful ape under the ground. Whoosh with a slash of saber will. Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate. Roar roar roar, the giant ape was furious. Someone was trying to steal its things. It raised its hand and slapped at the saber will. The saber will broke apart bit by bit. This was a saber will that could kill a celestial emperor powerhouse with a single slash. So powerful. The saber will was shattered by the giant ape. Roar, the giant ape leapt into the air. Its huge body was like a dark cloud. Divine power surged out, and its claws slapped down at Lin Fei. Shockwaves rushed down, cutting through the void. So that's how it is. No wonder the giant ape is so angry. As soon as the giant ape leapt into the air, Lin Fei could clearly see that below the sinkhole, there was a huge lair covered in great Tao crystals. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 of them. Lair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei slashed out with saber will. The giant ape's body bloomed with immortal light, resisting the saber will's attack. Its defensive power was equally terrifying. This was a giant ape that had been modified by great Tao fragments for a long time. Roar, a phantom appeared behind the giant ape. A great Tao attack swept through the air, shaking heaven and earth. Heaven and earth changed color. It was as if a great celestial emperor had been reborn. Lin Fei didn't dare to hold back anymore. This giant ape was too powerful. He took out the divine power imperial court and used the body of true self to protect his body. One man and one beast fought back and forth, punching through the starry sky. It was shocking. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lin Fei relied on his divine power to suppress and heavily injure the giant ape. With the sword of true self, he killed the giant ape and obtained more than 4,000 great Tao crystals. If I'm not wrong, the great Tao crystals of this level should have been collected by some powerful existence. Under the influence of the great Tao fragments, their strength has increased. Those powerful beasts that collected hundreds of thousands of crystals are probably equivalent to a celestial emperor or a demon emperor. At this moment, Lin Fei completely understood. Chapter 1152. The first year. Lin Fei killed more than 100 beasts and obtained 300,000 great Tao crystals. At the same time, he collected many holy medicines. It was a rare harvest. The second year. Lin Fei obtained 500,000 great Tao crystals. The beasts he encountered were constantly getting stronger. It was very difficult to deal with them, so he had to go all out. In the third and fourth years, the gains were about the same. There were too many immortals searching for the great Tao crystals. In the first few years no one was sure, but as time went on, they would definitely be able to obtain great Tao crystals by killing some beasts. From then on, everyone formed teams to hunt beasts. After 5 years, it was almost impossible to find any weak beasts. They had all been cleaned up. Starting from the 6th year, everyone reached a bottleneck in collecting great Tao fragments. They slowed down. Don't think that 3 million great Tao crystals was a lot, but it was still an astronomical number. From time to time, they would encounter some powerful beasts. Their ferocious auras filled the sky. Their attacks were earth-shattering, and they would be wiped out. This made everyone tremble in fear. After millions of immortals died in the mouths of powerful beasts, everyone became careful and didn't dare to act recklessly. Powerful beasts couldn't stop the path of the geniuses. In the first stage, the geniuses weren't very eye-catching. After 6 years, these geniuses began to show their talent. Their powerful side shocked everyone. These powerful existences from all over the world had heaven-defying combat power. Each of them could instantly kill cultivators at the same level. Even immortal emperors could be killed in one move. They single-handedly challenged powerful beasts. In 6 years they were so amazing that everyone knew about them. Many people even guessed that these geniuses' combat power could rival the avatars of celestial emperors or demon emperors. There were other rumors that some of these geniuses were reincarnated celestial emperors. They were once celestial emperors. Whether or not the rumors were true, no one knew. However, everyone knew that these geniuses' battle prowess was incomparably strong. For example, there was a genius from a great world called the Golden Crow, and it was rumored that his original form was a plant. His battle prowess was monstrous, and he had once fought against 3 ferocious beasts alone, shattering mountains and rivers as he killed all 3 ferocious beasts. There was another genius who obtained the legacy of lightning, and he called himself Lei Guang. Whenever he attacked, lightning flashed from hell, and in the treasure hunting area, he fought against a group of heroes alone. He looked down on the world and displayed incredible power. The power of lightning in his body could cause great destruction and destruction. There was another person who was born with 3 eyes, and his name was Heaven God. It was an extremely domineering name, and he could see through all divine abilities. Rumor had it that he came from a mysterious race, the Heaven Eye race. Rumor had it that this race had once had a god-level expert among their ancestors. Their bodies flowed with divine blood, and their bloodline was extremely thin. Once their bloodline was activated, they would possess heaven-shaking might. Heaven God's bloodline was activated, and they could open their 3rd divine eye, which contained unrivaled might. It was unknown how many such prodigies had appeared in the past 6 years. These Heaven's Prides possessed terrifying combat prowess, and there was no lack of bloodthirsty individuals among them. They wantonly seized the great Tao crystals, causing others to flee upon seeing them. Where did he go? These rising Heaven's Prides had nothing to do with Lin Fei. At this time Lin Fei was holding his sword and charging into an abyss. Behind him, he left behind white bones and the ripples of energy left behind from the battle. Since 3 months ago, Lin Fei's cultivation method had inadvertently sensed the existence of great Tao crystals, and there were quite a few of them. Now there were tens of thousands of great Tao crystals which were rare. He took the risk and charged into an abyss. Within the abyss, there were many ferocious beasts. The lairs of these ferocious beasts had more or less great Tao fragments, which nourished the ferocious beasts, causing their intelligence to be unlocked and allowing them to cultivate supreme divine abilities. 10 days ago, Lin Fei was attacked by powerful ferocious beasts. One of the ferocious beasts was the leader, and its combat prowess was not inferior at all. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, he could only injure the ferocious beast, but could not kill it. Lin Fei chased all the way here, wanting to kill the ferocious beast. He believed that the lairs of the ferocious beasts contained unimaginable great Tao fragments. Roar! More than 10 red ferocious beasts rushed out of the abyss. Obscene sounds rang out and fairies appeared. A red mist blew over. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber, breaking the red mist. The huge bodies of the 10 ferocious beasts exploded. He was already used to the ferocious beasts that came out from time to time. Yesterday, there were not many ferocious beasts that came to deal with me. Today there are more and more. There is no time at all. I should be close to the lairs of the golden ferocious beast. Almost there. 5 days later, Lin Fei did not know how many ferocious beasts he had killed. These ferocious beasts did not fear death. As their strength increased, they became more and more ferocious. Roar! 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 From the depths of the abyss, there was a sudden roar that shook the entire abyss. Roar! 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 The originally quiet abyss was now filled with roars. Ferocious beasts leaped out of the abyss, their hostility soaring into the sky, turning into a sea of ferocious beasts. Not good. Someone must have found the depths of the abyss. Lin Fei released his divine sense and saw that in the vast abyss, a large number of ferocious beasts had appeared out of nowhere. The number was shocking and it was quite terrifying. These ferocious beasts that rushed out, some of them were very powerful. Their bodies were golden, and they headed towards the depths of the abyss. Clearly, they were supporting the king in the depths. That ferocious beast should be a king of the abyss. That is why it could attract these ferocious beasts. I have to go there immediately. I can't let them take advantage of me. At the end of the abyss, it was a desolate land. At this time, a large number of ferocious beasts had gathered. There were corpses everywhere, but the ferocious beasts were still like the tide, rushing forward without fear of death. Behind those ferocious beasts, there were 10 golden ferocious beasts surrounding a huge dark golden ferocious beast. They surrounded and protected the dark golden ferocious beast. Looking at the dark golden ferocious beast, it was glaring fiercely, and blood was gushing out. It was still looking down on the world, its eyes blazing fiercely as it stared at the figure in the distance. This time we have come to the right place. I did not think that a place like the Abyss would have a terrifying existence at the Demon Emperor level, and there are also 10 Demon Kings guarding it. In its lair, there must be a large number of great path crystals. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell, killing one ferocious beast after another, and blood flowed like a river. It's him, the one who obtained the lightning. I did not expect him to come here. Lin Fei recognized that person. He was a proud son of heaven, and in the past 6 years, he had made a name for himself. That lightning hell was like a hell, and it emitted a terrifying divine might. A demon emperor. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. The one he had chased before was just a guard. The one that emitted the dark golden light was the most powerful existence. A terrifying existence at the demon emperor level. Just the strength of its physical body alone was enough to make people not dare to underestimate it. More importantly, this demon emperor had collected a fragment of the great path, and its combat strength must be very heaven-defying. There will be a great battle in a while. Chapter 1153. Roar roar. Hundreds of ferocious beasts glowed with bloodlust. They saw through Lin Fei's whereabouts and attacked with immortal light. I've been discovered. Now that he had been discovered, Lin Fei didn't bother hiding anymore. He pushed his speed to the speed of sound and charged at the nearest ferocious beast. He pressed his hands on the ferocious beast's body, and with a loud roar, the ferocious beast collapsed to the ground dead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, saber intent slashed through the air, slashing at the ferocious beast. Its hard head was severed with one strike, and its heads flew into the sky. Roar roar. The ferocious beast swarmed over. Interesting. An immortal king realm guy can kill his way here from outside the abyss. How rare. Amidst the thunder, the young man wielded a spear. Lightning flashed and he smiled disapprovingly. The spear shook, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm killed more than 100 ferocious beasts. There must be a large number of great Tao crystals in this demon emperor's lair. No one can snatch them from my hands. Lei Guangzi's lightning fell, forming a net that covered the area. There was a burning smell. The ferocious beasts were charred, and their spears flew up and down. The lightning mystique showed its divine might, and it continued to close in on the 10 golden guards. Lei Guangzi is known as a heaven's chosen and his reputation is well deserved. The power of lightning is extremely terrifying and destructive, as expected of a heavens chosen from a great world. His strength has reached an extremely high degree, and if he breaks through the bottleneck, he would be able to enter the legendary immortal emperor realm. Lin Fei's blade was very fast. He had a simple understanding of Lei Guangzi's strength. Roar roar. The 10 golden guards roared, and the abyss shook as they swarmed forward. Lei Guangzi laughed and raised his spear to meet the 10 golden guards. Terrifying power radiated in all directions, and hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts died on the spot. The 10 golden guards constantly released immortal light. The immortal light condensed into phantoms, and their mystiques attacked. In addition to their physical strength, they were equivalent to 10 experts that surpassed the immortal emperor realm. Lei Guangzi's battle intent soared. He stabbed out with his spear, and lightning rumbled. Then lightning hell flew out, trapping the 10 golden guards and suppressing their mystiques. Good chance. The 10 golden guards were entangled, and Lin Fei realized that his chance had come. Kill. Lin Fei circulated his saber intent, and a river of saber light swept through the dark golden sovereign personage. Everywhere the river passed, thousands of ferocious beasts exploded, forming a river of blood. Just this demonic emperor alone was shockingly valuable, and he couldn't miss it no matter what. Very soon, Lin Fei charged into the range of the Dark Gold King. The Dark Golden King was infuriated. He opened his mouth and spat out a jade palace. At the end of the palace, on a throne, an illusory figure slowly stood up. His face was dignified and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. He slapped out with his palm through the air. The phantom's palm slammed down, and Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This demonic emperor was too powerful. So close yet worlds apart. He activated his emperor-level divine ability and dodged the palm strike. Seeing that their attack had failed, the Dark Gold King started to walk out of the air. Powerful auras soared into the sky, and all sorts of divine abilities rained down on Lin Fei and Lightning Ball. True self body. Lin Fei's body shook, and he didn't take it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. Lightning Ball did the same. Both of them knew how powerful the Dark Golden Kings were. The slaves that followed Lightning Ball weren't as lucky. Their bodies were shattered, and they suffered heavy casualties. What a terrifying divine ability attack. It should have come from the Great Tao Fragment. Lin Fei's blood churned. The shockwaves from the divine ability attack had affected a portion of his body. If it was an immortal emperor without a certain level of physical strength, they would have died without a doubt. After that powerful attack, the Dark Gold King's aura weakened quite a bit. It stopped using its abilities and charged forward with its main body. Its dark gold tail swept toward the two of them. Facing the divine ability, Lightning Ball's face turned slightly pale. "You guys go kill that brat." Lightning Ball knew the Dark Golden Sovereign personage the best. If the demonic emperor hadn't been injured, Lightning Ball wouldn't have dared to fight the Dark Golden Sovereign personage with his slaves. The brat in black didn't die from that attack, so Lightning Ball decided to deal with him first. The slaves that didn't die all released the aura of an immortal emperor. After receiving the order, they charged at Lin Fei. "You still want to kill me?" Lin Fei used several times the speed of sound. He had comprehended the intent of wind, so he had a huge advantage in terms of speed. The divine palace throne flew out from the back of his head, and the divine power runes shone brightly. This was the power of 50 billion dragons. Bang! 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 The moment the divine palace throne appeared, the slaves that charged over were smashed to pieces. The difference in strength between them and Lin Fei was too great. Their physical bodies weren't good either, so they were easily killed. Go! Lightning Ball didn't care about the dead slaves at all. These slaves were defeated by him, and they were used to die at the crucial moment. Lightning gathered with one hand, and a whip appeared in Lightning Ball's hand, aiming at the brat in black not far away. Wherever the whip passed, the void was blasted apart. As a proud son of heaven, Lightning Ball had killed countless geniuses in the past 6 years. This casual attack was the unique destruction whip, which contained the terrifying power of lightning. Once it hit the body, it would destroy both body and soul. Almost all of those geniuses died to this attack. Lin Fei's eyes shone. In the past 6 years, he had met some powerful geniuses, but none of them were his match. Lightning Ball had become famous in the past 6 years. Even if he hadn't seen him before, Lin Fei had heard of his name. This move contains the endless power of lightning, and it specializes in breaking the physical body. I wonder if my true self body can withstand the terrifying attack of the power of lightning. This Lightning Ball was very strong. Lin Fei wanted to know how big the difference was between him and the geniuses in the universe. Facing the terrifying attack of Lightning Ball, the power of lightning covered the sky before the destruction whip arrived. Thunder flashed in his ears and arcs of lightning shot out. Lin Fei stood still, and his blood and divine power runes flashed, and arcs of lightning exploded. Whoosh! The destruction whip struck. Facing the destruction whip, Lin Fei was calm. He stood with one hand and reached out to grab the destruction whip. As he grabbed the destruction whip in his hand, a terrifying wave of lightning swept through his body, like an evil dragon coming out of its nest, wanting to destroy him. Bang 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 bang, flowers of blood exploded in Lin Fei's body, covering his whole body, and he instantly became a bloody man. "You reckless thing, you dare to resist my destruction whip. Among the geniuses, who dares to resist it, unless it's those freaks from the Dragon Clan?" Lightning Ball didn't look anymore. "I thought the geniuses were powerful, but it seems like they are only SOSO. Even my physical body can't be broken." Chapter 1154. The lightning dissipated, and Lin Fei walked out with majestic strides. A killer move that could instantly kill an immortal emperor was easily blocked. More importantly, the opponent's cultivation level was not high, only at the immortal king realm. What a strong body! Lei Guangzi was surprised. To be able to block his destructive whip, his body must be quite terrifying. Are you from the dragon tribe? Lei Guangzi could count the number of people who had strong bodies on his hands. He suspected that the black-robed man was from the dragon tribe. The people of the great divine dragon world were all lunatics. Ordinary people were not willing to offend the dragon tribe. Ha ha ha, I am just an ordinary person. Whoosh! Lin Fei turned into a shadow and punched at Lei Guangzi. In the fist radiance, sword will, saber will, and yin and yang combined, killing a large number of fierce beasts. I am a proud son of heaven. You can't even take one blow. You don't have to show that you can compete with me. Lei Guangzi snorted coldly. Lightning flashed and he waved his fist. The monstrous lightning destroyed heaven and earth. The true battle strength of a proud son of heaven was completely revealed. Bang bang bang. The two exchanged blows in an instant. The two fists collided and the wind howled. The wind was like a divine saber, with lightning in the saber, and the smell of burning was everywhere. The two geniuses retreated from each other, violent energy exploding behind them, causing the void to explode unceasingly. Again, Lei Guangzi activated the lightning again. This black-robed young man gave him a rare fighting spirit. The opponent's physical body is so strong that it can withstand the power of this emperor's thunder. This emperor doesn't believe that his physical body can withstand many attacks from this emperor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lightning flashed, and it specialized in breaking the body. Lin Fei was shocked. The battle strength of this proud son of heaven, Lei Guangzi, was indeed very heaven-defying. If he had not cultivated the body of true self, his body would not have been able to withstand the destruction of the power of thunder. The power of thunder was known as the most destructive power. It specialized in breaking the body, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. In the abyss, the lightning youth and the black-robed youth were fighting. Lei Guang's every move was filled with the power of lightning. The lightning in his fist contained the power of destruction. However, when facing the black-clad man, the power of lightning could not do anything to him. As for Lin Fei, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His physical body in the small perfection state allowed him to ignore the power of thunder as much as he wanted. Whenever the opponent's power of thunder entered his body, it would be instantly ground to pieces. The attack of the power of lightning caused Lin Fei's body of true self to improve a little. You're pretty good. Even after a long time, Lei Guangzi was unable to take down the other party, and a serious look appeared on his face. Over the past 6 years, he had fought more than 100 geniuses, and this black-clothed man was the first one that was difficult to deal with. Thunder God's fury. Behind him, rumbling sounds could be heard from the lightning hell as a huge door opened up, and an enormous projection descended from above. It was a 3 million meter tall giant, surrounded by a thick pillar of lightning. You should be satisfied to be able to die under this move. As the huge phantom appeared, Lin Fei sensed danger. This Lei Guangzi has a powerful background. This phantom has an incomparably sacred aura. I've already been locked on by his killing intent. Indeed, none of the geniuses are easy to deal with. Lei Guangzi drove the huge phantom, which was 3 million meters tall. Its speed broke through the speed of sound, reaching a terrifying speed of light. The thunder light palm slapped down towards Lin Fei. On the palm there were mountains, rivers, birds and beasts. Bang bang bang, the phantom's huge palm pressed down with monstrous power. Chi and blood churned, bones creaked. The power of this palm exceeded the scope of an immortal emperor, and it could kill everything. Lin Fei raised his head, and the thunder light palm was like a supreme existence, suppressing all living beings. Body of true self, hold on. His body of true self was pushed to the limit, and blood gushed out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the true self world destroyer sword, and it contained terrifying divine might. As soon as this sword appeared in his hand, immortal energy surged and poured into the sword. In this world, no one can suppress me. Break for me. Lin Fei let out a long roar, and his aura merged. He raised the sword and slashed upwards. The sword light was vast and incomparably sacred. This sword contained 30% of immortal energy. Back then, when he injured an immortal emperor in the void, he used 10% of immortal energy. The great Tao of true self had yet to take form, and activating this divine sword required immortal energy to replenish it. 30% of immortal energy. This sword was like a sword from the heavens, and it was extremely overbearing. Lei Guangzi, who had just revealed a complacent expression, had always been very conceited. When he saw this sword, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The sword with 30% of immortal energy was vast and overbearing. When it landed on the thunder light palm, the mountains, rivers, and lightning all collapsed. The world in the palm was almost completely destroyed. Whoosh, the second sword came again. The thunder light palm shattered, and the huge projection also disappeared. Thunder God, indestructible body. Lei Guangzi was shocked. He quickly retreated and turned into a flash of lightning. The speed of the lightning was pushed to 7 or 8 times its original speed, and the void kept shattering. Lin Fei's second sword arrived. Lei Guangzi's body exploded with lightning, and his whole body turned silver. The arcs of light formed a lightning armor, and the runes jumped. What sword is that? Is it an emperor's divine weapon? To be able to break my thunder god's fury with one sword. Lei Guangzi didn't have time to think. His opponent's sword made him feel great terror. In the past 6 years, he had rarely encountered such a situation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword came straight, shattering the lightning and landing on the lightning armor. Blood splattered everywhere, and he was blasted into the barren mountains millions of miles away. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Whoosh, against such a genius, Lin Fei wouldn't miss the opportunity to take his life while he was down. The divine palace throne flew out once again, slamming into the mountain range. It was the manifestation of 50 billion dragon god force, containing unparalleled might. At this moment it was pushed to the limit. Numerous gods and demons appeared in the void, slamming into the mountain range. How dare you! Lei Guangzi rushed out from the mountains, and the divine throne attacked. His pupils constricted and he cursed, "Bastard! This is the divine throne of the dragon race. It has unparalleled might, and the dragon race is crazy." That sword heavily injured Lei Guangzi. When the divine throne came, it smashed into his body, and he vomited blood. The lightning was destroyed and then reformed. It didn't have the might from before, and his face was pale. His divine body is so strong, and he still didn't die. Lin Fei had been paying attention. The power of the divine throne was enough to kill him. His divine body was very terrifying, and the power of lightning protected his body, reducing part of the force. "Kid, I'll remember you." Lei Guangzi took out the divine throne for the second time, and he was shocked. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have the chance to. Divine wings of lightning. 2 translucent jade-like wings appeared behind Lei Guang's back. The wings seemed to come to life as they dodged the divine court throne and escaped into the void, disappearing without a trace. What a good treasure. It's even faster than my emperor-grade mystic ability, so close yet worlds apart. It should be a lightning treasure. Chapter 1155. You ran fast, or else I would have killed you. At the crucial moment, Lei Guangzi used a precious treasure to escape, avoiding the fate of being killed on the spot. This was a genius, and if he was killed, the entire Nirvana world would be shocked. Defeating a genius and killing a genius was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Geniuses had trump cards unless they used all of their trump cards. Lin Fei licked his lips. Of all the calculations, the only thing I didn't take into account is that this guy has a lightning treasure that can increase his speed. Lei Guangzi escaped, but Lin Fei was unwilling. There was something important that he had to do. He had obtained 300,000 Great Tao crystals from the slaves he killed. The Great Tao crystals were refined with supreme methods, and even though Lin Fei's power was domineering, he couldn't break them. While no one is here, I'll kill the demon emperor first. I can't let it escape, or else it'll be a waste of time. In the depths of the abyss, darkness covered everything. Energy ripples spread out, flipping over many tall mountains. In the sky, a black figure and a dark golden figure appeared. Their auras soared into the sky. The two of them chose to fight in close combat, and it was a shocking sight. Geniuses who saw this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Go down. The celestial court throne pressed down like a 10,000 mountains, erupting with a powerful divine might. The dark golden demon sovereign shot out a celestial light and blasted towards the celestial court throne. However, he was unable to stop it. The celestial court throne pressed down and the huge body of the demon sovereign smashed into a mountain range. The mountain range was instantly crushed and turned into a flat land. Cough, cough, cough. Dust flew everywhere, and celestial light gathered without dissipating. A certain person walked out of the celestial light, his entire body in tatters. The celestial armor he wore had long since shattered, and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if he could fall at any moment. Not far behind him there was a huge existence with no aura. Further away, 10 golden guards were lying on the ground, each body blasted with bloody holes, or their heads exploded. I finally defeated this demon emperor, I didn't die. Facing the injured demonic sovereign and the 10 golden guards, Lin Fei used all of his means. The danger he experienced was horrifying, and there was still lingering fear in his heart. As expected of someone who had received enlightenment from the Great Tao fragment, he almost died at the hands of the demonic sovereign several times. The heaven and earth smelt flew out, and a gigantic vortex sucked in the 10 golden guards and the gigantic demon emperor. Precious lair. On a barren mountain in the abyss, Lin Fei found the demon emperor's nest. Immortal light pervaded the air, supporting an expanse of immortal palaces. It was magnificent and majestic. Up ahead was definitely the fiend emperor's nest. Only large amounts of great Tao crystals could produce such a scene, so there was no need to doubt it. Lin Fei charged towards the immortal palace like a beam of light. Up ahead was an expanse of barren mountains. Immortal light shone resplendently. A giant heavenly crater appeared before them. The bottom of the heavenly crater was covered in great Tao crystals. Immortal light connected together. Lin Fei glanced over. In the vast expanse of immortal palaces, numerous heavenly palaces actually appeared. In the depths of the heavenly palaces, there were many tyrannical existences. Although they were illusory figures, the might they exuded indicated that they were all major characters at the immortal emperor realm when they were alive. God-fiend body. Lin Fei turned into a giant. This was the God-fiend body. He broke through to 1,000,000 feet tall, and his God-fiend aura rippled. He punched towards the immortal light. This punch was terrifyingly powerful. This punch was like a terrifying beam of light. The barren mountains and the void instantly shattered. The immortal light was shaken, and the vast expanse of immortal palaces collapsed. The great Tao crystals at the bottom of the heavenly crater had long been suppressed by the demon emperor. The immortal light was just an instinctive reaction. Bam, 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 bam. The vast expanse of immortal light completely collapsed moments later. Lin Fei released his divine sense and obtained a shocking number. He was shocked again and again. What a great harvest! Just where did this demon emperor gather so many great Tao crystals? There are at least 1,000,000 of them. At the bottom of the heavenly crater, there were indeed 1,000,000 great Tao crystals. Collect? Lin Fei came back to his senses. The God-fiend grabbed, and the 1,000,000 great Tao crystals were all collected. He was all smiles. Great harvest. Reassembly successful. Obtained a great Tao, blazing sun great Tao. Reassembly successful. Obtained a great Tao, Hengshui great Tao. Reassembly successful. Obtained a great Tao, Greenwood great Tao. 1,000,000 great Tao crystals were in their hands. Because he cultivated the great Tao regression technique, the great Tao crystals had reassembled into a complete great Tao. In 6 years, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had collected almost all of the great Tao fragments, and 1,000,000 great Tao crystals. His luck was good, and he had reassembled a few complete great Taos. As soon as the complete great Taos appeared, they were devoured by the true self great Tao. It really is a bottomless pit. After the great Tao devoured them, just like last time, drops of golden liquid appeared around it. Not even a trace of the Tao tree could be seen. The second test requires 3,000,000 great Tao crystals. I have 5,000,000 on me now and am qualified to enter. I don't think I have enough to exchange for precious treasures. Lin Fei was not interested in the treasures of the first test. Just as the eternal immortal emperor had said, those treasures had been casually forged. 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. The time for the second test had come. On this day, everyone was still searching for the great Tao crystals. Beams of light filled the sky, and all of the immortals in the world were sucked in uncontrollably. At the dojo. Last time in the dojo. The immortals appeared on the dojo once again. The spacious dojo was soon filled with people. Compared to the last time, everyone looked exhausted, and did not look as relaxed as the first test. Moreover, there were less than a third of the people standing on the dojo. Losing a third of the people meant that they were either killed by humans or beasts. There are less than 20 million people left. Lin Fei looked travel-worn. In the last 4 years he had traversed many dangerous places. His face was covered in dust, but his eyes shone with confidence. After a brief inspection, Lin Fei found Grand Elder Sage 33 and gathered together. Congratulations, senior brother. Your strength has increased greatly. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he saw Grand Elder Sage 33. His aura soared into the sky, sharp and domineering. The immortal palaces behind him were even more powerful than before. Sage 33 smiled. I've had some fortuitous encounters, and my stagnant cultivation level has loosened. It's far from enough to break through. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. It was not easy to break through to the immortal emperor realm. It was very difficult to improve at this level. I heard that you defeated